What's up, boyos? Going live early. Going live really early today. Figured I might as well. Not a lot to do. It's going to be an early morning, afternoon, night Incel for the viewers today. So figured I'd go live early since I got done with all that stuff I had to do this morning. So got my hair cut, got this done, got that done. So got a lot of stuff done this morning. So I'm good. I can go live as long as I want today, at least until about 6. And then I got to go hang out with my friends. So it's over. Of course it's over. Never even began talking about. Oh my god, tired. Such a lazy Saturday for me. Got my haircut, got some Arby's, just chilling. I expect people to probably not be in here, actually, believe it or not. Shouldn't be too many people in here. I got my shower and grew 6 inches today. Yeah. Are you really Prussian? Are you actually Prussian? So you got 2 viewers in the chat. All right. Three viewers. Wow, people are slowly coming in here. Let's see. He said no. Well, what do you know? Of course not. Whoa. Phone's too loud. Let me put that down on mute. Or at least vibrate. That's done. That's done. Okay. Oh my god. Yo, mystery. What's up, Andrea Lucani? Anon E Mouse. Hi. What's going on, my dude? What hour in the US, bro? It is approximately 11:24 on the Eastern Coast. Yep, 11 o'clock. And almost afternoon, but I made this name name when I was 14 years old, and I named it this way because I like EU4. Okay. It's an afternoon in your fucking prime. 11:24. It's not late afternoon yet, but it's getting kind of close. Saturday night, afternoon, Incel. What do you want to call it? Do you work? Yeah, of course I work. I have a job. I'm stretching. I'm an accountant controller guy at a medium-sized government contractor. But obviously, I don't work today. The only reason I'm going live early today is because I have some friends. My friends want to meet up today since we're all gonna go see a movie. So we all want to hang out for once, which is weird. First time I'm definitely doing anything social in a long time. You white, right? No, I'm black. Yeah, you probably couldn't tell from my voice, but yeah, I'm black. I made this name because it's easy to remember and Nickelback sucks. Jack Nickelback, you're always in here. You always somehow find a way to make it in here on time now. Probably because I did go live really early today. I went live like 2 hours early. So what's up, Last Cope? What's going on? Not a lot. Just chilling. Doing my thing. What's up, mystery? What's going on? Hiyashi Sugihara. Hayashi. Yeah, Hayashi Sugihara. That's how you say it. We got 6 people in their prime on a fucking Saturday afternoon. Incel. Shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the mystery gang for being in here. Solving these mysteries, catching the bad guy. Really, bro? You black? Haha. Max respect for black people. Yeah, I'm black, dude. Yeah, people can't really tell from my voice because like, oh, you have like a really really white sounding voice or something like that. Somebody just said like, oh, you sound like some scrawny white guy. I'm like, nope, I'm a black guy. In my area though, I don't know. My area is kind of I grew up around a lot of definitely a mixed neighborhood, so it's kind of hard for me to be like, I don't really relate to like the average African American black experience, especially the inner city blacks. Me and we don't really like had the same experience. It's hard for me to like to relate to them, so it's kind of weird, really. But African Americans look different from Africa. Oh, obviously, yeah. Just as the fact that we were mixed with the white race. I'm always studying on YouTube, so I happen to be around. Okay, that's cool. What are you studying? What are you like? Just doing random research or something, or what? That's what I normally do too. Just do random research and just study stuff, like random shit. Oh shit! Let's only 7 people in here. That's a shame. Only makes sense though. It is in the middle of the day. Most people have some semblance of a life going on. Plus, more people will probably storm in here around 1:30 when I actually schedule this thing. So, a picture of this. Oh, here I don't want to like post this picture with her face being there. I'm gonna have to like edit this picture to actually show it. Here we go. Here's some good memes here. So now open the chat up for people to join. Are women impressed by your job? Not. I don't really know actually. I mean, it's pretty for someone my age to be a controller. It's pretty good, I guess. But yeah, it is. I wouldn't say they're impressed by it. They're like, okay, so you're an accountant controller guy. Okay, that's kind of cool. But I don't know. I mean, I make decent money, so nice to see legal weed in New York State. Yeah, smoking the tree, boy. What did you think of the Black Pill 2021 on Incelmatics? It seems like he's yeah, because I didn't really know about this guy's channel at all until like that stream, and he seems like he's trying to like bait the Incel community into going to like live debates, and like I left a comment on the other guy. It's like Jay Tahoe, whatever the guy's name is. I left a comment on his video. He basically called out how like, oh yeah, no one wants to debate this guy, and he had an open debate discussion. I left a comment saying, what's the core premise of his argument? And the core premise of his argument appears to be that he says basically that the primary cause of inceldom is sociological more than less than biology. And I basically left a comment saying that I generally agree, but like at the end of the day, it's a multi-factored, multivariable problem. You can't just say, oh, it's one or the other. It's obviously depending on the person individually on a more individual basis, it could be a matter of like, it could be like 60-40 or 30-20 or something like that. Some like massive like difference between like what it is. Like it could be so in one person's case, it could be 20% sociology and 80% looks or biology, I would want to call it. And for somebody else, it could be like a matter of it being half and half or 20-20 or 20, 60 fucking 40 or something like that. It could be it could be any multitude of factors why somebody is an incel. From what I got from the guy, it didn't seem like he was downplaying looks. He thinks it matters, which is why it would be a really, really fruitless debate because we both agree on that. But yeah, we were but it seems like he's definitely gunning for Face and LMF. But even I don't even think Face himself disagrees with the idea that sociology plays a factor. Like they use an example of back in the day, calves being very, very attractive. But at the end of the day, that's still biology and looks. That's still looks. That's still biology. Like your calves are big because you can work them out, sure. But like your calves, every muscle in your body has a maximum muscle potential, and your calves are still a byproduct of your biology and your genes. So like it's still lookism. You're just saying that we're focusing on one particular aspect of your look. So in one case it could be your face, and in another area it could be your leg or your calves. In another area it could be your arms. Another area it could be your stomach. At one point being fat was considered to be attractive because you had wealth and status. Like it's very, very true that like sociological factors can have a huge effect over your over the overall atmosphere of the dating market. But at the end of the day, it's still looks. We're just choosing which looks kind of like appeal to us at the time period, I guess. So like biology and sociology work together to create a situation where you could have an incel, or society really work together to create a situation where you have an incel, not it doesn't necessarily have to be yeah, Jack. I'll get your comment in a second, but it's true. Like it's like he thinks we're all stuck on looks and biology, and to some extent maybe there is too much talk about, oh, you're ugly, I'm ugly, or subhuman, yada yada yada. But like but at the end of the day, nobody denies the fact that sociological factors have an effect. Like it's just true. It all matters. The environment matters. The economic status matters. I mean, it's literally his channel is literally called Face and LMS, like face and your look, which means your body, so your arms, your legs, your chest, your how muscular you are, how tall you are, so your look, your money, so which would be your money, and your how successful your economic status, and your status, like your status overall in your society, and how if you're like a king or a prince or something like that. Like he kind of includes some sociological factors in his name. So like, I mean, I don't know. Like once again, I debate this guy? Maybe, but I wouldn't know what we would debate about, because like we probably would agree more than we would disagree. Like okay, like he'd probably say, oh well, in this era, fat people were considered to be attractive. How do you explain that? And it's like, okay, well, but biologically, I feel like we're designed to be attracted to attractive things, and if we can somehow mold that, like, is there an objective level? Is there an objective attractiveness that we can like go off of? I mean, that's the real thing. Like, is something objectively attractive, and does that change? I mean, I thought this was going to be at 1 o'clock p.m. Yeah, I always go early. I'm always early. Hold on, I'm gonna finish my little Let me read some comments here. Fuck study. Always hate school. I love studying, dude. It's fun. Take black pill. I am mental cell. J Tahoe, more like gay Tahoe. Gay Tahoe. Oh god. A lot of gay people and more nice of normal people. Everyone is arguing for sociological. Arguing for sociological seems to think the rest of us excluded. A weird false dichotomy. Damn, in America, incel is some strong. Huh? Okay. Man, I thought this was going on 1 o'clock. Yeah, my bad. I always do this to you guys. I'll start like, well, normally I start like maybe 20 minutes early or something like that, but this time I started like 2 hours early or something like that. So sorry about that, but I had to do something. I was getting bored. I figured people will probably come in here and come and go. It's going to be a pretty long stream today, because I'm probably going to stream till about 6 o'clock, and then I got to go. So I'll probably go for a long time. Honestly, BP 2021's criticism of Dante infuriated me. I'm not too familiar with Dante's content, actually, but it definitely seems like his channel is like all focused around how can I get Face and LMS to be pissed off enough to debate me. Like it's never anything else. Like his videos don't really cover what is the actual topics. Like especially his last few videos have been like, oh, looks live, and let's make fun of Face and LMS's voice, or make fun of the way he talks, or make fun of the fact that he's this or that. And it's like, okay, I hear you. I know that you're trying to bait him, but like, if you gave me like a video that went off its full argument of like, this is what I really mean when I say this, okay, well then I might actually agree with you more than I disagree with you. But like, looks still matter. It's just a matter of like, what society going to pick for a looks to actually matter? What looks we're actually going to focus on today? In Italy, incel people take joke of this. Probably never had and have incel mass deleters. Huh. All right. Share screen. All right, guys, here's a meme for you. Why is the cat screaming? Why wouldn't the cat scream? If you were smart, you'd be doing the same thing. It's true. Especially just to kind of like keep going on with my little spiel here. Like if we're gonna talk about sociological factors and biological factors, stuff like that, like even among just different racial groups, there's the differences between like what looks are appropriate and what people actually like. This is a matter of like what's the breakdown going to be, or like what's the primary cause. And I think the primary cause probably is, you know, because I think that biology is upstream from sociology. Yeah, I think that we're a biological beings, obviously, and of course that's going to have a huge effect over how we interact in society, which is what sociology kind of studies. So like we're a biological beings first, not sociological beings. We get taught sociology. Divorced of that, we just probably go back to a an animalistic, more animalistic form of behaving. At least for America, Ensodom is mixed in with the issue of first world alienation and increased suicide of young men, also the falling marriage and birth rates. All right. In sense, normal people not take serious incel. Oh, yeah. The point of contention I have with his criticism of Face is that Face isn't about hard data or charts, but everyday life of an average incel of an average or incel man. Is an incel going to look at success and ratios and think they have a chance? Let me read this again. A point of contention I have with criticism of Face is that Face isn't about data. Oh, like Face and LMS isn't about data or charts, but the everyday life of an incel average incel man. Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you mean there. Simply a matter of time, but by the time they do, like it'll be too late. Yeah, people need to have more empathy. Should I take a year off of college to looks max before graduating to possibly find a GF? Um, if you think it's worth it, but I'm not gonna tell you what to do. That's kind of like weird. Um, I definitely probably should have taken time off when I was in college to looks match, but you never know. You can guarantee money, not a GF. Secure the money first. That's very true. Because even he himself, 2021, even he himself agrees that looks matters to some extent. She's just trying to draw a line, basically saying that okay, so oh, let me read some more comments here. Let me read these comments. He just thinks that's not as big of a deal as sociological factors would have us believe. Basically, he's saying that Face is nothing but anecdotal evidence and not scientific in his approach. Uh, I think Face provides a lot of evidence to the fact of the matter that there is an objective standard of what looks good and what looks bad. Because even the weight, even the weight example I keep using, the one about weight, where like the fat man was considered attractive back in a certain time period because it was that was considered a marker of status, like status. Face and LMS. It was considered to be a marker of status to be overweight because you could afford to have a lot of food. If you could afford a lot of food, you obviously had a lot of money, et cetera, et cetera. So it was a marker of money and status. Like it's in his name, Face and LMS. Like it's pretty much there. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly is he just butthurt? I don't know. Like I'm trying to figure out what exactly his core argument is. From what Jay Tahoe or whatever his name is said, he basically said that it's basically a matter of he thinks that sociological factors have a greater degree of effect on insulin than biological factors do. But we behave in a sociological way or a way that's immeasurable because of our biology. Like you can't disconnect the two. Like we're biological beings by definition, and biology is driven by genetics and really the environment as well, because epigenetics as well. So it's kind of like one of those weird things. I don't know. We are approaching a grand unified theorem of sexuality. Find some more meme images. Oh my god. This is the this should be a picture for every info to have. Truly is a good picture. I mean, hold on. You load back up the chat, and here we go. Might be too small. It says, "What do women want?" He says, "Who cares?" He's a freaking. That's a good one. what do hey, what do you mean? What do they want? Who cares? Here's a picture of the compound that Osama was in. Man had waifus everywhere. Look at this guy. Just a waifu maxer. This is waifu maxing. This is some a white pill fuel right here. Some white pills for you guys. Make you guys feel better. Here's one. People have seen this one before for sure. Cruel twist of fate for single mother who froze eggs, or single mother. She's not a mother anymore. Can't be a mother. Single woman who froze her eggs in her 30s to free her career. Last year, with her 41st birthday looming and no sign of Mr. Right, Bridget Adams excitedly unfroze the 11 eggs and selected a sperm donor. Manhattan Beach, California. Bridget Adams called a sensation 4 years ago when she appeared on the cover of Bloomberg Businessweek under the headline "Freeze Your Eggs for Your Career." She was single and blonde, a Vassar graduate who spoke fluent Italian and was working in tech marketing for a number of prestigious companies. Her story was one of empowerment, how a new fertility procedure was giving women more choices, as the magazine noted provocatively, and the quest to have it all. Adams remembers a feeling of wonderful sense of freedom after she froze her eggs in her 30s, despite the $19,000 cost. Holy crap. Her plan was to work a few more years, find a great guy to marry, and still have a house full of her own children. Oops, I can't show that picture. I'll go back to that picture, though I will. In early 2017, with her 45th birthday looming and no sign of Mr. Right, she decided to start a family of her own. She excitedly unfroze 11 eggs she had stored to select a sperm donor. 2 eggs failed to survive the thawing process. 3 more failed to fertilize. The sixth that left 6 embryos, of which 5 appeared to be abnormal. The last one was implanted in her uterus. One morning on March 7th, she got the devastating news that it too had failed. Adams was not pregnant. Her choices of marrying her or carrying her genetic child had just dropped to near zero. She remembers screaming like a wild animal, throwing books, papers in her laptop, and collapsing to the ground. I'm like, holy shit. Let me load the other picture I was going to show. Hold on. When I flip to. Hopefully, I don't get banned from YouTube for this one here. This is actually not that bad. It's not too bad. She's covering herself up, so it's not too bad. Here we go. My value isn't based on my sexual history. If a pair of shoes has 50 previous owners, its value is going down. This is basic economics. Oh, shit. All right. Let's read some more pictures here. The soy singularity has an effect on the object that is in the vicinity. I'm reading a book on loneliness. I think this is fitting. Our brains and bodies are designed to function in aggregate, not in isolation. This is the essence of that is the essence of an obligatory gregarious species. Yeah. Do you like more night or day? Oh, probably night. Faith never says it's about the absolute reason why guys can't get laid. Tahoe, and the fake pill 2021 took it to the extreme. At the end of the day, looks play a bigger role than we thought it did. Yeah, absolutely. I will take someone who overestimates looks versus someone who underestimates looks all day. It's over for low sperm count, so I saw that. Yeah, the latter are worse copes. Life fuel. I can't breathe. Blue balls, man. Graham, you're back again. Here we go again. The copes keep coming until they don't. At some point, you reach the rope. May God have mercy on your soul. No pussy, no peace. She looks like an alien. Yeah, the hairline. Hairline struggling, dog. Hairline struggling. I don't know what happened to her. Hairline was struggling. Can I show this picture? Yeah, I guess I can. This one here doesn't have any real. Does it have any real implications on it? Here we go. New York, the New York Post, I'm assuming. Jobless woman selling nudes on OnlyFans are struggling to pay bills. Subscribe to my OnlyFans for full nudes and sex clips more. You can also message me on there. I Google big boob 12 trillion results of girls you'll never know or be able to even talk to. But okay, why would I want to talk to a woman? I love it. I love it. That's perfect. Oh shit, the good one. It's this one here. Here's a few more tweets. A hearty fuck you to whoever sent my dad my porn links last night and outed me to my family. I don't mean to be crass, but you are truly lower than scum between my toes. I don't know if you're not proud to show it to your dad. Then I don't know. Maybe you should be doing it. You got more issues than that. Oh God, Gen Beta will have one sperm produced per country at this rate. Holy shit. Intella, last cope. When the cope's in, the rope begins, boyhood. Boom. You can always follow in our terrible, misunderstood Supreme Gentleman's footsteps and go ER15. Based in pragmatism build. Hello. Hello. Oh, I want to talk to a woman. It's like such a good line. He's like, what the fuck would everyone want that? What are you talking about? Like, odd feminists have meme actual misogyny into existence now. Yeah, like what the fuck? Maybe she should wash her feet. Oh shit. Praise be to Hamoudi. See if I got more meme images. Oh god, this one here is pretty brutal actually. I'm not sure if I can show this one here. So someone decided to tell my 16-year-old brother about my OnlyFans. Caleb, do you know how I found out? My boys are calling me to telling me all this, and there's proof. I fucking told you not to do this shit. You stupid fuck. You and mom are not part of the family and never were. You're gonna rot in hell. I mean, that kid is like going crazy on his sister. Oh shit. Oh, this one here's pretty brutal actually. This is like a big thing against the escort pill for sure. Not against it, but it's kind of funny. Drea Hines, consent in the sex trade is distorted. Of the 4,300 plus men I saw, I can think of only 4 that I found to be sexually attractive. For the most part, you have sex with someone whoever shows up and has money. That's the nature of transactional sex. Why do you propagate the false rape, the false paid rape narrative? Why do you create the impression that sex workers have no choice but to accept every single customer just because of payment? Consent ideally precedes payment unless someone were to force a person into SW. It's like, okay. She has there's another image of her. Hold on, I gotta find that image. Here we go. Yeah, this is the real. When I was selling sex, men would take me on trips, staying at luxurious hotels, eating at the fanciest restaurants, shopping, and day spa treatments. Not a moment of it was ever enjoyable though, because I knew that what was to come after the part where I had to let them rape my body. It's like, okay. Obviously, it would be a fucking Canadian as well. Ah, Canada. The cucked state. What is this? What picture is this? No, I'm not doing that. Uh, all right, I think we're good to go on memes now. We'll see if I find some more. Do some more memes, do some more chats. Simps would be the toe jam, to be honest. When she says tee hee, you know it's over. What's up, bro? Ronan, Jack should hop on high IQ. Based. Her mom was involved too. Might be. That is based. Base 16-year-old. I want that kid to adopt me. This guy, he's my kind of guy. Facts. Okay. Never say there is no hope for Gen Z. Yeah. It's over for escort sales. Janitorial work is slavery because I don't like the school I mop. That's her argument. Yeah, basically. You know what? I really don't enjoy doing what I do, so it's slavery. It's like no, like not how it works. There's your competition. It's true. It's true. No way she found full attractive out of nearly 5,000. Even prostitutes have this really high standard. Yeah. I'm cringing so hard to these articles. Pray for super volcano. I pray every day that the fucking Yellowstone fucking national park blows the fuck up. We need to end this shit real soon. 101 out of -1 in effect. Dang. Yep. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's get the copy of the clipboard. Done about a half hour just reading the chat. Let's post that there and pin the message to the top. Okay, message is pinned. Got 18 people in the chat. It would normally be more, but hey, what it is. People would join later if I had to guess. At the end of the day, guys, it's all about this. It's all about the memes. It's all about Tukek, Pepe, Keck. All eyes on memes. Tukek. Tukek. Here's one. Here's another one. The revolution thanks the following sponsors: Google, Amazon, Nike, same company, but whatever. Fucking Twitter, Facebook, CNN. It's like, okay. Who the hell is Booty Warrior? Oh, that's you. That's Black Roman. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, who is this guy? I was like, what the fuck? It's like I had more stuff to show. There's either other pictures I can probably show later on. It's not a huge deal. But yeah, it has to be running. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, who is this? Hello, Medican Blackhole. What's going on, my dude? At stream. What's up, Booty Warrior?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me put my mic on. Hold on, give me a sec. So here's the echo. Let me speaker. There we go.
Yeah, man. I've just been hanging out, man, doing my thing. I drove for the second time.
Ever?
Yeah, man. I drove. Yeah, I'm getting better with this whole driving shit. I'm getting better.
It can't be that hard.
Yeah, I saw the black pill in real time today, man.
Okay.
Not today, yesterday, man. I saw the black pill in real time, bro. Like, lambs is a real thing, man. I'm telling you, bro. Lambs is a real thing.
Well, tell me the story.
I'm at a liquor store buying a 40, right? thick ass. I don't know. She was either Armenian or Puerto Rican. She was thick. She had the yoga pants, belly bone piercing. Like she was looking like a snack. I'm be honest with you. And she had a black eye. Like her eye was swollen and shit. And she had like these blonde highlights in her hair and shit. And her boyfriend was this like thugged up black dude and shit. He had like tattoos. He looked like YG. He dead ass like the rapper YG. And like her eye was all swollen and shit to the point where she couldn't see like all the way. And she kept asking me where the cases of corona were.
Dang. Why was she asking you that? She couldn't find it herself.
It was fucked up. She had a black eye.
Well, we
So
are living the black pill. It's not possible not to see the black pill every day. Yeah, impossible.
How much you want to bet that dude beat her and like they quote unquote broke up and she got back with him 2 months later? How much you want to bet?
Oh, it's a guarantee. Guaranteed.
Yeah, lambs is a thing, dude.
You knew damn well you gonna call my ass up here as soon as you said that code word, goddamn. Might as well be the fucking bat signal. Like, lambs, oh shit, my meme is up. Let me.
I low key believe women get like they get wet for that shit when a nigga's like beating them and shit. They get some wet. I low key believe that like shit.
Yeah, probably. I was not fucking around. I've already observed this shit.
Oh, you're from Detroit, of course. You're from Michigan. Like, you gonna see this shit?
Like I told you, you can't keep on taking the same person back without asking questions. Like, damn.
And it be the cute ones too that want the most abusive dudes. That's the weirdest shit. You'll see the ugly ones with the soy boys, but the cute ones with the abusive ones. It's the weirdest shit ever.
Yeah, but the ugly ones probably got the soul boys because that's all they can get. It's not like they taste change.
One thing I noticed is that I work at a this Whole Foods ish shop like what's the fuck? It's working out Asperger's. Yeah, grocery store, and I see a lot of soy boy looking white dudes with girlfriends. Like skinny jeans, flip flops, Sperry's, like polo shirts, like no testosterone at all with girlfriends. So
yeah, it's definitely got to be a different environment. It's like I was talking about earlier with like the sociological factors here. Like, it could be like a totally different environment when it comes to like I oftentimes think maybe some of the stuff that we're saying about lambs might simply apply to the inner city, possibly. I don't know. No, I don't see it. I don't see it at all in my area. Like people with thugged out dudes at all.
I see it all the time.
Let's go to DC. Let's go to like DC proper or something like that. Like the real shitty parts of DC. Other than that, I never see the see the lambs like displayed out to me. Like unless like maybe the dude's abusive and he just looks like he's well to do. I guess, but it's just possible.
I mean, for one, it's just one factor. Like the antisocial thing is only one letter in the lambs dichotomy. And listen, and two, sorry. There's also the impact of the pill and how that impacts like the mating habits of women. So I remember I looked that up before, but I
think if they're on the pill, they're more likely to either it's more likely to not to be attractive to more people who are I think more provider type of believe.
Yeah,
things how it goes. It's either that or when they're off the pill, they're more likely to be attracted to people who are more not thugged out, I guess, more people who look more like Chad, I guess, the prototypical Chad.
More stereotypically masculine stuff.
Yeah.
But isn't lambs masculine though? Isn't a dude with who looks like a YG tatted up? Like, isn't that supposed to be quote unquote masculine?
Yeah. My thought about the lambs thing is beyond even the factor of dominance. I think it's just the fact that the shit's antisocial has its own value.
Facts, bro. Facts. Like I've seen this shit in real time. Even at not just in the black community. I noticed with the alternative community. You'll see these cute ass alternative art white girls dating these heroin junkie skater white dudes like drugged out.
They don't even necessarily have to be violent, even though that helps. It's more like just the fact that they're doing shit nobody else approves of. A drug dealer. He might not even kill people, just the fact that he's a fucking drug dealer.
Whether he's making money or not. Dude, my cousin, he has an entire harem, bro, and I get nothing. This dude dropped out of high school in the 9th grade, has no job and no car, and gets way more pussy than me. Way more pussy.
Yeah, and then it fucks you up when you learn it's because of all that shit he's doing it, not in spite of it.
The church every Sunday, got good grades in school. I got into fights every now and then, but for the most part, I stayed in the straight and narrow, and I got nothing for that shit. These dudes has an entire harem, basically.
Yeah, men are kind of supposed to be the risk takers in society, and I guess there is some attractiveness to being a risk taker. So, like, to some extent, I guess you could say that like doing drugs or being a drug dealer, or that's obviously high risk, and the rewards are very, very high as well because you make a lot of money doing it. So I guess there's something to be said about like it's like a biological reality of like the black pill there. Like men are kind of supposed to be the risk takers, and if you're not taking a risk, you're kind of becoming you might be less successful when it comes to getting women for sure.
It's deep. It's deep to the point. It's like the very acts that tear down society are the ones that make you attractive, like that sort of shit. Like I don't even have my mind totally on it, but I just it's like breaking ground and shit.
I'm gonna drop a giga black pill. During the Battle of Tsushima, when the Mongol Empire tried to invade Japan, you had Japanese girls getting piped down by the Mongols.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, they have no sense of loyalty. It's just true.
I mean, think about like it's already been said before, but do you think the survivors are the one that made it this far in history? I mean, the loyal. Do you think the loyal women who got conquered are the ones that passed their genes down? Hell no.
Yeah, it's true.
Think about it.
A Mongol
imagine you die in a imagine you die in a sword fight, right? And your girl that was promised to you became a samurai is getting piped down by some hairy Mongol dude while your head's like right there and your arm is right there.
Yeah, welcome to war. That's why people
on some Mortal Kombat type shit.
Welcome to war and conquest.
Yeah, imagine being in heaven just cucked for the next 40 years because the wife is piped down by the invader. That's life.
Yeah, during World War II, you had French women getting fucked by Nazis. So,
and they probably weren't the only ones.
The Polish to the Poles too.
What's up, Blasterino?
What up?
Yo.
Women act like lionesses. Yeah, once the old lion gets killed or ousted, it's become the new thing for the new lion. It's like, okay, well, old boss same as the new boss, or it's the new boss same as the old boss.
We're the children of survivors.
History school history is very black pilled. Like you need to read up on some of this shit. Like you could fact check what I'm saying. You could fact check it right now. Open the tab. But like it's super black pilled history.
Well, yeah, the history of mankind, the history of war and conquest. That's all it is. Like that stuff would black pill you. Only makes sense.
Mystery, war and procreation.
Yeah, all it is just straight up. I mean, any historical event's going to require some sort of conflict, and the conflict is the people who are the most savage who won. Like it wasn't, or people who were the smartest generally too. Smart. It all came into play at the end of the day. Like all these different factors of how you win a war comes into play when you're fighting a war, trying to win. And at the end of the day, like when those things get passed on through generations, and those are the type of biologically through genetics, and that's the way we behave. So when if there's ever going to be another war, it's the exact same thing going to happen over and over again. Yeah, as
so technology plays a factor. Sorry,
all is fair in love and war.
You said earlier also another thing I noticed when you study like the history of mankind and like warfare and conflict, I noticed that a lot of the generals were boomers, and a lot of the guys who were actually fighting in the conflict as infantry were zoomers of their time.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because that's just how, if you survive long enough, you get to become like generals, lieutenants, and high-ranking officers, and those officers are going to be leading the younger generation, the young men, into the war.
Yeah, 'cause I was watching a documentary about World War One, and I noticed a lot of the generals were old ass white guys, and all the new generations during World War One, those guys were born in 1901, 1902, 1899. They were young 18, 19-year-old dudes, and yet these old ass men telling them, "Hey, run into machine gun fire."
Yeah, it's kind of like the stereotype of the First World War, where it's like dealing with actual machine artillery now. Before they were just dealing with like infantries and everything, and they didn't know what to do with all of this. Like it was unprecedented. They didn't know like how to fight back.
Hell, in the early days, you still had cavalry charges in the trenches were like a foot deep. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah,
industrialized war.
And then some of the Russia was so underfunded. Some of them didn't even have shoes. They had boots on for the first couple months of the war. Some of them didn't have boots. So your enemy gets boots and you don't get shit. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, Russia's been like that.
Yeah. And yeah, imagine you're fighting for the like you're fighting in like the Russian army during World War One, and you're what's that shit? Oh, you're like your girl's getting piped in by the aristocratic party. You know, the white army. You know, the Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, what about it?
Those guys were like the Chads of like Russia at that time when you think about it. The Tsar Nicholas II, because he was a very rich, powerful dude.
Yeah.
He was a legit Chad until he got killed.
Romanovs.
History is a lie. Study mudludes and ancient architecture.
Yeah, history is a lie. There's certain things they teach you in school that are some soy boy ass shit, and then there's certain things that teach you in school that are not all the way 100% accurate. Not all the way 100% accurate.
Oh yeah, history is written by the victor. So you're never gonna get a full 360 view of like how things actually went down. It's kind of hard to do that from like an objective standpoint, because like you have like, especially the people who write the history especially back then, had a vested interest in like making themselves look good and their enemies look bad. Yeah, we very much want to like paint history as it being like good versus evil, or black and white, when in reality it's just like two sides just kind of fighting it out. And what it really comes down to at the end of the day, all the moralizing is done after the fact.
Yeah, for example, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, for example, in most modern schools in these liberal metropolitan areas, they tell us the Civil War was about slavery. Most of these northern politicians could give less than a shit about a black slave. They just did that shit because the South was getting too powerful. That's the only reason why the Civil War broke out.
Well, yeah, but a lot of the Southern economics was based on slavery. It's not like they cared about slavery exactly because of everything's complex, but slavery is about a lot more than just hating black people. Like, you had a whole like being a slave master was probably fucking amazing. Like, there's so much money wrapped around it and all the immoral shit you could potentially do.
Yeah, it wasn't because they thought that slaves were actual human beings. They just looked at the socioeconomic position the South was gaining.
I mean, you had people that did and didn't. But I mean, like, for instance, it's not like everything was cool for black people in the North after or during that shit. Like, you still had racism and troubles. It's not like everybody was a hippie. So it's complex, which you can say about anything. So, but no, it's not like Abraham Lincoln fought the battle because he loved the black people. Like, no, there's a lot more than that.
Yeah, he didn't really care. As a matter of fact, he wanted to send us back to Africa.
Yeah, doesn't Liberia still exist now that I think about it?
Yes, Liberia is still a country.
I'll keep that in mind. I'm not staying around. I'm not staying around to be a witness in the fucking incel wars of 2025 with General Grimm. I'm like, no, thank you.
Keep that in mind. It's like, oh shit, I'm leaving.
And fucking Grand Commander facing LMS. Like, no.
Like, it would be a civil war first among the incels and the actual war against like the other normies. Because you have incels that don't like other incels.
I mean, even if we don't, even if the incels don't like each other, it's like we don't even give a fucking enough about each other to even do something about it. Like, which like it's like everybody's too pathetic to actually do something about the other person. Like, it's weird. Like, you know what, bro? You're not like, why you gonna kill somebody who hates to live? Like, it'd be greater punishment to just leave him alone.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me how in Gotham City, how like Two-Face's gang hates the Joker's gang, and they try to team up, but like it just didn't work out in the end. The egos got in the way, and that's what happened in the Incel War. If a Stacy gave them attention, like Todd, grotesque subhuman legit said someone asked him, would you kill another incel to get some coochie, and he said yes. So
yeah, men are like that anyway. It's just the incels are honest.
Oh man, that stream he did last night, man, I thought it was so depressing.
What did he say?
Oh man, he was. It started again to me, man. It's like there came a point like about an hour and a half into it where it seemed like he was about to legit break down and cry, and I thought, man, I feel so bad for this guy. But it's like the increasing majority of men are in that position now. So it's like, what do you even do now?
What's the context here?
I can't remember what he was talking about. Just it was just random chats and questions that were coming up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I could tell like about an hour into like, this doesn't seem like fun and games anymore. This seems like, man. Maybe it's just having a bad day.
It's getting to me. All this black pill shit is getting to me, man. The fact that women only find women see like thousands upon thousands of men a day, and only found like 3 or 4 of them, and that thousands upon thousands of men won't be attractive. That's giga black pill.
And mind you, let's keep in mind this was a literal whore. Like, this is like at the bottom of the social ladder. Like, at the top now, but
conventionally
it's gonna get worse.
Only 4 of them attractive.
Yeah, that's beyond 80-20. That's legitimate. That is below 1%. Like, goddamn, that's Tinder numbers.
101 to -1
in real life. We're gonna start seeing Tinder rules in real life. Tinder rules.
And that's another thing that really got me with the pilot of season 2 of Incel. It's like, yeah, dating websites are a major reflective of social realities that we're living in now. Like, I don't know why they're dismissing that all of a sudden.
It's because of the boomers. The boomers think, the boomers think we're lazy, we're not trying hard enough.
But they're not get off the video games. We're talking about people who are like born in our generation.
Yeah, I think first is like 24.
Blue pill.
That's what it seemed to me like. Incel, like, this seems kind of red pillish talk, especially when I think it was BP 2021 started saying, well, you get all this conflict in the black pill community, but the red pill community is like all unity and solidarity and debates and discussions. It's like, what? Yeah, it's like, what drama has there ever been in the black pill quote unquote community?
Reason why an incel cannot beef with another incel. I told you this before last. If I get no coochie and you get no coochie, and we're both on the bottom of the bird of society, what in the fuck am I gonna clown you for?
That's why I was trying to figure out. It's like, where's all this drama he's talking about? Most of the drama that I'm aware of. Most of the drama I'm aware of comes from the red pill community.
It's this weird communist idea we've reached where like everybody's in the same class. It just happens when everybody's at the bottom. Like, it's kind of
Pareto Rule 80-20, Apex Fallacy 90-10, Battle Royale 99-1. Pretty good.
So I wanted to ask Black Rona something. So would you say what you saw the other day, or I think yesterday, would you say that that's like proof or disproof of my gynogenics theory that female sexual selection dictates by and large male behavior?
Yes, I do believe that. That's a little bit red pill, but yeah, I believe it. I do believe that on male behavior and looks mixed with behavior. Yeah, do predict female attraction? Because if you're an ugly 5'9", 110-pound dude trying to run thug game, you're gonna get beat the fuck up. So you have to have the looks and they have the facial and body threshold, past that threshold, or to do that shit. The skinny guy trying to thug max and become a joke real quick. Because ER tried to run the whole bad boy tough guy game at a college party, and they actually pushed him off a ledge and he broke his foot. ER.
Yeah, I've kind of come to like kind of an agreement with Base Pluto saying that yeah, I can see how he could be considered a fellow normie because he really did try to integrate himself into that society or that clique culture, and they just kept pushing him away.
Then the problem with ER was a rice cell in denial. He kept saying stuff like, "Look at those Asian nerds playing World of Warcraft." I'm like, "That's you. The fuck you talking about?"
At least it should be you.
Like ER was just like he got blackpilled too late. I feel like if he found face in LMS back in the day, he wouldn't have been he wouldn't have been ER if he found face.
But then we wouldn't have ER and all the memes associated with it.
True, but he thing is, what my gripe with ER, right? This dude killed 2 of his Asian roommates, who were also basically incel looking dudes. Why would you do that?
Because
yeah, self-hate.
Not that I know shit about ER, but possibly because he hated himself.
Yeah, I think all of his disdain towards Asians was just a projection of his own hatred toward himself.
Look at all the lives that could have been saved if one genuine Becky out there could have. Now I'm playing.
Yeah.
I'm bullshitting.
The one thing Mike Rapp was ER, right? He became racist. He became an anti-black racist because he saw interracial couples. Like what?
A Becky, a kingdom for Becky. That's ER.
Yeah. And he only wanted white girls too. I mean, you need to have a genuine, honest discussion within the incel community. Too many of y'all only want white girls. With y'all, it's milk or rope, milk or suicide, milk or harakiri, and that's the issue I have with y'all.
I'm not really like that, but I can see the point.
Been in Discord chats where I ask these dudes, okay, if your own race of women, white, aren't really giving you the time of day, ever tried Asian girls? No, I don't know Chinese. I don't know Japanese. Ever tried Hispanic girls? No, I don't know any Spanish. Bullshit excuse. Ever tried black girls? No. I'm like, okay, so you're full cell then.
I mean, I've asked out black women before. I don't have the racial. I don't have the racial hang up. They actually let me down better than or reject me better than white women do.
Kind of bullshit is that? Me, Booty Warrior Mystery School over here getting roasted by chicks down like he.
Yeah.
Like I said, they'll make that shit a sport, though.
Yeah, the problem is they make it so make such a grandiose display about it too that like it basically embarrasses you in front of the whole classroom, school, wherever you did it at too. Which is even worse.
Boy, fuck out with your Somali pirate looking ass nigga, kill yourself. Like, yeah, black women are cruel when it comes to rejection.
Bro, you do not understand how much this proves the morality of black men. Because like any other race that went through that would have like had at least a quarter of their population go ER every day, dog. Like, god damn. Like, bro, okay, you're gonna roast me in front of 20 people. I'm about to rush your ass this ER-15. Like, anybody else would get that shit daily.
At least with white women, they'll say, "Oh, I don't date black guys," or they'll say shit like, "No, you're not my type." They'll let you down, they'll let you down like easy. You know what I'm saying?
At least have the dignity to lie to me, even though we both bullshitting. Like, damn.
They're relentless with that shit. They like. Curving men is like a sport to black chicks. Curving men, I low-key believe that shit.
It dead ass is, man. It's like a group of old black ladies across the street racing up scorecards like the Olympics and shit. Like 9 out of 10 for roasting his face. Like, ugh.
And the thing is, right? They'll roast a black dude for being lame and quote unquote being a broke ass nigga, but they'll date a white guy who behaves the exact same way
and looks worse.
Yeah, dude. You know how many nerdy, scrawny ass looking Pokemon playing white dudes I see with black girlfriends? that would never give you or me or Mr. School the time of day. It's fucked up, dude. JBW is real.
I mean, I don't know what that phenomenon is, but because, like I said, I've been rejected pretty harshly by white girls. I don't know if it's like if they expect more from their own race, or I don't know what it is.
I think it might have been Pluto that said that women have a greater standards within their own group, but
because, like I said, I've been rejected by black women too, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as rejection by a white woman.
Black girls say, what do they say? They roast your ass? Do they roast your ass? What do they say?
I once had security called on me because I asked if a woman was single. Okay. So this was about 2 or 3 years ago. No, it's okay. Damn. It was about 2 or 3 years ago.
Damn, bro. Jesus Christ, dude.
I got out of that store in a hurry.
Man.
He gets black women to reveal the truth about their standards for black men. Yeah, it's true. Kevin Samuels does do a good job of like having black women literally come on a show and they just spiel out all the crap they didn't want to like admit. I don't know why they do it on his show, but it seems to work.
I mean,
he pushes hard enough on it, I guess.
I deadass believe black women are just white women 10 years in the future. That's my perspective.
Yeah, went on Incel Mad Extreme basically said that I think that the black community is the canary in the coal mine, and that's going to add to the white community.
I be saying the future shit. Like, yeah.
I'm like, if you want to see the future of what a feminized society is, well, you just look at the black community. Like,
yeah, you just need to take all these white men to the ghetto, like Ghost of Christmas Past and shit. Like, I don't know.
This is you. It could be you. It's like, whoa.
And here's the grave of all your expectations.
Thing I noticed about that shit, like white guys get more leeway when it comes to dating. Like white guys can be a little bit awkward and be a little bit autistic and still get black chicks to fuck them. Where I can't do that. If I come off the slightest bit autistic, I'm gonna get roasted. So there's that right there. Double standards, man.
True. Like we really like. You don't get anything. Like they give you no leeway, they give you no rope at all. If you mess up once, like you have to you have to be like frame perfect. You know what I mean? Like you're playing a video game, you have to be frame perfect on this particular type of thing, or otherwise you're out of here. And it's like, okay, like you mess up one time and it's over. Like you literally have no other shot, and they'll roast your ass and you're done. Like it's pretty messed up how the standard, the bar is set so high for black men, and for everybody else is basically set so low. It's like, well, how did that work? How does that make any sense? Like.
Well, it's like a black halo effect. You know, your attractiveness determines how much leeway you can get away with.
Yeah, one thing I noticed is that when it comes to like black women and shit like that, like when I said I'll give a pass to a white guy who behaves the exact same way, that further proves JBW exists. Like with me in mystery school, right? I'm on like. Hold on, give me a second. I'm getting my mic. Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, I can like with JBW. I can definitely see how it has how it has legitimacy, but at the same time, it's like it's never really helped me. But then again, I'm a short sell.
How do you guys cope so well? Sometimes it's hard for me because I get angry. I don't really get angry anymore. I just kind of chill and zen about it now. Maybe because I'm older. Lived long enough to realize it's not really worth it.
I watch black pill videos on YouTube. That's how I cope.
I have no fucking idea.
You sound exhausted. Maybe I am a little bit.
Yeah, the weather's been so horrible, man. It's got me feeling down.
Nobody's getting married in 2021.
Nobody's even getting together in 2021.
The disincentives are too high. Yeah, like the problem is the incentive structure is fucked. Like we totally fucked over men, and when it comes to we gave no fault divorce laws. There's no the system of reward and punishment has been totally inverted, in the fact that men, they bear ultimate responsibility for every fault in the marriage, and when women bear no responsibility at all if anything goes wrong in the marriage. It's like, well, then what's the point? Like,
you can't incentivize somebody to break a contract. Like, what kind of dumb shit?
Invite Medican. If he wants to join, the streamer link is there. All you have to do is join. He can come if he wants.
Yes, this is a stream of the people who can't find other people.
By the people, for the people who can't find other people.
Except for it.
COVID is accelerating. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been a huge accelerator when it comes to this baby bus as well. Like if you can't go to the club or you can't go to the bar, you can't go here, you can't go there. I mean, like everybody's kind of been. Oh, I think he's gone. Everyone's kind of been driven online when it comes to online dating. Now, if you ask, just to go back on the one thing we were talking about earlier, Incel Maddox, he thinks that is, or first thinks that it actually is online, but he thinks it happens more or less via like these social circles online. Like, so like it happens instead of using Tinder, it's going to be you're going to be using Instagram to find dates. That's always been an argument.
You see, I've always had an issue with the social maxing because I've done like the social maxing rigmarole, and I would say it not only didn't help, it actually made it worse because it made me realize just how unequipped for this I really am. That I was asking my friends like, hey, do you know anyone? And they were like, a few of them were like, yeah, man, I can help you out, which never materialized. And some of them just went, no, I don't know anyone, even though he knew plenty of people.
Yeah, kind of. I think the social maxing theory, I agreed with it in part. I basically said that on the stream, basically saying that like, you know, we just destroyed our social infrastructure. So like, if you couldn't find a group of people in one area, you could find it somewhere else. You could like, even when I was growing up, I had my own social circle of friends. It seems like this is dying off more and more and more and more.
Yeah, because the virtual landscape is replacing everything for social interaction now. Like, even nerds had other friends they could be fellow nerds with back when I was young. Not that I was one of them. I was cool. But all the rest of them.
The social environment is gone though. All that stuff is like it's slowly dying away, or rather, it's been pushed online. And if you don't have the ability to like, if you aren't, it's almost like if you're not popular in real life, then you can't. It translates on the online as well. So like it goes both ways.
It magnifies online. It's like this weird contorted version. Plus, think of all the like Gen Alphas and Zs that have like only known interaction online their whole lives. They've never known interaction without it. They're stunted as fuck socially, so they can't even social max. They don't even know how to take advantage if they had it.
Wait,
and then their children are even going to be worse.
It's been more like an afternoon stream. That one's been streaming for like an hour. So yeah, I had to start early because of got something to do around 6. So can't be on late.
It's a brunch stream.
It's a brunch stream, yeah, we'll call it that. Afternoon.
Yeah, the most soy meal of the day, but
brunch. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. What about leper?
But yeah, like a social theory, I think is correct. It's just the matter that we've had a huge breakdown when it comes to social circles, and online has done us no favors really. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's really where all this boomer mentality, like all this advice, like just get out, bro, just talk to people, bro. Like maybe back in the 50s and 60s and even 70s that worked, but only because the social infrastructure was there.
Dude, even the early 2000s that worked.
Yeah, even the early 2000s when it did. Like you could easily find a circle of friends to hang out with. It was just easier. Now it's like it almost felt like more natural that you kind of found your place in the hierarchy and you kind of stood there. Now it seems like it's all over the place. There are no rules, and people just kind of like, or the rules are you either have your social circle or you don't. Like basically how it ends up. So like you either have a group of friends or you're ostracized out to nobody. And I think these circles still exist, but the problem is that like there's no women in these circles at all either. Like even being a nerd back then, there were no women in the circles. But now it's even worse. When women are they've always kind of they're always kind of cycled around the more popular groups and less around the groups where there are no men. I think what's his name? Monday FA Monday talked about this, basically saying that like even if you're a part of a social group, if that social group had no women in it, then there was basically like a dead group. Like if this is a sausage fest. And the moment when women entered the group, it made things even worse because like men would compete for those women because as we've discussed earlier. So
yeah, like a mosquito tornado. You get hundreds of thousands of mosquitoes all swarming around, like 2 or 3 female mosquitoes.
Yeah.
I think the effect of the internet is that it makes it easier to find people who already think the same way. This is weird thing where it's easy to connect, but at the same time, all these groups are like more isolated and more homogenous, I guess.
Well, yeah, like you kind of need, like, human beings have a need for like a physicality and physical touch and stuff like that. And if you don't have that like in-person discussion, like being online is fine, but like if you don't have the actual real in-person thing going on, then what's the point? Like we're social creatures at the end of the day, and we're more than just being like talking to somebody. You actually need to like physically be there sometimes and actually see what they're doing.
Plus, physically, there's a lot more crossing in between lines and shit of like different sorts of groups and people. Like even if you were a dead ass incel like 10 years ago, you would still be interacting with women all the time just because that's how people interact physically, right? You still be talking to the cashier, saying hey, or whatever. Even if you're not fucking it, like all these small social interactions people took for granted,
fake connections, like as you said here, they're more pseudo connections. Really, if anything, it's not really like real. It's not like a real connection. It's like these weird, like we're kind of friends, we're not, because like we're kind of online. So like I kind of only talk to you guys during this type of stream or when we're playing video games. We're not really friends. I don't really know anything about you. We don't really hang out. It's just we're stuck here. Like we're in this weird sort of like pseudo friendship thing where it's like, okay, we're kind of here, but we're not really in like a real friendship.
Yeah, we're all on this deserted island and we're just talking with each other because there's nobody else.
Holy shit, dude. This means AI isn't even that far of a step from where we are now. I mean, as far as like even if we're talking about the TFM accident and all that, it's not that different from what people do now, like, once you think about it. Not that that's a sanctioning of it, but still. Like, you be talking to some fake person online who's just given a fake identity. Might as well be an AI.
Yeah, to some extent, you're kind of right there. As William A. said, every man is an island. That's kind of what's kind of become now. Like before, it was like no man's an island, and we all work together. Now it's like you're kind of forced to like do it on your own now, and it's like it's not very fun and rewarding. It's just like you have no one to share it with, and beyond that, it's not very social. So you're almost like losing part of your humanity there.
Yeah, MIFTAL, men force their own way.
Yeah, I'd say we used to be islands connected by an ocean of women. Now we're just planets connected by nothing.
Yeah, there's no connections, or at least the social connections are so small and they're so pseudo and they're so fake. There is no like real connection going on here. Like I'm lucky enough to have like real long-term friends still, which is nice. But I know some people that have nothing. Like they have like no real long-term friends, and their only real social interaction is going to work. And it's like, how the hell do you even survive with that? Like it's crazy.
You fucking don't. That's the main demographic of the rope. Like there's no way around that shit.
Yeah, and like the book I'm reading, it's like, even though we're surviving now, this stuff is actually slowly killing us.
Yeah, over time you'll go like mentally insane, because like there's a reason why you can't throw people into solitary confinement. Or the reason why solitary confinement is a punishment, because like you need physicality there. You need physicality. You need to see somebody. You need to hear somebody's voice to like actually survive. Like people go crazy in those things. And it only makes sense because like it's just human nature that we need human interaction.
Yeah, it's like our society is like structured in such a way that it's almost, I wouldn't even say like anti-biological.
Yeah, that's my perspective. The further society gets, the more misanthropic it gets, oddly. It's like the social form of hostile infrastructure. You know those benches that it like has spikes on to keep off the floor? Yeah. It's like literally the social form of that, except for everything. That's
yeah, and if a lot of the stuff combines together when it comes to creating this problem, like creating the problems. Obviously, you have the economic situation. I knew luckily, I didn't graduate during 2008 or 2007, but like when it did happen, I had I knew people who like just graduated college and like they had zero fucking like opportunities. So like, and you're already starting off with like a bunch of student loan debt, so you have no opportunities. So that's one problem. And then combine that with like this completely decaying social sphere. That's another problem. And like all these problems that combine together to create what we would call inceldom, or this loneliness epidemic. And it's like, man, people are just fucked.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you would be surprised how much a man would suffer through if he knew at the end of the day he had like somebody to go home to. But it's like an increasing amount of men don't even have that. So it's like, what are we even doing?
Yeah, and yet everybody's finding out that's basically what all the society is built on. Pussy. I mean, pursuit of a mate, but damn. You can't have a consumption economy without anybody bothering to consume.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, you know, it's definitely focused around, I mean, those needs. It's like the hierarchy of needs. Once you need to get the physiological needs met as well, and a lot of men aren't having that met. You know, or you're having it met via like very very disastrous ways, which are like stuff like OnlyFans or you know, porn, or what you want to call it. You have a bunch of like things that like simulate the experience of like having a physiological needs done, but it's not actually real. And because of that, you have a bunch of people who can't ever like actually reach the peak of their performance, because like you have this like they're just stuck in the in the doldrums of their life. Like, okay, well, I'm stuck in this weird point where like I might have the money. It's kind of like hydraulics in a way. Like, I have the money, but I don't have like a mate. So like he's like, what's the point of making the money? It's like
it's not like I keep saying before. All that production of men is meant for other people. That's why they're so Spartan themselves. Even if I remember back when I made that $180,000.
Yeah.
From GameStop before they fucked me over.
Yeah.
When I had that, I legitimately in my head was thinking, okay, I don't actually know what to spend it on.
Dang.
I'm dead ass. I was like, what do I do? Like, for real. I didn't care before I lost it, but afterwards, clearly I found the answers. But before, like, I was like, fuck. I honestly don't give a fuck. That's probably why I took the loss so easy. It's like, okay, I lost a lot of money I needed, but I don't actually know what I wanted.
And the government's also against it as well. Like, you know, with, like I said, no fault divorce laws, you know, various forms of you know, a feminizing education, you know, critical race theory, I want to call it, all this weird pseudo science crap being pounded at kids and adults, and we're all just expected to take it. And it's like, at some point, this stuff's going to come to a head. Like, at some point, like, all it's going to take is like one great leader to show up one day and say, hey, let's rally around this particular cause here. And it's like, there's going to be so many like disenfranchised men who are going to be like, okay, well, I have nothing else to live for, so I might as well. Like,
I mean, it's the same conclusion we always come to. There's no way around it except for it to reach its end. It's just nobody really knows what that end looks like. All we know is that's probably going to be, at the minimum, destructive. It's going to be hell of and it's coming sooner.
Sometimes I think they like lowly single men. They do. They actually do.
Wait, don't think who likes them.
Sometimes I don't think they like. I don't think. I thought they said you do like. Oh no, they don't like them. Yeah. Hey, they think that we're a drain on the system in a way, or rather, we're not contributing to the system. So we're like a net. We're supposed to be the net taxpayers who keep everything kind of running, keep everything going. And if we're not going to do that, if we're not doing that, then we're not going to be producing anything. If we're not producing anything,
it's beyond. We are the system. That's what we found out.
Yeah, and if the system doesn't produce, well, how do you consume?
Yeah, it's not even men and women. It's literally just men. Yeah, those net taxpayers who pay from like 24 to 54, like those motherfuckers. That's it. The whole economy is built on that.
Yeah.
And now there's less of them every day because, like defrauded money, you keep on selling this deal that isn't actually paying what you said it does, and people are finding that out. Like what used to be an agreement is now just a fucking scam.
Yeah, and I think that's another big, huge problem as well. Like the agreement between men and women, the agreement between man and government, the agreement, all these agreements that we had written in stone are all being slowly eroded away because, like, at the end of the day, they don't want to like actually like fulfill their part of the bargain. It's like, okay, well, I'm forced to give up something too. What do you mean? Like, you should just keep producing and get nothing in return. And it's like, yeah, but that's not what we agreed to. And it's like they expect you to like take a bad deal or take an even worse deal and just accept it. And it's like they have like no sense of like they think that this can go on forever. Okay, well the men they'll never figure it out. They'll never figure out that we're just a pick in their pocket and fucking them over. It's like, well, you are, like, at the end of the day you are. And
I think at least for women is more like men are supposed to do it because that's what men have always done. And it took until I was like 27 until I realized I was actually supposed to get some shit back for all that.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a return. Like, it was supposed to be it was an expectation of like you're supposed to get a loving wife, or not a loving wife, at least a wife, and have kids and produce for the future. And like,
if not loving, at least respectful. Like, the family is supposed to be like the smallest level of government is supposed to be the family.
Yeah, had the nuclear family. Yeah,
nuclear or extended, either one. Like, that was like the smallest. That's like the smallest version of a state. You have defined property. You have the people. You have leadership from the man. Like, you know.
Yeah, that system fell apart, and it fell apart really early on in the black community for various reasons. But like as we said earlier, it's all coming to the rest of the communities as well. It's not going to be like just the black community's fucked. Nah, you're all going to be fucked too. You're all coming right down with us. so enjoy your ride.
Yeah, but a ghetto coming near you soon.
Someone said, "Fuck the system. Why would I breathe life into this very thing, intending annihilating me?" That's some SJW logic. Yeah, to some extent.
That's why I keep saying modern life is the actual black pill now, because that's not an unusual thought anymore. That's just a normal dude thought.
I mean, even back like 50 or I guess maybe 30 years ago, it's like men wouldn't, like, we wouldn't even be here, even if we were still like FA, TFL, Incel back then. Like, we wouldn't be black pilled. We wouldn't see society as like what it is. We'd still be like, I don't even know how to describe it.
You'd be fucking normal. There was no need for the black pill. There was enough of a chance that everybody could still believe in the chance. That's what it all runs on.
Yeah, society was far more high trust. There was more honesty in society back then, and people were a little more willing to like give you a chance. Now it seems like there is no chance. Like, people are just getting harder and harder to deal with, and it's like, okay, well then you're just leaving a bunch of people behind who are just going to eventually kill you or overthrow the system to some extent.
I mean, well, on one hand, you have the cultural environment changing to where like independence is valued among women, so fuck men. On the other hand, you have the economic environment where there's more independence, so there's less necessity for men. But people neglect the interconnection between the two, where they keep reinforcing each other in this positive feedback loop.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. Yeah, basically it gets worse and worse on its own. The moment you have one, the women having freedom increases the other one, and the other one increases the other. Yeah, the constant feedback loop. Yeah, blue pill equals high trust, black pill equals zero trust. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm negative trust, but all right.
Greta Thunberg is for Queen of England. Make it happen. Oh God. Actually, I truly believe that the moment the queen ever passes away, they're gonna like actually try to like demolish the throne, because like it's gonna be a man in the throne.
Well, it's like, who's last? William?
No, it's gonna be, I think it's their son Charles. I think it's their son Charles.
Oh,
he's really old. And but I truly believe that the moment he takes the throne, they're actually going to say, "Oh, well, it's misogynistic to have a man on the throne." It's like, wait, what? It's like,
even though they've had a queen on the throne for like the last 70 years.
That is almost literally matriarchy or death. Like, goddamn.
But I truly believe you're going to see articles like that in the future. The moment she passes away, it's going to say, "Oh, well, we don't really have a need for the throne anymore now that the queen's gone." It's like, wait a second. So it was okay when we had a queen, but the moment we have a king, it's like, okay, completely different standards now.
Like, all right, a king in the kingdom, that's kind of sexist.
I was named after Prince William. I'm British. I didn't know that, man.
Yeah, thank God you weren't named after the other one.
Charles first, at least for a couple of years. Oh yeah, he's pretty old now. Hey, it's Saffron Bill. He's back.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Doing all right.
Mediocre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just coping.
So what's we're discussing today?
I want to talk about like the social ramifications of inceldom, because like I'm okay with being an incel. I just don't like the social ramifications and consequences that come with being incel. It's not fun.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Maybe I could like accept being a TFL incel better if I didn't have to like go like actually contribute and go to work and pay taxes and all that. Like if I could just be on SSI and just kind of need off the government, it'd probably be easier on my mental health. But I don't know, because at that point it's like officially declaring it is over. Because at that point it's like, well, I'm on disability. I don't have the opportunity of to increase my income. So there's like, not only was there never a chance, there's like absolutely, like it would actually be pretty horrible for me to even try now.
Yeah, what also I was gonna say is that Mystery School made a video talking about like incels, and you have a lot of quote unquote normies in the incel sphere who their problem might not be looks, it's their like the way they behave, maybe socially awkward or autistic.
Yeah, basically what I said. Yeah, for the most part, I think that depending on the guy named Wheat Waffles, who made a video basically talking about how like there's basically 3 or 4 levels of looks. It's like 4 through 1 is like subhuman tier, and then 5 through 6 or 7 is about normie tier, and then 8 through 10 is basically your Chad tier. Basically, there's only really 3 levels that really matter. Those are the only 3 that truly matter. Everything else is just like a window dressing. And what's the 5 and a 6? Okay, whatever. A 6 and a 7? Okay, whatever. Like a 4 and a 1. Like you have the same. A 4 and a 1 have the same experience effectively, and a 5 versus a 5 and a 6 have a 4 and a 3 and a 5 have a wholly different experiences. And his basic argument was that the higher the levels of looks you are, like 8 through 10 don't really need game because they have the look level to actually make it work. But like maybe like a 7 or a 6 game might actually be like unnecessary for them to actually work, for them to actually get a girl. That's effectively the crux of the argument.
Yeah, beyond a certain level, it's just about not fucking up. That's right.
The reason why.
Good.
The reason why I asked that question, Mystery School, because you are right. You are right to a certain degree, right? But I feel like there's certain things that are out of your control that affect you in a negative light when it comes to getting with those of the opposite gender. For example, telling a guy who's autistic to just gym max and learn a game, and he tries to apply that, right? Let's say he stutters one day when talking to a girl. Guess what? That girl's not gonna clown him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, it kind of goes into what I want to actually talk about, mental health and all that, because that red pill advice, it like inbreeds like autistic thinking into people, because you're not supposed to like overthink any of this. It's supposed to just, you see somebody, they see you, something happens, and you just get together. That's how it is in the animal kingdom. It's like they don't, like, you never see a lion try to run game. I mean, I guess you could say, well, some birds run game because they have to do like the dance rituals and all that. But it's like for humans and most primates, it's like for humans and primates and most mammals, like that's not how it works with us. All you're telling these people. I'm done.
Sorry, Buddy Boyo, hear me out, dude. If monkeys had Tinder, if primates were high IQ enough to use Tinder and Bumble, Shaq Nickelback, Mystery School, what do you think would happen with the apes if they figured out how to use Tinder?
Man.
I mean, Daniel had who was that guy? Daniel recommended David Eurythmics, something like that. he already talked about the animals that naturally went 80-20 and then died up. I wish he was on here so he could talk about it.
So
but no, there are examples of animals that actually got to like the actual Pareto limit.
Because all right, with us maybe it's different if we were like actual apes and birds and like that. But if you take two male robins, like how would you tell which one is more attractive than the other? They both look the same to us. So it's like, how do you apply attractiveness to?
If we're talking about
a bird can figure it out, a bird can figure it out. I can't.
I have an explanation on that. What do you like more, alive good pussy? I mean, as cat pussy, not the pussy. Or do you like a dead pussy?
Like cats?
Yeah, the cat or the pussy, the animal I'm referring to here.
Oh,
do you like a alive, non-deformed, proper cat, or do you like a run-over, deformed?
We like it. Of course, we like the live one. We can kind of tell that it's more attractive as it exists.
And what's the distinguished feature between the accidental dead cat, and the alive cat? The difference is symmetry might be there, some sense of regularity might be there, which is not available in the dead cat. Might be that the eyes are popping out. That's horrible.
I feel like a better example would have been to use two live cats and basically say, hey, this cat here has better symmetry. He looks more attractive. He's a perfect example of the animal, the I don't know the actual genus name for the ship, like the feline. The perfect example of the feline species, whereas this other cat looks like he's like deformed. He's got weird symmetry. One eye bigger than the other eye, like weird stuff like that. Like it'd probably be a better example than using a dead cat. But I understand what you're trying to say, though.
I have been through this discussion and topic of what really is beauty. A lot of times I have done a lot of thought experiments. I thought a lot on this, discussed a lot. And what I realized, symmetry is one of the most traditional part of it, the symmetry part of it.
Yeah.
And
because the human brain is, at the end of the day, it's like a logic seeking computer, and it like actively seeks out patterns and symmetry and geometry, even if you're not like consciously aware of it. Like it still does that on its own. So there is like an objective like measurement to aesthetics and what is and isn't attractive.
Yeah, you can tell by looking at people or anything that like what's like, even like a building, you can tell like a building's like very, very well designed and well made just by looking at it and saying, hey, this is a well designed, has symmetry, it has has grace to it at a certain level. I don't know all the names for like these different things when it comes to art, but like it has like a sense of balance to like the picture, or the sense of balance to the architecture versus like something that's just all over the place and looks like it's hard looking, it's really hard to look at, and it's like ugh, like look disgusting looking. Like you can kind of tell from anything.
Yeah, maybe oh, sorry.
Yeah, please, Mr. Last.
Oh, I was just gonna add, like maybe it's because we're not like actual apes, so we can't really tell. Like because if you put two apes in front of me, and I wouldn't be able to tell one apart from the other. They both look the same to me.
The difference is you have to think.
The reason why I gave hold up, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, please continue.
Or not. Go ahead, Saffron.
The reason why I brought up that idea, right? Brought up the hypothetical question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
The reason why I asked that question, right? Because think about hypergamy, right? And this whole yes, I can hear you guys. And this whole 80-20, which is pretty soon gonna be 99-1, right? The battle royale mode. If we apply this to any other species, this hypergamous culture, it would kill off the species. We all know that. Hello?
Yeah, it's happened before. With other animals.
With what species?
Well, are you saying hypergamy kills off species?
Yes.
Basically.
Well, I mean, maybe in the super long run, left unchecked, it does. Left unchecked. If you check it though, if you check it with like societal expectations, then you can temper that. And if that was the case, then I mean, hell, I don't know how many species have gone extinct via like, I guess maybe all of them have gone extinct via hypergamy. I guess I wouldn't know because like I don't know enough about history of like animal species to know like which ones went through like what we call what's called fisharian runaway to like die off that way. But
yeah, I can't think of anything like off the top of my head, but it seems pretty logical to think that that has happened to animal species before. The females or even males get too like hypergamous, birth rates just plummet to zero, and eventually it just dies off.
I guess hypergamy is related to creatures who can dream and think a lot. That's the basic requirement, I guess, because if you can't ignore the reality, you cannot build your hypergamous dreams. So I guess in humans, because humans can elaborately dream and think about future, this tendency might be more. And because the memory of other animals may be short lived or they forget stuff, even though for example, let's take two monkeys, a female and a male monkey. Now the female monkey might to be hypergamist and may want to try the shared alpha that other monkey, but this monkey can either easily beat that female monkey down and make a summit, or in a couple of minutes that female monkey forgets the hypergamous thought because the reality strikes her that who takes care of her really. So this is a very weird kind of a thing that I'm trying to propose. If you can understand what I'm coming through, you might be able to expand on this.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
All Tinder and Bumble is eugenics with a smile when you think about it.
Oh yeah, but
that's all. That's all sexual selection is at the end of the day. It's just eugenics. Like women are just natural eugenicists.
We have to be careful.
Hold up, high IQ. Hold up, Mr. School. Hold up, high IQ. High IQ. Hold up, high IQ.
Well, that's what they're designed to do. They're designed to pick out who has the best genes, cooperate, have sex with them, and then make a new kid. Like,
well, we gotta be careful when we say that because eugenics implies making something better. We just going under sexual selection. like think of all the lamb shit. That's not making better humans exactly or more survivable humans. It's just for some random preferences.
It's
that's
like
why fishery, that's why fishery and runaways kill species. They're not.
It's like because there was a comment I made on Metacan's stream about a week ago. Because it's like Darwinian evolution implies like this like survival. Well, not survival of the fittest. That wasn't him. But like natural selection implies that the species adapts and breeds to ensure that it gets stronger or more adaptable to its environment. But that's not really what's happening with us. We're like selecting out like all these unattractive qualities to ensure attractive qualities that don't necessarily guarantee survival. Like, how is being a good-looking Chad going to ensure that you can survive a blizzard better or survive your environment better?
At this point,
Chad is naturally bigger. Chad is naturally bigger and more aggressive.
Well, smaller people actually survive in starvation more than larger people. So there's that factor.
I have a take on that chat question. The thing is, what happens is perception is very key here. And no matter how much we ignore in our day-to-day life, the height of a person, the strength and the build, the first impression by the body look of it, it impacts our brains. That person might be a crybaby. There are many bodybuilders who are very six above, 6 point something. They are well built, but they're crybabies from inside. They're broken. They're like a small child. They have just grown up into muscle. So is that a ideal thing? No. But on the first exterior look, it appears to be that person has the capacity to protect or lead someone. That's the physical part of it. But humans know that we are not actually 100% physical creature as such. So I guess subconsciously there is a space where the mind or the personality of the male or the resource of the male comes secondary when they explore that person. So that seals the second part of first impression, what I feel. But this is a reality. A strong built person technically may not survive a blizzard or something, but if there's a pack of people in a crisis, they will follow the shad more than an intelligent guy, no matter how much you try to convince them. Until unless that slim guy or the not so build up guy is known to be a very good leader in the past, or he has a social kind of a name to him, attached to him. So there's just a point I
Hello,
wonder.
hello, Medican Black Pill, man. Shout out to my
Can you hear
boy,
me?
my Slavic homie,
Yeah.
Medican. But if
Thanks for
from
giving shout out.
Slovakia.
Yeah.
Our
This is
favorite
first time.
stalker streamer.
This is first time I'm using this. What's the name?
StreamYard.
StreamYard. Yeah. Okay, so listen. No need to overcomplicate this. Listen carefully. If a pregnant female is properly fed, the offspring will be most likely a male. Okay. This is why we have male surplus. I can back it up with all kinds of chart, but it's kind of doesn't matter at this point. I mean, look, you only have to pursue the healthy demographic pyramid at this point. Go to Peru, go to Vietnam, go somewhere else than Europe, basically. That's what I mean. What do you think?
Yeah. Well,
Wait, to be clear, you said the male was more likely to be born in. You said it one more time.
So again, if a pregnant woman is properly fed, the offspring will be male, okay? And if the pregnant woman is poorly fed, there is some kind of crisis or war or some deal breaker, the nature will arrange it in such a fashion that the offspring will be female, okay?
Yeah, that's what I remember first talking about that.
Yes, absolutely.
Because women are they're like, just by their biology, they are guaranteed to carry the genetic offspring, whereas men not so much.
And women can survive also. I guess naturally more girls are born. If this hypothesis is right, this could be because in a crisis situation, a female can survive with the help of her looks and attraction, with the help of other, if males are there. So I guess that might be an influence. We need to go through the study, but if that's the point, it's an interesting point. I guess that might be because if you are born a male into a fighting war situation, you will be dead. Someone will strike your head off. But if you are born a woman, some high dude or the rich guy might enslave and maybe protect your life in a different weird way.
I know what you're talking about because during the Vietnam War, you had Vietnamese girls prostituting themselves to American soldiers. Some for free.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is caused by the white fever. Okay, listen carefully. These girls, they are very petite. This is the phenotype of the Asian people. Their primal instincts are telling them they are attracted to pointy feature and good height. So Asian girls, they don't have a nose bridge, for example, and they are also 5'2". And every other white dude or GI that came there was usually like 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", with normal pointy features. You know, we Europeans and you Africans, we both have like pointy features, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What you mean.
So that's a novelty to them. These features are novelty for Asian girls. This is why they are attracting to them. They want to have something they can't access. They don't have access to by default. Because all these Asian men are very, I hate to say this, but they are kind of small, right?
Neotness?
Yeah. Like Jackie Chan or
that's
Bruce
not always
Lee,
the
right?
case. I know it's
I would like to disagree on this. There's some misconception. After Mr. Black, I'll add to this point.
So yeah, that's that. I mean, white fever, yellow fever. Yeah. Right.
Go ahead. Whoever's gonna go.
What I was gonna say, but when you back to what Medican said, that's gonna, when Asian women go after white men and that like they overly go after them, right? That's gonna make Asian men feel a certain type of way, and that's why you see the hikikomori and all the incel problem in Japan. And Japan is a prime example of what America is going to become in 10 years.
So I'll just add to this one of the common misconception is, like, while saying Asian, most of the impression is towards one kind of race of the facial feature, but Asian includes a lot different kind of features and all. If you just split it, Asian, into rest of the Asia and Indians, you have a whole bunch of different sharp feature that comes with Indian. Most of the Indians have sharp features. It's a very ambiguous thing, but yeah, the point that Mr. Medican was trying to put forward, I can understand that. There is always a thing of what you cannot get attracts you the most. But the only thing is we have to be with the data, whether there's some survey or there's an anecdotal example, because anecdotal examples are good for certain situations, but there's a credibility issue to that.
Ronin, you said that America gonna be like Japan in 10 years. Wrong. The birth rate curve in America, it's rising constantly, and it's gonna rise next 200 years.
Wait, what do you mean rising?
I'm telling you, I'm looking at it. Mystery, can you pull up an image if I send you something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Or I think you should be able to share your screen.
Incel problem. Now
you can share, but beware your information can be revealed when you share. So you have to be logged out, or you have to open a site which does not pop up your emails and all.
Man, I get all the data. I know exactly where in the world it's over, and where are the pockets of hope. You just have to research this. Hold on.
Send it to me on Discord.
I'm searching for you. Just a second. Here you are. Okay, so
I mean, I'm looking at birth rate charts, but it's all going downhill from the charts I'm looking at.
When we're talking about American birth rates, are you including immigrants into that or not?
I'm including everything. Mystery, I just sent you the link. Put it on the screen.
Let me share my screen. Give me a sec. Hold on.
And then we're gonna compare that to, let's say, Ukraine, let's say Peru, and other stuff. Okay, you see, Ronin. Look at the curvature on the right. It's rising. I mean, the pyramid is reversed, but there are still people being born. So don't worry about America.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
the curvature on the right is important. Okay.
We need to zoom in on that curve, goddammit.
There's one small thing. If you analyze this curve, and if you go to 2050, 20, I guess, there's a sharp decline in the growth of the curvature. So growth is definitely changed.
I don't see any.
Ukraine has a huge.
Ukraine, look at that. Ukraine is dying. Look at that. It's dying. It's going down. Click on 2021, by the way, on the right.
Wait, click on where?
We are there, actually. We are there. Don't worry.
I'm about to say, like, what?
Look at this. Ukraine is dying. And America is not dying. And now check out, for example, Peru.
Wait, hold on. Is that population growth?
Look at that. Peru is have a good time ahead next.
It looks like a spade.
Wait, no, I'm saying if that's taken into account immigrants, then that's not the natural rate. That's just being boosted in by foreigners coming in.
Well, immigrants, non-immigrants, we all bleed the same color. I mean, who cares?
But
right?
when immigrants stay for about a generation or two, then they end up with the same fucked up birth rate as everybody else. They're like a temporary subsidy. Like the fundamental problem is still.
Look at Cameroon, man. Look at this guy. Cameroon, you got it going on.
Perfect. That's a perfect pyramid. Look
I agree with Mr. Jack on this point.
Perfect pyramid. The market is alive and well in Cameroon. I'm
updating my passport, man.
So Jack was saying about this thing. I agree with him on that point. Yeah. So what happens? Immigrants also, after a couple of generations, their birth rate declines, and I have observed this in a lot of communities.
I'll be back, guys.
I mean. Like, I think it's down to even just the second generation at this point. Like, your daughter's going to be a hoe. Like, I'm dead serious.
That's true.
Shit, at this point, they might come over as hoes, to be honest. But
see, there's always a price to be paid. They wanted independence, so be it. No, earlier, no one could. I mean, go a couple of decades back. You have to be you had to be very aware of the girl's brothers, maybe father or some uncle who works underground, something like that. But just look around these days. These chicks are free, so let them be.
I mean, sorry, but clearly by the data, like Medican's right, the raw population is growing, but like the factors that support that raw population, those unspoken are falling. Like.
Yeah, and how many?
But the generator's about to die. I don't know.
But you also got to take into account, like, it's not just world population. It's like how many of that, like, what's the male to female ratio? Because last time I checked, it was like a 1.2 to 1 male to female ratio. Like, it doesn't matter if the population is growing or not. At the end of the day.
Let me send you something mystery, okay? This and
Is he back?
this.
If your population chart looks like a dreidel, it's over.
Mystery,
Yeah, I'm back.
can you put these two pictures in front so I can explain something? Let's see. Another demographic pill, because you know the black pill is made out of lookism, and the demography pill, that's it essentially.
Let me save these pictures. And then
So what's the point we are trying to conclude with the demographic graph?
Now I will show you the surplus of men, of young men, and the surplus of old grannies, and why this is absolutely terrible. Okay, we are waiting for the picture to
hold on, give me a sec. Definitely pull up this.
Maybe put the Peru first. That's a very healthy one, and then we're gonna look at the sick one. Yeah.
Well, let me save your image. I'm able to save image preview. Why is that?
Let me see.
Copy link. I'll just copy the link. Maybe that'll work. Let me go over to my.
Let's hope so. So you know how people are coping with the notion, just go to Eastern Europe. There's like all these women surplus. Yeah, of course there is a women surplus, but only women 50 plus. I'm telling you, a bunch of babushkas, and I have to compete with insane surplus of chads, man. We can't date any 20-year-old girl anymore because there is just a few thousand of them where I live.
It's like you're given supply of infinite milk, but you got to figure out the way to store it.
This is like licking ice cream through the glass, you know?
Yeah.
Or like.
Hold on, let me. I have the pictures up. Give me a sec. Let me go over here. Here's
okay. Look at that. This is beautiful demographic pyramid. There is a surplus of women starting from 25. You see the dark red. You can still date young Peruvian girls in Peru. Look at that.
What's the dark? What's the? Is the dark red the surplus?
Dark blue is man surplus. Dark red is female surplus.
Okay.
And this is a very healthy pyramid. And now compare that with the with this shit. Look at this. Central Europe.
Wait, where is
Central Europe? Central Europe. That's my country. Yeah. Look at this shit.
Also we have to take
bunch of old hacks in surplus, and bunch of gigachets in surplus. You kidding me? And look at that.
Also, you had to take into account with those young women. You also have the older men going for those too, so there's even less surplus in the.
Man, old men don't have any libido. They are done. But if you go down on my Slovakian, I have to compete with very, very few young women that are being left. Look at the dip. Look at the dip on the bottom. 18-year-old prime slave Kani. There is none of them.
Dude, hold on. Exactly. Medican, you're forgetting something. All they have to do is go outside. They can find somebody.
Nothing we can do in Eastern Europe. It's over. It's over, man. This is why I want to see Max, man. This is why we want to go to Vietnam.
Just go to the gym, bro.
Yeah, bro. Go to the gym, bro. Watch hold up.
Just get that jump size, bro.
Medican. What you have to do, right, is buy my tactical soap. My tactical soap with pheromones, I'll make women instantly attract to you.
You don't need to do that, man. Just take a shower.
Brutal.
Yeah, bro. Stop being a sexist, bro.
Get a haircut.
You hate women, bro. You hate women.
I also just finished a brand new meme, fresh out of the oven. Do you wanna put it up, Mystery?
Yeah, sure. Let me. I'll pop it up.
Hold on. Okay, here we go. This meme I'm gonna present tomorrow on my live stream. It's literally explaining the whole inceldom in one meme. Nobody did this before.
Yeah. So do you do YouTube lives?
Are you new on the internet or something?
No.
Check my channel, bro. Check out my channel. Okay, I just made this meme. Look at that. You see? Properly fed femoid leads to reverse demographic pyramid, which leads to male surplus, which leads to simping, which leads to unrealistic dating standard, and that shit is leading to inceldom because cold approach is outlaw, right? Tinder is 90% men, right? Look at this shit. So here we are. This is the cause of inceldom. I mean, in one meme.
Good seed prego equals male offspring. I love that.
Yeah.
Dang. Bad pyramids. Yep.
Yep. Then we've got imbalance of snuggle output because we guys know that girls are rarely horny, right? Only during ovulation, right?
Yep.
And we wants to snuggle every day, every 10 minutes, preferably. So here we are. I mean,
it's over, man. Before it even began, it's over. And
go to Peru, go to Vietnam. That's a new beginning.
I'm gonna visit Peru ASAP. Oh shit, spec streaming. Let's see.
That's the only solution. You gotta go these young dark countries like a fucking European explorer and shit.
You have to become the new immigrant, basically. Immigrate.
Absolutely. I mean,
Peru Max.
A new colonialism, man.
So, Mr. School, my question from me to you is, for the guys in the community who are 4, 5, and 6, do you think it's them not trying, or do you think it's them like giving up without giving themselves a first shot? Or do you think they have poor social skills? What do you think it is? Because of that video you made.
Completely depends on the person. The lower you go down on looks, the less you have control over, really. So, like, if you're like a 5, it's probably gonna be looks there. Like, it's probably not a lot you can do about it. If you're a 6, there's more you can do than a 5. But even then, this might still be an insurmountable amount of like things to do to actually make it worth doing than a 7. 7 probably has more of a shot. Has the best shot because obviously he's not an 8, but he's not hideous. He's not like a 4 or 5 or something like that. So like. He probably is the guy that needs to like actually do the work and actually, put in some effort. But it completely depends on every individual person or incel, or want to call it, has their own set of circumstances that leads them to being an incel. It's not always just going to be like, oh, one look thing and you make it through, or you're autistic, so if you fix that, you're done.
Because I've had girls say, "Oh, I'm not ugly," but they wouldn't date me. I've had girls say that to my face.
Basically, you're not disfigured, but you're not up to her standards.
Yeah, pretty much.
Such a cliche.
Yeah.
And with the female hive mind, if one of them says it, then 1,000 of them will say it.
Yeah.
It's also a matter of like having a realistic
also,
expectations of like the women around you as well. Like, if you're like a fucking 6 going after an 8, maybe you need to like really, really analyze how bad you really look. There might be another. I'm not saying like every incel doing that, but like just some people that like to have zero realization of how good or bad they look compared to the women they're going after. And it's like, okay, you need to like really take a reality check, but that's not every incel.
Like we know how desperate men are. We know attitudes like that wouldn't last for like the majority of dudes. Like we see the thirst out there.
Yeah,
there's clearly a lot of people that settle for a lot less than they probably should.
Yeah,
right. We already see all the fat girls already taken up with harems, so. How much lower are men supposed to sink? Because every time they sink, every other man sinks, and you end up in the same problem.
It's really why
we need a fat tax for the aeroplanes.
Yeah, because I feel like me, it's more social because I feel like if I was to like location max, move out the fucking hood, gym max again, I feel like I could get something. Like I could.
You might very well be right or wrong on that. It depends. Like some people, I think if you live in like California, you're probably a location sell to some extent because California is like ground zero for a lot of this shit. Like how a metropolitan area is going to be pretty bad for like the dating market there because there's so much competition, and yeah.
I think Rona says on the East End, like East Coast.
Yeah, what part of the East Coast are you on? Without doxing yourself.
I'm not gonna dox myself, but I'm in the state east of New York. If you know, you know. The one where the
Connecticut.
But no, it's the one where it started the entire country.
Massachusetts.
No, so you're in New England.
Yeah, New England area is probably a better way to put it. Yeah.
Oh, east.
Yeah.
Oh my
it's
god.
Very hypergamy.
American.
It's hypergamy. Yeah, it's New York 2.0. It's chat or nothing.
Well, what is stopping you from going to Florida? I mean,
Florida.
Didn't Pluto say that?
Shit, like,
didn't Pluto say that Florida is like one of the worst places too?
Yeah. But Florida is more conservative a little bit, not compared to Mass, and so the women there aren't as like. Because the thing about Massachusetts, if there's no Chad, then girls will quickly go lesbian for like 3 or 4 years. If there's no Chad,
lesbians don't exist.
So.
It's just Chad only. So the thing is, like, they're gonna claim to be lesbian in 2 cases. Chad is not committing back, so they're gonna pretend they are going after the next best thing, which is a Stacy, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, I am a band," but in reality, it's just she wants Chad, but Chad is not interested in her. So there you go. Dogpill is very, very similar.
They'd be by themselves.
You've got girls that Chad doesn't want to commit, so they are rather coping with dogs rather than give a chance to sub 8. You see?
Yeah, the dog pill. Dog pill's brutal, dude.
Everywhere I go, I see Beckies with dogs because these Beckies are not good enough for Chads in many cases.
So basically, Sims are below dogs for them.
Oh, you what? Shit. Sims are below lampposts and dildos.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. The Sims are like lower than dirt.
Sims are lower than Incel.
Yeah, I can't stand.
Sims are
the ones that caused all this.
Yeah, man, Sims are like the anarchists or Bolsheviks. They're the problems, not us.
They are weird people who think they're anarchists, but they're good for nothing.
Well, Sims just have no awareness of the oversaturation of the market. They are thinking there is 5 Sims orbiting one void, and they think they have chance actually. So this is why you see the uglier the hot is on the internet selling pics, the more Sims she have, because these Sims are thinking, hence she is this average, she probably don't have many Sims, so probably I got chance, quote unquote, right?
Yeah, Juggernaut.
Yeah, Juggernaut law. Yeah,
it's like the auction where you think you're just $1 away from getting an item, so you try harder.
Listen, Juggernaut law is a case when Chad lied or Normie is
which just messes
chasing
up
literally sub 1.
It just
I'm talking about the
even more.
obtainability factor, you know.
Yeah, I feel there's one thing that everyone should remember, that guys do have 10 years of more time than the girls. It's very debatable topic. Many don't agree, and there's a lot of detailed storming on this. But if you're like a 25 or 30-year-old guy crying about girls, and if you are able to build something before 40 or around 40 also, or 45, something like that, you still can have a good life. You can get a girl, you can do a baby if you want. I mean, the thing is, people don't realize this continuous supply of if we assume that the humans are going to last on this earth certain time, then we should assume that there will be generations of girls coming to fill up the feminists.
There's a huge problem.
That doesn't sound right.
The old women never change their standards, and the young women have higher standards than the old women. You just keep.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually right. But then there's not all the girls who are like brainwashed feminists. That's also the reality. So for a guy, if you are aware and everything, if you are pilled to a certain extent, you know the reality, but still you can't control yourself, you want to date game and all, you can still go out. The thing is, it's a very abstract thing, and it's not negating the fact that there's lunatic things out there, cringy things out there. But if you are like a little bit confident inside you, and there's a lot of things, I mean, there's a situation, there's kind of a neighborhood you live in, there's a lot of realities to it. But apart from that, I've realized many times good chads think they are Sims, and many times pretty girls think they are 4 or 5. So there are a lot of situations where just by being a little bit normal, not indifferent or something like that, a guy can close a girl, but something happens and they lose a thing, and they feel that they're not good enough or something like that, without understanding that your dick is needed by the girl. Things happen, and people don't realize that there might be a 7 or 8 guy on a scale of girls. What girls
Saffron, do you know what's the difference between a wall and a hill?
I know the wall. I don't know the hill.
So men are hitting the wall at 27 and foids are reaching the hill at 45. I'm telling you, my friend in info, he's from Romania. He went on Badoo and he has to simp for 50-year-old femoids. They still have market value, bigger than me, for example. I'm 31. Roasties have bigger value than us.
Yeah, that's just. I would say that's just like natural biology. Like women always have always had more like SMV than men ever have or probably ever will.
We are so disposable, man. The new normal is simping for roasties. And also, if you are younger, you have to be a giga chat Chester maxing for Becky. That's the new normal these days.
So basically, be Superman.
It's all about the bones.
Bruh, by 2030, you're going to have to be Superman just to be a simp. Are you not going to qualify to be a simp
Can you repeat that,
unless...
Jack? That's epic.
It's all about the bones.
You have to be Superman to be a simp.
It's a few millimeters of bones, you'd be Chad.
Yeah.
Centimeters.
But also, Mr. School, my question from me to you is: do you think the type of woman that you want also play a factor? Because not like your stereotypical incel that wants some big titty blonde virgin girl, which doesn't fucking exist for all you .co faggots. I just want a bitch that's not like a land whale, or not a land whale, not a crackhead. That's all I want.
Yeah, but most women are obese. like you're looking at, like, that's the problem. The majority of women are like 170 pounds, right? I think the average like weight and height in this country, like 5'4", 170, like, it's insane. So,
well, where I live, all the foids are very fit, but they have every foid have like 50 orbiters and additional 5,000.
That's brutal.
Simps, so.
Yeah, talking about America real quick though, if your expectations are finding a fit woman, well, you're still competing with like the top tier women at the end of the day. Like, being fit nowadays is considered to be like a status thing in America versus like just being fat's considered to be normal.
I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. Like, what's the point of discussing who you're going to sell your dick to if no one on the market's buying anyway?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Pluto has told. Sorry, because hear me out. Because Pluto has told me that if you're black and alternative, milk might be the only thing that you can get. But the thing is, I don't want milk. You know what I'm saying?
But you had milk.
Hello.
I don't want chocolate.
All right, look, Ronan, I'll tell you your options. Your options for real are to either pick some alternative kind of woman. By alternative, I mean like non-black. Find some exceptional black woman, or just be a eunuch. Like, that's dead ass your choices, man. And I'm not here to tell you which one is right, but those are the only people who are really looking for what you got.
So,
I'm not going to tell you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is a guy in the chat.
I can understand why you. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I can understand why you don't like chocolate, because your upbringing can predetermine what you find to be sexually attractive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's complicated. You see, I'm not a racist. I just don't find the dark girls attractive. I can't explain it. I just don't find them
like
attractive.
men want the women in their own circle because that's also part of social status in part. Like, it's like, I'm a black dude. Getting black women would like low key prove that I'm acceptable to black people or something. Medican's white. He would want a white woman because that would be ascension in the realm of white people. Like, there's nothing wrong. That's natural. Everybody wants their own same kind of woman, at least for the social aspect.
But somehow I find the Latinas and the noodles also attractive. So this is kind
Latinas
of strange.
are hot.
Everyone
Latin-American, you might look be 180th nigga, because Latinas are freaking hot, dude. I love Latinas.
They age like shit and turn to soccer ball when they get pregnant. But other than that,
No, whoa, bro. You come to New York, bro, or like Massachusetts or Philly or Baltimore. You got some pretty ass Latinas.
Most Hispanics, when they get pregnant, they turn to soccer balls. It's true.
Well, if you can
actually,
even get
you're
that
right.
far
But I know
nowadays,
someone's dog barking.
Dog pill.
Yep, dog pill all in the chat, dude.
Mystery school. My question from me to you is, right? A lot of incels say that, like, oh, if you curb land wheels, you're a volcel. Is that true?
You're allowed to have standards.
You curb land wheels.
I would say it's true.
You're allowed to have standards, but yeah, to some extent you are.
Here's my perspective. You're a volcel. You're just basically a low tier normie. You can technically get a mate. You just don't like the mates you can get.
Like, I'll be honest. Like, there comes a certain point when it's like, if you see, I don't have, like, I know a lot of people would say that, yeah, you are, but it's like at the end of the day, it's like, why should you have to? I know you're gonna have to, but it's like, why do you have to settle for that? Like, if you know, like, you may not be that good enough. I mean, good, but you know you're better than that. It's like, why? Well, it's like we're coming to a point. It's like,
if you were better than that, though, you would be able to get more than the level of it. That's the thing. Like,
well, I know, but it's like it just goes to show just how messed up the dynamics are.
There's one thing here. I mean, we call or many people may term certain people as land whales, but you must be aware, and I have observed in my personal life also, there's many of the land whales feel they are 9s or 8s or something like that.
Yep.
And many of the 9s or 8s are extra conscious because they think they're just normal.
I mean, look at fucking Lizzo, dude. Lizzo fucking hit up fucking Captain America to fucking like try to get some. I'm like, what? Like, come on, these chicks are fucking delusional, dude, and like, it's crazy.
Yeah, and Lizzo's huge, but Lizzo's built like. No offense to Mystery School, I know you're Gym Max, but Lizzo was to fucking sit on you, you die. No offense, bro. No offense.
Anyone will die. Any normal person will die.
Lizzo is what you feel when you have COVID and you can't catch your breath. That's what Lizzo is, dog. It's a wrap.
It's more like
God, bro. Lizzo. Sorry.
Oil. Yeah. It's like someone is shoving your throat with music. I mean, it's not music also. I don't know what they do.
Yo, Jack Nickelback, I swear to God, if Lizzo was a of an airplane, she'll cause nuclear fallout. Like, I swear to God, she would.
So somebody asked about the volcel question, the land whales. So listen, guys, aren't we forgetting somebody? You are supposed to like the person, right? You are snuggling.
Yep.
So isn't that unnatural to force yourself to snuggle a land whale?
Well, that's another point. That's like, it goes into the whole like genetic and eugenic questions. Like men are increasingly having to accept women that may or may not be, are basically genetic trash themselves. So it's like, I don't know.
I think I know how to sum it up. Yeah. On one hand, you have the incels who basically literally can't get any mate. And on the other hand, you have a growing tier of low tier men who might have used to be mid tier, but have fallen because of culture and all that shit, who actually can get some sort of mate, but the level of that mate is so low that they figure they might as well just go sexless.
So, do you know my definition of inceldom?
I actually don't know.
If you cannot get it, let's match for free. I know his definition. If you cannot get it, let's match for free.
There you go.
Ronin, nice. Vivid viewer of my channel. Exactly.
Right.
Looks match for free. Why? Because first of all, you are supposed to be attracted to the girl, and second of all, if you have to pay for it, it's not mutual. There you go.
Yeah. It's a good definition.
I do with you on that. I feel like what you should do, right? You should start, if you're studying psychology in school, you should start to interview women.
Impossible.
Not interview them, but like act.
I'll tell you why.
Hear me out.
You can't. Yeah, please continue. I have a very good thing to it. Please, Mr. Black, complete the thought.
What I was going to say, Mr. School, I want interview women so they can like confirm the black pill and then play the audio on YouTube. You know what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
If you get women in a controlled,
if you get them in a controlled environment, they'll spill the beans, basically. But yeah,
you can't interview them. You know why? The thing is, they adapt and change the narration if there's one slight person who can aggressively put his point forward in a two people kind of interview or a panel debate or something. they will change their stands very quickly, and no one is discussing them. You just put out the news, you just evaluate and analyze all the news that comes these days, be it any major country. Analyze the news, analyze the people, they are all just dumb. It's all simply a dumb thing going on. No one notices their incoherent arguments that they try to spit as logical kind of exact manifestations of truth. That's simply just check any interview, any popular interview where there's a girl, that's all. And you just start listening. There's so much of contradiction in one 10-minute clip. It's impossible to interview a girl. Thing is, they will never
Oh,
be correct, and the interview should be about something that we have know as objective truth or reality or logic. They cannot tolerate these kind of interviews and all. But if
oh,
you want to
oh.
have a chit chat around like house party or club, this thing, or reality shows and things, purse or whatever, god knows, then they might be able to have a good chat. But I don't think you'll ever get any critical objective logic truth what that lady or a woman feels.
Let me interrupt you here before
Because the reason
I
why
go.
I asked that question.
I have to
sorry.
bounce in 5 minutes.
Hold on, let Medican talk.
Yeah, but I'm finishing the incel soup, so I have to bounce in like 5 minutes. But before I go, look at this picture. Look at the green lines. Look, the green line on the left. That's all the guys in my age, and look at the green line on the right. I have to.
Sweet mother of God.
Imagine I want to date a girl that is 5 years younger than me. Look at that.
Press
Look at
F,
that.
man.
You
Look
are
at that.
effed over.
So there is such a severe shortage of young women. How can I like? This is a joke. This is a meme. This is a circus.
And you
man.
not only have to take into account like surplus and everything. It's like with the increase of male surplus, it's like you would think that the people in the light blue would just get with the people in the light red, but that's not how it works. Especially with hypergamy, because you're gonna have, if this was like a chart of sexual viability, like the dark blue would be like half of the screen.
Oh my God.
Well, I would say more than that. Yeah.
It's fucked over.
Anyway, let's, like I said, imagine I want to date a girl that is 5 years younger. Then you see the huge gap. It's insane. Yeah. Any more questions for me before I bounce, boys?
Just right.
Are you gonna live stream tonight?
Tomorrow.
Are you gonna live stream tonight, or
in 17 hours, I'm gonna go live.
17 hours. Damn.
Yeah. That's a morning East Coast, right? I think.
Yeah,
I think so.
It's 1 p.m. my time, Central Europe. Yeah, we're gonna roast some Facebook dating groups, like all these statuses when a single mother posts a picture and there is 500 likes, and Chad Light posts a picture and there are 2 likes.
Because I tried that whole Facebook dating thing a couple of years ago, and I even got banned because I even made the comments like do you people not see what's going on here? Like all the women could just post a picture, they get like 100 thumbs up, and they get comments, like they get like hundreds of comments. But when a man does it, they might get 3 likes and just 1 comment.
Exactly. It's
and
even
you
worse.
See that with Forever Alone dating too.
Yeah, absolutely. But these people are still blue-pilled. Anyway, from some point on, I just started to make statuses that I'm looking for friends to go on bicycle or burn wood. And guess what? People are laughing at me that I am a bent, radiator. Can I swear here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, people were making fun of me as if I was some kind of faggot, for looking for friends.
The way he said it with the European accent, I respect that, bro.
Yeah.
I respect that. I love it.
Brutal. I mean, yeah. So
I love
having friends is a luxury these days, man. Brutal.
Oh God!
I'll even clip that recording of that word and use it on the live stream.
Yeah, because oh my God, I love to swear, but I have to be careful on my channel.
Yeah, I don't care about my channel because I don't get paid anyway.
Yeah.
That's
there we go.
It's weird world. It is
That's
banana
hilarious.
world. It's banana world.
Yeah, okay, gentlemen, I have to bounce now. Thanks for the debate.
sir.
It was a good one. Yeah.
All right, Medican. All right, buddy. See you next
See
time.
Oh yeah,
you
Medican.
later.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I swear to fucking Cthulhu, one day I'm gonna make you a believer in lambs. I swear.
In what?
Lamb. All right, let me break out the PowerPoint. Goddamn it! All right.
Oh my god.
LAMS. We got looks. We have antisociality. Then we have money and status. It's basically the update of basic LMS.
I'm saying it's all about looks. Well, girls already have their own money.
Absolutely.
You know my style. Check out my channel. I mean,
I'm just saying, if you ever did crime, you'd boost your chances of ascension.
Only if you're Chad.
Too, I'm just saying.
It has to be combined with looks, you know.
It's not
that.
It's not
dark. It's dark. It's not dark triad personality. It's dark triad Chad. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what I've always said about the thug maxing thing as well. Like, okay, like, is it really just like you become a thug and you just get something, or do you have to be like be a thug who's also Chad light or at least Chad looking? Like,
yeah,
that's been my biggest contention when it comes to like the whole thug maxing. Like,
I'm telling you,
any short 5'4" Indian janitor thug maxing women, I don't know.
Yeah, literally, hybristophilia doesn't exist. It's all about attractive guys committing crime, and girls want to be their girlfriends. That's what it is. That's it.
I'm just saying, there's a more than a few normie men in America who be beating their girlfriends up and be getting committed like motherfucker.
But could you say that there's like a correlation there? Like they see like this behavior is getting validated with their attention, so they do it even more.
Dude, like, bro, these are physical abuses are like some of the only types of men I've ever seen that have committed relationships, like actual female loyalty. That's the whole reason I thought of this shit in the first place. Like, hold on. Everybody else gets broken up with all the time. These motherfuckers, even when they go to jail, their girlfriends stay.
Yeah.
Yep, I've seen that happen, man.
I gotta go. See you around.
All right.
Thanks, Mandy.
I'm gonna convert that motherfucker that kills me.
Bristophilia does exist, though. Bristophilia, it does exist.
Yeah.
Isn't that what attraction to bad behavior, some shit, or attraction to fucking being a beat up, some shit?
Yeah, there's some truth to it. I've seen it happen in real life.
So wait, do you think that a 5'4" Indian janitor, if he thug max enough, he'd make it or what?
No, he get his ass. He has to gym max first and pass the threshold first, and then thug max. If he thug max at 5'4", he's gonna become a freaking. He's gonna get sex, but not in the kind of sex that you and me want. He'll be in jail.
I would say his chances will be increased, but I don't know if increasing to 0 is that much of a help. And 2, it's not just about being antisocial; it's about succeeding at the shit. So you can't just be a thug maxer that gets his ass beat. You gotta be a thug maxer that's been a thug maxer and for some reason survives.
There's such
I'll tell you.
I've seen that happen in real life.
Mr. Black, you asking some stuff, and I just want to add something here. Just lie to them. It's very simple. I mean, the girl department, I don't know why people don't realize. It's very easy. Just lie to them.
Dude, that's why shit testing is there. That's exactly why they shit test.
Oh, no, because
what they think.
Yeah, because you're from Detroit. Yeah, because you're from Detroit, trying to go back. And in the inner city, girls will want to know what kind of guy they're dealing with. They'll try to see if he's really about that life. You know what I'm saying? So you can't just lie and say, if me or you were to put on a red bandana and then walk outside throwing up bloods, trying to be thug maxing, that shit's gonna go soft real quick. You know what I'm saying?
First of all, if you ain't really doing it, you're gonna look fake as hell anyway.
Yeah, no, don't do that shit. Like
people can sniff out the bullshit.
Don't 6ix9ine it.
Dude.
Yeah.
Have you been in your place for a long time, since childhood?
What, Detroit?
No, I was asking Ronin, Mr. Ronin.
Yes. Question. What was the question?
Have you been in your place for a long time? I mean, have you grown there, or have you switched cities in your life?
Went to New York for a while for like a couple months to live, and it was the exact same way how I was in my home state. Nothing changed.
Yeah, New York is pretty worse. Yeah, because changing places gives you a certain kind of.
But Jai Nickelback, back to what you were saying. When white incels say, "Oh, just back, bro." Sorry.
Yeah, please continue.
So let me just tell Jai Nickelback something. So I have a question. What would happen to Jai Nickelback if I like Kent was the Thug Max?
I don't even know who Kent is, but
Hello?
Assuming he doesn't get raped in prison, he probably get his ass beat.
Kent Trey Brown.
First
Kent
of all,
Trey.
Well,
first of all, not only are women gonna test your ass, the men are gonna test your ass. You can't just
Exactly.
Like Kent's like 5'4". I'm actually taller than Kent is.
I think thug maxing works if you're average or above average, white, Hispanic, or black for men. For Indians or Middle Easterns, they could terrorist max, and Asians could triad or Yakuza max. Denny asked.
But you gotta think: is it what they're doing, the attractive quality, or is it the connotation that this man has a status that I want? Because with like thug maxing, the connotation that comes up to my mind is like this guy he not only has like the appeal, he has the money, he has like.
I have a point quickly to make on this. Someone showed the comment about thug life and all. Everyone will be very aware, maybe if you're not, I'll just add this point. The word thug was the N word for Indians that the Britishers used. It's very unknown. And in the West, thug was adopted. And if someone said Indians can't be thugs, so Indians were literally called thugs. So the whole thing, it originated in India.
So what was it? Kali worshippers, right?
The Britishers was so done with these tribes of Hindu Indians that they named these tribes as born criminals, and their children were born criminals. They were thieves from birth. So Indians are born thugs, if you want to take in that perspective.
8 Mile Max.
Right.
8 Mile Max, Jai Nickelback, that could work for you. You and base escort cell could Wigger Max to get Gucci. You could Wigger Max to get Gucci. You could.
I'm actually from Ryan, so I could pull that shit off. I just ain't stupid. Like I grew up around Detroit. You don't do that. I grew up around the same fucking people, but I was high IQ, so I'm like, damn,
he died today.
I don't want to go to jail. Let me read this book.
But last, I feel like if you were to run a Wigger game, if you were to run a Wigger game, you could get a girlfriend to like you. If you run an Eminem game, like act black a little bit, like get like a shave your head, get a fade.
I mean, you hear my voice, man. How am I gonna Wigger Max with a voice like this?
Hothead Wigger Max, hothead stoner Wigger Max. I'm telling you, bro.
Honestly, I'd probably get better luck if I did the drug maxing max, but no, I don't see that happening. Not in this day and age. Not with me.
Is that you? Yeah, I hear you fine.
We have STFU.
Yeah, that was that's Blood Raven.
Welcome, man.
So,
can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
How was the retail? How was the retail today or yesterday?
You guys can hear me. You can hear me.
Yo, okay.
Well, please tell me that he didn't check his audio just so we could hear that chip. I swear.
His mic, he just kind of stopped out of nowhere. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll remove him temporarily and then we can remove him back out of this.
You got me maxing ass, motherfucker.
He has good retail stories.
Yeah, this big thing.
Dude, just leave the retail.
I was like, why doesn't he just transfer to the meat department? Cut out the middleman.
I mean, yeah, man, just hurry up and transfer so you can get sued and be a warning case for everybody. Like, goddamn.
The new Incel TV got a new video out.
Oh, that? Oh.
Yeah, the one about quote unquote forever alone woman, which is impossible. You can't be
forever alone.
It's not possible.
What is it?
It says blame the truth. I could play it, but I don't want to play it. I don't want to take his views.
That's fine.
Yeah, Incel TV is GOAT. I love Incel TV. He's like the GOAT.
Yeah, and that's
I'll watch
another
it
thing
later.
with BP 2021, man. It's like he has like the like this vendetta against Incel TV. I don't get it.
Hive working.
Well, someone said someone in my chat kept saying he's like white supremacist. I have no proof of that though. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what you keep saying that for.
No, I wouldn't say he's like white supremacist. He's just like pointing out the fact that compared to most Asians and Curries, yeah, like even I'll admit JBW does have a point there.
Yeah. JBW is real. Me and Giant Nickelback see it all the time. White guys get more leeway when it comes to black women. We see it all the time.
Well, I think because Incel TV is like Happa, right?
Is he? I don't know. I don't know what he is.
Holy shit!
Like I think, like I can't remember. I think he said that he is like half Asian.
I mean, even if there's a supremacist angle involved, I don't think all the white supremacists are getting pussies left and right, right?
No, they're not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, so this pointless in the broader discussion of this.
In fact, they were the first ones that they were one of the first groups to point out the a demographics pill. Really, like that was like their big thing was like, oh, we're being outbred by the other races and blah blah blah. That was like their big call to fame was like demographics and national replacement and stuff like that. That was like their big huge that was their big right.
And it still baffles my mind, man, why China did what they did. It's like, what do they think was going to happen, man?
Wait, as far as what? With China? First, one China policy?
Yeah, with that. And because males were
more prized.
Yeah, they were wanted more than females. But it's like, do these people not think about what was going to happen 30, 40 years from now?
No.
Not in that way.
That's what communism is, and that's what feminism is basically. And it can be debatable, but basically feminism is offshoot of communism. Why? Because communist ideology needs foot soldiers to survive, and in every kind of a decade or something, they reinvent their foot soldiers. Sometimes it is the oppressed minority in a certain country in which they're operating. Sometimes it's a certain group. So feminism was a very good tool for them in a longer run, and communists are in beds, as many people say, many good creators say online also. They are together, and feminism is nothing but an offshoot of communistic ideology. So basically feminists can be called communist working on the ground, hiding themselves, because legacy has shown that communism works weirdly.
I wouldn't say that, because in America, it was the capitalists who promoted feminist ideologies.
No, because I'll tell you why. In China,
marketable to women. It was marketable.
Wait. Let me just complete this. So in China, who promoted feminists? It was the Communist Party back in the days who supported all these feminists. But when the power was restored at the center and all this historical thing was done with, these feminists were the very first people who were gunned down and hunted around China. If you can just go and read about it. It's a very interesting thing. So this will undoubtedly prove my point, and you can explore furthermore countries. So we should not ignore the broader part also. I mean, feminism, yeah, it might not overlap. It's very directly related to that. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say feminism is a product of any one political, economic ideology. It's more parasitic.
That's not the point. Yeah.
Oh, what?
It's just a propagation thing. It's an ideology which another. So if you go into the politics and you see how the different ideologies work and operate, for any ideology, you need foot soldiers who believe in that ideology. Do you get this? This much, I guess, everyone gets. So be it any so-called people say that there's a movement or whatever. So if there's no individuals like me or you communicating right now, there's no this pill awareness as such. There might be individual awareness, but we can say that this does not exist. Similarly, you need an ideology to survive. You need people who believe in that ideology. That's the primary thing. Without working humans believing in some concept, that concept ceases to exist.
Yeah, very true.
Well,
are you talking about like cultural Marxism in a way, or what?
Well, it's like
broadly from a broader perspective and from a Eastern perspective, be it Marxist or communist, the end result of these is same to more or less my society people. So I would consider these as a leftist extreme ideology. You can call them Marxist, communist. You
Yeah,
can go into
sure.
the fine
Yeah.
details, but their objective is similar: destroy the old existing things, build something new, and govern on a central level. Now you can have all that nuisance that no, it is distributed to this thing, but it's centrally controlled, so it nullifies all the nuances. It simple thing is, feminism might have been, I'm just giving a possibility, it might have been a free different bird that existed, but it was hijacked by a eagle called communism a long back, and they have been using feminism, big blocks of communists around the world. You can call them communist Marxist, anything, because if you see in India, it's a one example that Marxist also exists there in form of political parties. So it's a very weird thing in India that communist exists in form of political parties, and all the wings you can find there. So you have Marxist, you have Leninist, and they name their parties as communist. So that's why I said all are communist for us. So basically, what I'm trying to conclude is feminism became this monster only after communists started using them as their foot soldiers, because for communists it's not how you're achieving your goal. The thing is, ultimately you need certain things to be done in stepwise manner. Those people who are playing the part, they will never know that they are playing a script until the whole movie is kind of finished, and this can be repeatedly observed from Soviet Union disintegration, Indian Communist Party episodes, China. In the West, you can study this. So this just a overall thing I wanted to point that.
Yeah,
There are two things though. Oh, go ahead, Mystery.
It's very it's like very telling that like the Marxist movement, oftentimes, at least the cultural Marxist movement, talks about the destruction of the nuclear families being like one of the primary goals of like their movement. And it's like, okay, well then, what are we talking about here? Like, you're talking about destroying the bedrock of civilization to some extent.
Well, capitalists do that too, though, for different reasons. Right? On one side, you have the Americans and the Europeans. They export feminism everywhere, and even militarily. And two, like, as far as those even themselves, like, who are all the people that benefited from the two-income household? All these places where they export feminism, like, they turn into consumption societies, and then the capitalists sell to them.
Well, women are the backbone of capitalism. People forget.
Yeah, it's like I keep saying, the capitalism benefits from destroying social bonds and the consumption from those destroyed social bonds. So I'm not saying communism and socialism don't do their own thing. It's more like I don't even know if there is a functional system that exists.
So there's one critical thing that people tend to ignore is, in communists' head, in their ideology, it is immaterial whether you are rich or poor. It's a certain kind of a broader vision that they have. For them, if you are a communist and if you have capital, that does not makes you a capitalist. Please understand this point. This is very thing that I am explaining from long years of on ground kind of interaction with different political ideologies. Thing is, for communists, if you are a, for example, Mr. Jack, you are a multi-billion guy, and if you are, for example, a communist, I'm just giving for example, and if you're a communist, you as a communist will not think in term of capitalist. You just want to increase your capital and put your ideologies and propagate your ideologies via negotiations, via delegations, or via different kind of things. Like in USA, one of the saddest part is you can like fund a particular bill and stuff like that. I don't know what's that legally called, but that's illegal in a lot of countries around the world. So that leaves a room for communists to use capital and to infiltrate the capitalistic democracy of the USA. It's very clear cut. I don't know why people don't say it. A lot of things that USA is facing, it's the result of its own policies that it wanted to export, as someone mentioned. I think Mystery School mentioned, Mr. Mystery mentioned. So whatever they are trying to export outside, it's backfiring on them. So it's better to have masculinity as the base and negotiate in terms of masculinity, rather than operating in terms of fictitious kind of mind games. So what has happened throughout the world, all the politicians, they are moving away from masculine or the truth based or fact based kind of a clash or kind of a argument, and they are moving towards a very what do you say, behind the curtains or touching the nose in a different way, something like that they are trying to do. But what that leads is, on the front face you have Obama, but on the back end you have his orders killing millions in many countries. So this kind of a weird dichotomy arises in a hypocritical situation. So the ultimate thing is, if US as a society wants to survive, it must stop outpouring ideas and trying to be on top, because very slightly and slowly people in USA will realize whatever they understood United States to be, it has already been erased. And then if everything is erased, you can't save USA, right? So it's a very big there's a politics, and the ideologic nonsense is a very big part of the whole red pill that we are discussing. I'm sorry, I tend to bore people with.
No. I like this stuff. So
that's why we're here. Don't be ashamed of high IQ.
So basically, man, just chill out. That's all you can do. That's the best. If there's a average simp who thinks he's a simp, who knows he's a simp, and he is a simp, the best thing is do what you're trying to do. Do your own thing. That's the only escape route. That's all I want to say. I've seen lot of young folks who talk to me like elder brother or something like that. I tell them, stop messing in your head. You think too much. Most of the times, it's our head that we are trapped in. We keep on thinking it is, and we make generally boys have super kind of a complicating syndrome, where they complicate their things to a certain level that is not achievable, and then they try to fight for it, because then they feel they are worthy of fighting for a greater cause, and they miss the ease of life. That's what I have felt. Yeah, Mystery and Jack can join in.
Well, I mean, can I just say that as a Marxist feminist myself, I'm not a feminist or support any feminist ideologies.
That's acceptable. The thing is, there are multiple types of kind of a message that people have taken from. Many people think that the words that Marx in his book talks about, if you go through this book, it's a very famous book. I keep forgetting the name. Karl Marx book. It's a very manifesto, this Communist Manifesto and all. If you read through it, on the face of it, it talks a lot about equality and stuff like that. But on the broader aspect, I'll tell you, for a Eastern Asian guy, be it India, China, or whatever, who have had a history of Western kind of non-friendly interaction, we will tell you, or many broader people will tell you, there's actually no difference between Karl Marx or a Churchill or anything. I mean, it's a very weird thing that I see Western thinkers thinking that they are very diverse in their thoughts and all. On the face of it and on the reality, I mean, how the end people, or as the cultural theorist here call it, the victim kind of a part of it, if you go through the victim or the end people who are targeted of these ideology, they don't feel a difference between, because on the outlook of it, you don't realize it. It's all the ideologies that have originated in your own belt, the European zone, whether it gives rise to capitalism or Marxism or God knows what ideology. There will be a basic script that will be common to all. So you might think you're diverse in this political point of view, but there are a lot of things that is narrated over and over again, which many other liberals also agree with, that Marx simply wrote it down, or they might be great thinkers or what. I'm not discussing
Can you
on
guys
that.
hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, we hear you, Mark.
Yo, what's
but
up?
the only thing is, what you perceive Marxism to be, that you have to feel. But the thing is, on the face of it, where people like in my country, where thousands of people have been literally massacred by these communists and Marxists, it's very hard for us to convince that you are different in Marxism, or you are Leninist, or you are liberal Marxist, or something like that. So that's what I want to like just state.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Marx and Engels did write a book called like Marriage and Family, how like the whole marriage infrastructure was based on like a capitalist paradigm. But I mean, just because Marx wrote it doesn't mean I have to agree with everything he said. I mean, that's the point of Marxism, is that it's a scientific process. You don't have to abide by everything Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao wrote.
They were cuckoos, simply. I mean, I'm sorry, I am a blunt guy, but Marx basically said all the Indians are very fresh crop for conversion. So there's a lot of nuisance in the history that we have, and that's a whole new chapter. That's what we must understand, that it's a very fine-tuned, inter kind of woven thing.
He said what? He said what now?
He was not very friendly towards Indian as a race, so he was a racist towards Indians. So
yeah, and he hated.
it's very hard. It's very hard for any Marxist or liberal communist or anything to make Indians feel and understand that no, they are for them. And it's an irony also, because in India you will find communist parties operating, because it's a different framework. You can open your party. There is multi-party system and all. So it's a very weird thing that people hate communists till they are allowed to run as a free party.
I mean, Marx was a Jew who really hated Judaism, but most Jews still call themselves Marxists and communists. Like, just because, and I don't know where this idea is coming from. Maybe it's just how it is in India, but I mean, just because Marx said something doesn't mean you have to say, yeah, he's right. I mean, that's really being uncritical.
No, I don't agree or disagree with anything. I'm just stating what I stated. And if there's a billion people who oppose communism, it's a pretty much hard thing to say that because certain people or even a majority of people in certain part agree with it, then a billion people should. So the reality, this is what I'm trying to say. The red pill is not just red pilling yourself in girls or that Kuchi department or the V department. It's about realizing that the world is filled with nuisance. The world is filled with lot of things that are interwoven together, lot of things that you might not ever have thought about it. That's the thing of it.
Yeah.
So I strictly only go to the political discussion of it
And
from a different point of view when the opportunity comes, but I try to stay away because let many people become sentimental. So I have full respect for you, and please don't feel bad, but this is the way whatever I think it's better to speak out, because it leads to new conversation and people like, yep.
The comic consumer doesn't give a shit about any of these topics, so they care about money and they care about getting laid.
Well, communism by itself builds a hypergamist society. If you go into the details,
is true. That is very true.
I think capitalism does too, though.
I mean, how would you make that comparison when there's never been a true communist society to begin with? And like,
yeah. So that true please continue and complete your thought.
So how would you? I mean, communism by itself doesn't mean like. I don't know how you would come to that conclusion that communism would like foster a more hypergamous society, when mostly hypergamy is based on looks and status and money, in which status and money are themselves a product of a more
I'm back.
Resource
yeah, there's a very good point. So in India and China and other parts, you can observe that.
Hold on. Let me. Can I speak real quick? I need to cycle somebody out of here. So who wants to leave for a second?
I can drop down.
Okay.
So I know many of the points might be new and you can disagree with it, and I'm not here for that. The thing is, if I take your logic and you say that perfect communism has not been implied yet or implemented yet, same logic is what the feminist can throw about that real feminism has not been tested out yet. Real feminism is this, that. So there is a romanticism with trying to make your ideology seem to be perfect. It's a very big kind of a thing, and frankly speaking, everyone has an ideology that they are very romantic too, and it's wrong to say that no, I am a very neutral guy. This is the biggest scam, that if someone says I'm politically neutral or something, everyone is politically charged and they have a point of view and stuff like that. Their occasion, their platform changes their speech, what they speak, and things like that. Thing is, I have no opposition to you thinking that communism can be perfected and implemented. The only thing that I am trying to say is, if in West Bengal, a state of India, where communists massacred 20,000 of immigrant Hindus for them being incursion on their vote bank politics, So it's very hard for a group of people there to make them believe that communism can be better, because communism just butchered the 20,000 people, right? So these are recorded incidents of mass bloodhound kind of a thing, and it's all it comes down to people who protect this thought and people who oppose this thought. And on top of it might not impact you, so you can be free to pursue your thoughts and sharpen your communist ideology. I don't have any problem with that. The only thing is, if I'm in India, if you come with a red flag, I'll just fucking do whatever I want to do to defend myself from communists. That's all. So that's what I'm saying. If you are a communist, you want to live in the house, I don't care, be my neighbor, but don't try to put your red flag in my face. That's all I want to say. I mean, it's I say you in the sense in general. You please don't take it as you as I'm trying to.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't abide by what any Marxist did or didn't do, but you also have to think, like, what about the British imperialists who basically enslaved India? They weren't Marxists.
So British guys who so you are saying they were Marxist?
No, I said they weren't.
Yeah, so we hate that party too, right? The whole British Parliament, people don't like them. If here's the thing: in West, these two power who are fighting with both of them, they are equally hated and they're equally kind of oppressed Indians. So Indians don't really love either Churchill or Marx. That's a clear thing that West does not recognize us. So we don't like Churchill or we don't like Marx.
And doesn't India have like a very strong like Communist Party? Didn't they just win an election?
We used to have, but right now they are only down to one state, and they might even lose that in the future. All their states are done; they are free. We have liberated all the parts from communist, and this is down to just one state that we need to conquer. And then communism will be out of India, and maybe US can wake up and realize that communism has infiltrated their society. And what you are thinking basically last is, I would like to encourage you to go further and elaborate your kind of a reading material, because Marx and all these talks from Lenin and all these things can incite you. Che Guevara's speech might make you excited, but go and see what they do and what it has been done. So there's always a need for something new if there's vacuum. So if there's no ideology fitting the mold, why don't you last become someone who writes about some ideology which has not been invented yet, which according to you maybe fits the society? And why can't you just propose one ideology yourself? Why do you have to be mentally fixed with that protecting whatever they wanted to protect? That's what I'm trying to say.
So I'll be honest, man, I don't really know how to take this passive aggressive, like you're saying, like all these generalizations when
no, I'm not passive aggressive. I'm directly aggressive. I'm not passive. I'm directly saying that Indians hate Karl Marx same way as they hate Churchill. This is an open statement that I'm giving, and I'm not passive at all. I'm just saying this because many people get their feelings hurt. For me right now, it is not a thing with you as a person last. I'm just telling you, I'm directly telling you what the practical and the real reality on the grounds are in India or in the eastern part of it.
Okay, let's get things under control.
Am I in?
Yeah, you're in, Archie Cooper. Go ahead and talk, dude.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to pull any punches. I hope they push all the commies into the fucking sea. All you leftists. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with this guy. I told you, Mystery, there's a lot of narc leftists that they keep trying to make up bullshit, but they totally believe it. That's why I said the same things you guys complain about is the same things that you then want. It doesn't matter if you say I'm not a feminist, but I'm a Marxist. Any of you, if you want that, that's what you're going to get. Everything we have now is because of that shit. That's why I can't stand it.
How? Can you make the 1-to-1 correlation between Marxism equals feminism?
Yep, you can
make it easy. They're breaking the homes.
Okay,
spreading
so
the wealth by central planning. I mean, that's all. That's why it's not even debatable. Like I'm saying, like at this point, you can only say you like it, but you can't even debate it. This is absolutely what's been going on. You're just doing total leftist shit just pretending that's not going on, gaslighting. I mean, that's what we're in. I told you, Mystery, they keep doing this shit. The guy spent 2 hours just explaining his whole thing, and then they keep doing that whataboutism. It's not right.
Spent 2 hours doing what? Who, me?
Not you.
Semtex.
Saffron
Goddamn. Sorry.
Saffron explained his argument perfectly for an hour, and you keep just doing that bullshit because you're just a sympathizer with the left.
Wait,
What?
are you talking to me?
Who are you talking to?
A bunch of you. I can't keep track of all of it.
I'm not in.
Okay, first of all, guy, Saffron's been talking, and I've been listening, and I barely spoke up, and I've only been able to say a few
I
things.
know. And then you could just keep chiming in about, how you're not a feminist, but you're still Marxist. And I mean,
Yeah.
it's covert leftism. Well, then you're signing your own death warrant because you're getting what you're going to get. That's why I've been saying this for weeks now, that you can't, they're not mutually exclusive. If you abide by that principle, you're going to get these things. He explained it perfectly for an hour. What happened in this country, and you still want to hear?
Okay, so Saffron's point was that because Marxists killed 20,000 people, ergo Marxism is bad. Meanwhile, communists were being thrown out of fucking helicopters in Central America. So does that mean like capitalism is bad just because a bunch of capitalists killed Marxists and communists? No, that's not how.
No, because capitalism
works.
It's not saying it's idealistic. Communism is saying that their idealism works, and it doesn't work, and everything stagnates.
There's one small thing that I did not mention, which you have stated. I never said that only 20,000 was murder. I gave you example of one such example where this thing has happened. Communists in India have been the bloodiest party. They have killed far more, much more people than any other political entity in India has does. So it's not just one event. And second is, there's the brutal parallelization of events where you are mentioning something that happened in Central America or place where they are being thrown off the copters. I don't know. But in India, we have rights given to anyone to run their communist party also. So this argument itself falls flat. So I'm very much aware, Mr. Last, and that's what I'm trying to say. I was just giving my perspective. And I said I'm never passive aggressive. You can keep on saying I'll be here for an hour. You can give your point of view. It's just an open platform where we must discuss. Red pilling or pill aware means for everything, not just for certain aspect of the life, right?
I agree. I agree. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's all related. They're saying it's like it's just the women's nature, but it's not this, and they're still Marxists. I'm saying it's the whole thing. It's all related.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. I feel like one thing dominoes to the other. I do agree with you on that.
Yes, it's all related. That's why I'm against it. And everything that happened in every other country is now happening here. And then I'll hear all week about how you guys still want those policies. And I don't understand. I don't understand if that,
Okay. Don't fucking group all of us together in one fucking bullshit, dude. Okay? We're not all the fucking same here, and some of us don't even give a fuck about this conversation. So
that's not what's that
but what
mean?
I was gonna.
I mean, it's like a whole bunch of guilt by association bullshit, man.
Yeah, see, you're dodging it again. See, that's just there's a
What
lot
am I
of
dodging?
shit there, man. You're dodging.
What am I dodging?
Everything.
What are you saying?
Just admit you're a Marxist leftist. You sympathize
am.
with it, and that. Yeah,
I even told Saffron that I'm a Marxist-Leninist.
Well,
and I even said that I'm not a feminist. Now, those two things may be antithetical to you, but they're not to me.
I know.
I don't know how better to describe
that's what he's saying. No, I get you.
I was not even making this point against you last, right? I'm just giving you the things that I know to be factually correct. That's all I'm saying. Don't take it from me as against you last. That's all. And by me saying this, don't take this as a passive aggression also, because that's a very weird thing that people do. I don't do that. Thing is, what I'm trying to say is, this is my perspective of it. Now you can say 10 things about Marxism or anything.
I mean, I'm just gonna say something right now. Like, you could say like that's just your perspective, and like I haven't said anything like to say, well, you're wrong to think that. Whereas you said yourself, like generally speaking, somebody like me, if they were your neighbor, I forget the exact wording you said, but you would say that you would defend yourself, which insinuates that I would do something.
Aggressive. I'm actually telling you what I will do. You can be anyone. You can be a communist party leader, card holder leader. But if you invade my house, if any communist invades my house to put their ideology on me, I will show them what's real masculinity is. That's what I'm saying. How is it passive aggressive? How is it passive aggressive? I'm telling you, I'll be 100% aggressive. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agree. Is what he's saying. Exactly. He's admitting that he's going to do it. He's not saying he's going to nicely do it. And that's what communists do. They nicely
well, you're insinuating that you would insinuate that I would even come to your house to do something.
Yeah, dude, you need to listen. Sorry, Richard, I'll put this point. So for me, if a communist come, it's like a Nazi walking to my face. Do you understand this parallel? If a communist comes and if he says he's a communist, he's a Nazi to me. He's a Nazi walking.
Exactly.
He's a SS member. He's a SS member walking.
Yep. Yeah. Get the fuck out. Yep.
And I have given so much of respect, even after knowing that you sympathize with the Marxist. I'm giving you again, if Misty allows, you can put your point forward, but you have to put some point forward, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, go ahead with talk with the topic. If you want to even discuss the topic, if it's, I guess the biggest thing would be the connection between, if there is a connection, which I think there is, between feminism and communism. I think Saffron put it pretty succinctly, but do you think there is one, or think there isn't one?
There is, for sure. I agree with that.
This got really overheated.
No, this is the point I'm trying to say. Heated things are the reality. Why don't everyone realize heated things are the reality? Face
absolutely.
it. I mean, we can be united on this one thing, that we are this pill, that pill, we are pilled and we are aware. We can be united on this. But bro, please don't just don't neutralize this thing that if we are on a certain different setting and if you're an aggressor on me, I'll be very calm and cool. That's not the point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you could be black pill or red pill and actually be leftist. Unless you're
I disagree, man. Hold up.
On yourself.
I disagree, man. I disagree with you on that one. You
it's
can be,
because
the thing is,
it's antithetical.
Hear me out, bro. Hear me out. Like, you can be the black and the red pill is across political aisles. You can be both right wing and black pilled, and be left wing and be black pilled. But like Inceldom has no political it has no political home. It's everywhere, both on the far right and on the left.
I disagree with you. Right, what I'm saying, but again, we talked about how most true cells, that's sort of a fallacy, because most of our people are not true cells, and most of the current inceldom actually has to do with the current political climate, so you can't divorce each other. It's related. So, most people are in shit right now because of the political problems. I say it over and over again, it's not just female nature. It is absolutely a systematic breakdown of whatever society that we want. So you just can't. So either you don't understand, and you still side with something that you don't understand, or you're lying. Because they are completely related. Everything you guys don't like is related to that.
So you're saying that that this political system is the reason why third wave feminism created this hypergamous culture where men are offing themselves because they can't get any coochie.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. Vast majority.
But you do realize though, women are the ones. Women are not the products of quote unquote feminism. They're the ones who created it. You do realize that, right?
No, because most of it was spearheaded by men. That's what I keep saying. I keep hearing men talk about women's rights, or a few very powerful women. Put it this way: Stacey is not the one in charge. Meghan Merkel is, but she's not a Stacey. You see what I'm saying? It's a small power group. Yeah, what were you saying?
I was just saying, in politics, you are leading an infantry of people who are actually doing some kind of a low intensity warfare. Please understand this. People don't realize this. Around the world, whichever political party is there, it's actually a conquering entity. Please, why don't you understand
Yes.
that?
Yeah, you're a foot soldier. I agree. No, I'm agreeing with you.
No, I'm not telling you. I'm just adding one point to your thing. And what you have said is perfectly valid, and it can be quantifiably measured also in the society. Wherever this communism thing has infiltrated feminist thing, and how the roles have been these. And if you are leading a political party, you have to win certain areas, right? Be it through vote bank or anything. Now, what people don't realize is when scenes change throughout the world, you can call it democracy or any crazy. The people who are in power, they just change the lower functionings of it. The tops never really changes throughout the world. You can go. There are limited number of families who still control majority of big nations.
Yes.
And this is why if you make this to a smaller part, people say feminism, foot soldiers can be anyone. The commander is always a male. The king in any ideological battle is always a male. You go and find it. It's a reality. You see all these big vice president you have on, you find who is the real ideological backing and the person who's funding stuff. It will be a man.
I agree with that. I agree. I agree.
That's what I was adding. You can continue.
Yes. It's like exactly. So it's like you could say that George Soros is like funding feminism. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's all coming out of the left. And just to say it's way too myopic just to say like women invented. I mean, that's ridiculous.
But Incel TV made a chart talking about this. Incel TV literally said that, and he had facts to back up what he's saying about women are the ones who created feminism, not the they're not the ones who are brainwashed by it.
Yeah. No, I mean that's no. They maybe feel like they're benefiting it from now, but no. It's still a top-down thing. All these things are top-down, but so by default, that's also top-down.
Mr. Last Piece, feel free to put your point, whatever you want to. It's an open thing. It's not a closed, ganged up thing.
Yeah, Panda Man, what's up, brother? Whoa. Mike's going crazy.
Yeah. So, I think it's more of like a cultural thing instead of like what economic system you use. Honestly, like that's what I think.
Your mic is like it's not like you're in like a wind tunnel or something. I don't know. There's something in the background. Something or what? I got to take him out of here. That was too much.
Oh, shit.
I think aliens are here.
Yeah, Mike. So I got to get him out of here for a second.
Mike too loud, Mr. School.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Are you aware of that? Yeah, it was too loud. That's what static was there.
My mic.
No, you're fine. You fix your mic. You can come.
Playing Call of Duty. I'm playing COD in the background. Sorry, that's why I asked.
Okay, I don't hear anything at all, which is good. I just want to hear background, whatever the fuck that was.
Yep. It probably him being passive aggressive. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, it's all. It really is like mystery. Your whole non-chat feature, all your videos are sort of like hinting to that. That's why I got interested in this channel. That it's all really interrelated, and I feel like a lot of the black pill just becomes like hater red pill. So it's like they're still like accepting the red pill, but they just go like they're like I don't know, like just hating pickup artists. They're saying women suck and stuff, and they just like can't deal with it, and they just bitch. But they don't see that it's all collective. You know what I'm saying? Like this is all related. He explained it perfectly in his country how it's all related. And that's all your videos. You talk about all these things. And I think Jack mentioned before he dipped out. He said that he doesn't want to do all the work and then get nothing, or maybe Black Ronin did. I don't remember. But that's sort of what communism is. At least in capitalism, yes, you're still a foot soldier, all those things, but at least you have a chance to get something. Now everyone's going to break their back and get nothing. That's the problem.
You have to agree with certain aspects of Carl's writing. I mean, if you start his book, he very cleverly and detailedly mentions that how capitalistic production and this consumerism is driving the world crazy. I agree with that point. But thing is,
yes,
only particular points being true might not lead to a complete, concrete good for a broader society which they are trying to represent, right? So that's what I want to say, that certain things and point all and good.
Yes, I'm anti-consumerism too, because I don't see that as true capitalism. But it's basically because it still is related to a lot of like the Chinese model of modern communism. You get to consume, but you don't get to own. You see what I'm saying? So I still don't see consumerism as true capitalism. If you're renting and you're just getting crap, yes, it's better than, I guess, being a serf or something, but you still are not in a capitalistic society. You still have no chance at ownership. And this whole thing about they want to have a great reset so that we own nothing it's just fucking communism. It's just a new version of it.
So I agree with a lot of points, but thing is, pure 100%. I can be like wrong, but as I have a tendency, I get into the heated thing. So pure capitalism, I'm not aware. A thing is, I think because there's a lot of different terminology. So strictly talking in the Western terminology, I get what you're trying to say, capitalism. And that capitalism might have been here right now if I can be a competitor to Amazon equally. I can be a competitor to Facebook equally. But it's not possible because people are not understanding that these people are freely mining the data, which is worth billions and billions. And that
they don't get exactly.
For example, what real capitalism has been, there might have been a regulation based on this. There might be have a common kind of a protocol for data mining and data storage and all. And when all the entrepreneurs, they could like share by paying a fee or something for that data bank.
Right.
But right now we have.
I mean, that's even happening in China now. With the owner, well, one of the majority owners of Alibaba, they want all his data because they want to like have it in that one central party.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that? Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like, that's the whole, even with data mining, they want it in one central thing. Again, I just keep saying, you explained it perfectly what was going on in India. All these odd things came up because of leftism, and that's where I stick.
I'm pretty much, I travel, so I spend my time in US also, so I can see the parallels, right? We have shitty media here, which lies. We have shitty media in India that lies. We have media here which is directly representing left-leaning communist ideology. We have media in India which is representing the same thing. We have Greta Thunberg here. We have Greta Thunberg who is hated in India now. She's very few people know this leftist Greta Thunberg or whatever she is. I don't know what she calls herself, which particular ideology. She is number one, a grown-up now, so I can criticize her. Number two, she is a listed class 1 cyber terrorist in India. Very few people know it. So they created toolkit, which was a detailed document how to disturb entire India very systematically, which is equivalent to a war document where you are invading a country and you're trying to systematically dismantle the country.
Yep.
So if no one tries to bring these parallels around the world, people in the West will be curiously very dumb about the truth that exists in the world. And people in the East, they already have the Western influence. So they know a lot of things more than the Western people know. That's what I find amazing. I mean, it's internet. You can, in 2 seconds, you can know what's happening in.
Yeah, I am shocked about that they don't even have to hide the information. People are just so lazy, they don't even pick it up. It's like right there in plain sight, and it still doesn't matter. It's very scary.
Yeah, the internet runs on the disinformation and the uninformed.
Yep. Pretty much, yeah. The backbone, the uninformed John Q. public.
Panda Man, you're back. Is your mic actually working this time or what? Okay.
Yeah, it was my air conditioner.
It's still going crazy, buddy.
He's in Panda world.
I have to mute you. What the heck? Your mic is like, is it something? It's like a TV on in the background or something, or what? What is that? I was like, what's going on? Because I know you're the dope panda, right? So like, you want to talk about this stuff too, but I can't.
Yeah, holy shit! What?
Yeah, that's him, but his mic is so mic cell. It's hard to fucking.
I was wondering who the fuck Panda Man was. So I'm like, oh shit!
That's the dope panda, but I'm trying to like help him on the stream.
How is it possible the mic is not connecting? I mean, it's impossible in today's time, whether it's a bad internet or something.
Yeah, what's that in the background?
You're rolling his phone back. God damn.
Yo, Panda Man, your mic is not working.
His mic's working. It's just too much background noise.
But how can I hear myself from his mic but he can't talk? Yeah.
Is it good now?
It's better than it was before. At least you're talking to me.
All right.
Yeah. Please.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay, you can't do it. Panda Man, maybe next time, buddy boyo.
Just one quick thought, quick nuisance thought, a point. You know, this whole pilled community which is going without video and all audio now on the internet, we're actually very eco-friendly for those leftists because audio uses very less carbon footprint. So they should be happy, right? Feminists should be happy that we are doing this audio only.
Doing our part. We're doing our part.
Yep.
I'm doing my share, guys, in front of this stream.
What have you done?
But yeah, like if you, I've been really interested in the cultural Marxism question for a long time, and it's like, oh, why is all this stuff like connected and seem to be flowing on academia for so long? And it's like it's so obvious that like this stuff has an effect on the over globe, not even just Incel in general. It's the whole, it's attacking the whole system. Like if you look at BLM's manifesto, they openly talk about breaking down the down the
in plain sight
nuclear family, and then the people people who run it are openly saying that I'm a Marxist. By the way, it's like okay, like I don't know how else to take that. Like they might not be
plain sight.
Maybe they're not Panda Man. Oh my god.
Is it still bad?
It's pretty bad, buddy boy.
Oh my god.
Bro, it sounds like there's a carousel behind you from hell.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a carousel behind you.
He's a carny. He's a carny.
Okay, well.
No wonder you're Incel fucking carny.
A carny.
It's still going.
It's Circus Max, bro. Like,
just speak, man. Just speak your thing and say we can end it. Yeah, please say, Padman, say something.
I just muted him again. I'm just gonna have to remove him because it's gonna unmute him at some point, so I have to just remove him. So Panda, maybe next time, buddy boyo. Maybe next time. I don't know where you are. Are you at the mall or something or what?
There's not mall. There's some weird FBI shit.
Bro, literally everything is off. Turn off TV, air conditioner. I don't know what it is.
I just hear like this noise in the background. It's like, what is that?
That's probably my laptop.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask this question. What kind of mic are you using?
My laptop's mic.
Oh, sweet mother of Jesus.
Why don't you say what you have to say, Panda? We can hear you. Please add your point.
Yeah, add your point real quick, and then we can.
Oh yeah, the BLM founder, like, how do I explain it? She's kind of a capitalist now. She bought like houses and stuff. So like most of these people who claim to be Marxists are like, how to explain it? They kind of like, they're Marxists, but then they do capitalist stuff. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. They're full of crap.
Well, yeah, there's open, like, even in the Soviet Union, some
of the best business are Marxist.
They imported in actually. It would import in American goods under like the guise of like, I think they brought in clear Pepsi or clear Coke at one point, in order to like hide it as being water.
Crystal Pepsi.
They actually wanted like real Coke because they couldn't get it and couldn't actually get it. So it's kind of funny, but yeah.
Right.
God, last time it was a pretty big fight between you two. So I'm glad that's not happening right now. Thank God. Integrated mic.
Oh yeah. Something I was thinking about that. No, I was thinking something about that. I think when I was talking like 2 weeks ago, I think where some of the problem was, I think you guys think I'm not saying I don't feel for a lot of these problems. I think what was pissing me off is I do feel for those things. I do sympathize with everything you guys feel. It's that I just think the way of going about it's not going to help it. But I think maybe it came off that I was talking like a red pill guru or whatever, as if like these aren't like really, really painful issues, which I think they are very painful. Hold on one second.
I hear you. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think like it came up when I'm saying, okay, we got to move on or something, but I'm not actually minimizing it. I think it's fucking horrible to not have partners and, you know, not have prospects and not have any future. But I meant, I didn't see where just restating it over and over again was helping anyone. And most of the other channels are just doing that. And I think you guys are smart enough to sort of see it. And I just thought we could be more constructive. That's where I was getting pissed off. I'm not getting pissed off because I don't think that it's really shitty. I don't know if that means anything. I'm definitely sympathetic to the problems. It just doesn't fix it.
The thing is, you know what, Mr. Richard, communism and this kind of concept, they are very convenient for any oppressed group of people. It seems very lucrative. But the thing is, whenever I do reporting and other stuff, and I'm involved with a lot of native struggles around the world, and it's a very counterintuitive thing. But I believe the only thing any group of people who is oppressed can win in a way, socially, in a true way, when they realize their own true story and their own ideology rather than following other ideology. There is the thing where everything collapses. Even in USA, the movements and all, the BLM movement, I have kind of a sympathy for everything. But the horrible thing is the Marxist movement attached to it makes it bad. Simple as that. So this does not mean I support Proud Boys or anything like that. I just want to say that it's wrong for the African diaspora or the African American community in USA to be associated with that, because that's basically they are using you as a foot soldier. That's all they're doing. And history has shown this.
Yeah, I would agree with that to some extent for sure. It definitely seems. I mean, the Black community, because we're at such a huge disadvantage, is pretty ripe for that type of invasion, or what we want to call it. So yeah.
You're never going to get rid of communists, because anywhere capitalism fails, communists have an opportunity.
Communism is a pretty old ideology. People don't really understand it. In India, in ancient time, there was something called communism in a different name. So it has been a very long thing. It will not just vanish.
I know, but capitalism is going to have these spikes and trolls of failure, and it's probably not going to last long term. Which I'm not saying justifies communism, whether it's good or bad. I'm just saying that
it's a very weird kind of
like every time it fails, every time the capitalist system fails, people are going to look for alternatives. Like everything's going to look better when you're at the bottom.
True. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, everything looks.
Interestingly, there's a very famous speaker. I happen to listen to what he says sometimes, and what he says is, I forget his name. He's a Russian or Slovak guy. I tend to forget. What he says is precisely the same point here. In communism, people are happier somehow because everyone is equally poor, and he gives a lot of thought experiment points and a lot of correct kind of historical perspectives to it. His name is, I don't remember what his name is. He's a Slavoj, I guess his name is. I don't remember his name. So he tends to put this point forward a lot.
Who are these people?
I don't know, man. Just because, I have like I call myself a Marxist-Leninist doesn't mean I don't have like ideas of my own, you know.
Yeah, cool, bro. Don't worry.
I mean, I'll be honest, I got kind of offended when, you know, just because like I have these ideas, that doesn't mean I associate with like other ideas like feminism, and saying like, well, just like right off the bat, because I'm a Marxist means, well, I'm just equivocal to a feminist. It doesn't matter what other things I think. It's like,
or you sounds to me like you're more of an economic Marxist and less of a cultural one, if you had to guess. But
I mean, I think Jack. I mean, I think it was either Jack or Base Pluto who I was talking about this stuff with, and I think he described it as a more like socially conservative but politically Marxist.
Might have been me.
Which yeah, like
Hey, gangsters.
I mean, I don't abide by any of this like postmodern feminism stuff at all, and you don't have to be a Marxist, and just because you're a Marxist doesn't mean you have to abide by that.
Isn't anarcho communism a lot better?
Wait, I thought communism was inherently anarchic, like the end state.
Yeah, communism is intrinsically stateless. So all these people who say like communists support the state, like they might support the state to achieve communism, but communism in itself, by definition, is stateless.
Yeah, but the problem with that getting to that ideal, what I'm going to call it, would be that wouldn't you have to convince people to give up power?
Well, I mean, you have ideas that come about like, well, you know, you have like this type of a new man that comes about with a lot of communist talking points, where it's like we're so entrenched in like capitalism dichotomies and everything that like even like communism just wouldn't be achievable with us. It'd be like hundreds of years down the road.
Actually, what I feel is communism is, many people have said this before. I might be rephrasing someone, I don't remember exactly, but communism is nothing but religion without a god. That's all it is.
Shit, capitalism or religion too, to be honest, though.
So I'm not debating capitalism versus anything. I'm just debating. There's tons of things that is wrong with capitalism. I can go on and on, but I don't want to make enemies, and I want to be invited here a couple of more episodes at least.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it's just because see, I was never going to explore this political point of it. It just came in the discussion, so I had to add something in it. So the thing is, you should not be offended by that thing. I mean, I exactly said what I feel. If I was deceptive, you should fear me more, right? I'm not deceptive. I'm clearly saying what I feel like.
Is it good that I avoid eye contact?
Yes, motherfucker.
Hell yeah, I avoid eye contact like a motherfucker.
Well, just bite the bullet and send yourself to jail, dog. You keep on trying to be around that girl. Like you and Ronan are gonna meet Fleece Johnson, dog. Let's just keep it real. God damn.
Just put in for a transfer for the meat department.
I thought about doing that. That'd be so funny. Just transfer there. And plus, I tried to get with that one dude that works in the meat department's girl, and I didn't know that was his girl. So that'd be even more fun. That'd be funny.
Hey, you know what's funny? Ask
Joe.
Yeah.
He gives me dirty looks all the time too. It's been creeping me out.
That's got to be kind of weird.
Yeah, he's been walking in my department too. It's creepy, dude.
The Lynxmen will go for the illusion of ascension. Goddamn.
Yeah, I know, right? I know it's all illusion, but I gotta cope somehow, bro.
Girl in the mid department.
It makes my job easier, though. I wake up, I'm like, damn, I get to see that chick at work. It makes my job easier.
At least one thing we can agree on this platform: feminism is cancer. That's all we agree. I mean, I guess pretty much all of us agree at that much, at least.
Yeah.
Jack said I should just go to jail at this point.
Just turn yourself in. Like, yeah, look, I'm not a feminist, so you're gonna put me here anyway eventually with the gulag. So
She can report my ass to HR.
Pandaman is commenting that Coca-Cola used to have Coke in it. Yeah, so Coke was legal as a child medicine also many of the times, I guess.
The good old days.
Are you talking about the cocaine? Yeah, Pepsi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Coke because I don't know what these guys at YouTube are doing. They're censoring every word, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see everything. They can't.
I mean, if they had a physical word written in wood or something, or carved out in gold or something, the whole solar system would have been gone. The amount of word and terms they're censoring.
Yeah.
The Roman papacy have control over your political
Imagine
system.
we are talking here online about civilization and all the stuff. Anyone can be right or wrong or anything. But just imagine we live in a world where words are being censored. How much of a downfall, simpish world we live in.
It is.
Yeah.
It is censored what you say, especially in the workforce.
Yeah, you can't hit up the media department, so it's got to be a bad.
Yeah.
Something wrong with that.
I can't even go say hi. I mean, that's how bad it is.
Well, we live in a feminine society, so one of those feminine values is social violence is equivalent to regular violence. And one form of social violence is being offensive. So
actually, they want strength. Whoever cries a lot about their perceived victimhood too much and without trying to act on it, they are actually just trying to invoke a wild card power boost where they straight away jump from being a victim by saying they are a victim to someone of authority.
Oh man, I love how much women don't give a shit. It's actually kind of fun.
that's the thing about all this shit. It's like borderline subconscious most of the time. That's what fucks people up. She tricks you by tricking herself first. That's one thing I learned.
No, I think it's a drug kind of a situation. That's all I feel about this all out of hand gone crazy feminism. It's just kind of a drug which is being allowed to be sold very freely around the world. And that's very detrimental for the future of any civilization, to be exact. I mean, any big civilization or any sustaining civilization. And if we knew or anyone knew based on the studies that this kind of ideology kills people, kind of bankrupts people, torments and makes people suffer, it would have been banned long ago.
Like most women I speak to that I do talk to, it's all about validation for them. Like they want to be validated. And the women I don't speak to, they're like higher up on the status, so they don't want to be validated and they don't give a single fuck about me.
Speaking of feminism, isn't Mexico? I saw one of the Sandman videos. Isn't the Mexican government just letting the cartel and all that shit just kill the feminists, possibly ordering them to?
They're killing everyone.
See, you will be a loudmouth. In this world, if I am just trying to say something nonsense about a lot of people in power, if I am no more tomorrow, if I am like vanished from the face of the earth by any mafia or cartel, will seriously anyone care? Like, just ask yourself, will anyone care? We are hearing about certain person vanishing in a crime-ridden kind of a place, and it makes news and everyone is talking about it. Why? Because it's a woman, right? It's a feminist woman that apparently was in a bad situation and she unfortunately died. So now this has to be a worldwide news that feminists are being assaulted in Mexico. This is the amount of actual sensitivity that even the aware pilled guys are because see, if you have shit everywhere, you'll get some shit in your boots attached to it, right? You'll fall in some shit and you have some shit attached to your maybe trousers or jeans or whatever you are wearing. That does not means you identify yourself with the shit, but thing is shit is with you. That's the problem right now. We can't.
I would give benefit of the doubt to Sandman that it's a systemic thing going on.
Yeah.
So, like, if it is true that it's systemic, which means the government is either complicit or even incentivizing it somehow, what would that imply?
I'll tell you, Jack, what's happening.
Mexico wants their birth rates to drop either.
There's some feminist journalist sitting in Mexico writing to some feminist editor in USA, and then you're getting this article. That's all this happening. There's no systematic and all. No one is hunting down someone just for being feminist. They're hunting because you are a pain in the ass for their project or their hustle. That's all.
I think
Alright,
it's funny
we'll
how
see.
I think it's funny how I was gonna mention, I think it's funny how I get called a faggot at work, but yet the gay people that work at my job don't get called faggots.
Dude, gay people are honorary women almost. Like women junior.
Oh yeah, they
yeah,
so many
please,
advantages in
Mr.
society. Yeah, they have a lot of. I know they have a lot of. I guess because of the previous years that they couldn't get married, now all of a sudden they become like an honorary as you said, honorary women in some respects.
Yeah, it's like women treat them different too.
Mhm.
It's ridiculous to me. They still have a fucking penis. Like,
Yeah.
You know, being victim is very easy. Right now, I can tell you, Indians are the most victimhood-stricken people in West. I can say that, but they are even the second most earning people. So, you see, many of the West colleges, they are trying to add marks on top of what the Asians are getting, especially Indians and Chinese. So, is that not a form of oppression? Even the white-skinned folks get admitted to a lot of seats in big colleges with lesser marks. So, who is more oppressed here? There's a lot of weird thing happening in this world. Thing is, we have to realize what's necessary and what's useless.
hey, mystery, why is it okay? So she talks to this low IQ dude at my work. Why is it he can approach her and it's perfectly fine, right? And she'll talk to him, but if I approach her, she would be like, "Get the fuck away from me, you
Because
fucking."
you're thinking.
How tall is he?
He's like a little bit more taller than me.
Alright,
There's your
there you go.
answer.
He's so
His
low
personality
IQ,
is at least 1 inch better than yours, apparently.
he's so fucking dumb, dude.
So what?
That doesn't
So
matter,
fucking
man.
what?
I'm sorry.
God.
If anything, that makes him more approachable because she has a better possibility of controlling this motherfucker.
That's true.
Yeah,
You have to act
keep
dumb.
on impressing male values onto women and wondering why they're not going for them. Like they're not searching for the same thing you are.
Well, I mean, he's just going over there to do his job, but
well, it's a free market, and he has more characteristics that she wants than you. That's so fucking simple. We just don't know what they are specifically.
Or he has been able to communicate to her in certain ways that he is the guy who she's looking for.
I mean, she already rejected him though, so I mean.
So that's what you see. Like there's no way out.
But she still talks to him, so.
Well, that just means he's
Weird.
higher status, but possibly still low status of her. Like he's part of the normal crowd, maybe, and you're lower in that you're just out and out rejected.
What's his position? Is his ranking higher than you in the
No, he's a
workplace?
fucking cart pusher.
I'll tell you, buddy.
Low IQ cart pusher while I do a product.
Well, that low IQ person banged the chick, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Virgin
So-
product versus the Chad.
Fucking gay.
Man.
You can't win, dog.
That one
Last, you have to see, and everyone at the end of it, we might debate about communism, capitalism, and all. But at the end of it, there's only oneism, womanism. They win every time.
the one chick in the clothing department told the one dude that she was a lesbian. And the other day, I saw her boyfriend pull up and pick her up. It's hilarious.
Dude, all lesbians have boyfriend. Don't you know that?
Feminism was a great idea for democracy, but didn't take into account the birth rate fall, and now they need multiculturalism for a place in the workforce, and you are destroying your culture now.
Dude, women my age are bitches. I'll be straight up. They're all bitches. They're all assholes. Like,
At what age are women not?
I mean, older women are a little bit easier to talk to,
Yeah, true.
but
Do you like expired stuff?
younger ones are just stuck up as fuck. I don't get it.
Because they have more sexual values, so they have like higher buying power in the sexual market. They don't have to talk to your ass. They can be assholes.
And because they live consequence free, so they don't have to worry about what they do.
Do you know that scam that people sell a lot of places, scams happen, right? Each and every encounter with a girl, you have to keep it a scam in order to be valuable. Please understand this. It's very hard. You have to be mind-numbingly numb and foolish to attract a girl. That's what it takes. It will not take a high IQ stuff or a very critical thinking to approach a girl or get into her pants or something like that. There's not a high IQ endeavor. That's what people fail to realize. And if this was a constant thing that only high intelligence people, and it's only a causation with correlation that only intelligent people bang chicks, this world would have been different, right? So
yeah, for some extent, they don't want you to be smart. They want you to be a little just dumb enough for them to control. Just dumb enough, like just smart enough to do a job. Just dumb enough to actually make you controllable for them. So there's actually a not a study, but there's a I guess it was a study. Technically speaking, we're talking about how past a certain IQ, your motivations change, and you're less motivated by things like status or cars or money or women. And that the moment you reach that point, it's really hard to control you because like you're not motivated by all society's regular ordinary carrot and stick approach.
Because like if you watch Casey, that comedian Casey Cassidy, he just does the thug maxing and acts really dumb, and he gets so many fucking numbers, dude. It's ridiculous.
Because there's a thing with it, right? Dumbness means you have very less things to care about, right? So subconsciously, I guess that throws an impression to girls that if this dude is like chilled out and he's not caring about anything, he might have some strength. He's coming from a point of strength. You have to understand, a king can be dumb, right? A very powerful person's son can be dumb as fuck. You have examples in the politics right now in West and East, everywhere.
Yeah, that's the truth.
It's like my dude Eric, he owns a game store, but this dude is dumb as fuck, yet he has tons of money.
Yep, and he must be banging many girls also.
I mean, he has like one chick, but she's like some foreign bitch.
That's fine, but he's not going to tell. I mean, even guys don't just tell about their sexual partnership and everything to their close friends also. It's not thing that guys do, right? So he's not going to tell you that he's banging 5 chicks and he's like a big thing with girls, even if he's doing it. If he has learned the art well enough, he will never tell you. Why would a guy tell you how many girls they are banging? What brings to him? Why? He's banging, dude. Let me tell you, if you're rich, many people say money only does not matter. Let me tell you, money will give you a little bit push start from this whole kind of a wild madness that's going on. Money is not just something arbitrary thing that's to be dismissed about. Hey, you can. It's a value system. Value system will always be there. You can change the currency of it. You can change it, but the money part of it, the value exchange part of it, it's a reality, right? And without it, the society will collapse. And if that is the reality, money is the reality. Money is because current representation of value is money in your fiat currencies or whatever. And if you have it, girls are attracted. And if you have money and if you're not able to get girls, then that seriously means something is wrong with you, because A, you have money, B, you have to act dumb. That's all you need to get a girl these days. And getting girls is actually much easier. I know there will be a lot of counter to it, but let me tell you, if you're a decent guy who is not horribly ugly, by God's grace, if you believe in God, if you're not horribly ugly, if you have decent amount, your dick will be pretty much satisfied. I'm not saying you'll get a unicorn, but yeah, that's the reality of it. And this is something that people don't really want to understand. And in today's time, in 5 to 6 years or 10 years, if you have a plan in mind, you can be comfortably rich. People don't realize. And in USA, you have no excuse. Simple as that. And this is a brutal reality that not everyone will be motivated, or not everyone will do stuff. That's the reality of it.
I make pretty good money essentially doing almost nothing every fucking day. I mean, I live comfortably. I make just enough money to like pay my bills, pay my car. Like, and I don't do shit every fucking day.
Because that's a choice. You feel chilled about it, right?
Is it really all about looks, or is it a mix of looks and game?
If you don't have enough looks, you can't even get in the door to use game.
Yeah, you can't even do big.
You can't even be around look, if you don't have the looks, consider yourself under like a fucking restraining order.
You'll be like me, watching it from a distance.
Like either stay 10 feet away or you get the cops called on you. That's what you get for ugly people.
Speaking of the Fate of Empires, I have an excerpt from that thing to read.
Stay 100 feet away at all times. Like
The Fate of Empires and Search for Survival by Sir John Glubb. An increase in the influence of women in public life has often been associated with national decline. The later Romans complained about that, although Rome ruled the world, women ruled Rome. In the 10th century, a similar tendency was observable in the Arab Empire. The women demanding admission to the professions hereunto monopolized by men, what wrote the contemporary historian Ibn Bezam, the profession of clerk, tax collector, or preacher to do with women. These occupations have always been limited to men alone. Many women practice law while others obtain posts as university professors. There was also an agitation for the appointment of female judges, which, however, did not appear to have succeeded. Soon after this period, government and public order collapsed, and foreign invaders overran the country. The resulting increase in confusion and violence made it unsafe for women to move unescorted in the streets, with the result that the feminist movement collapsed. The disorders following the military takeover in 861 and the loss of the empire having played havoc with the economy, at such a moment it might have been expected that everyone would redouble their efforts to save the country from bankruptcy. But nothing of this kind occurred. Instead, at this moment of declining trade and financial stringency, the people of Baghdad introduced a 5-day week. When I first read these contemporary descriptions of the 10th century Baghdad, I scarcely believed my eyes. I told myself this must be a joke. The description might have been taken out of the Times today. The resemblance to all the details was especially breathtaking. The breakup of the empire, the abandonment of sexual morality, the pop singers with their guitars, the entry of women into professions, the 5-day week. I would not venture to attempt an explanation. There are so many mysteries about human life which are far beyond our comprehension. It's over, boyos.
And mind you, this motherfucker wrote this 70 years ago? How many?
78. I just looked it up.
Yeah. This was way before Tinder. This was before the goddamn. Yeah, it's been historically over. It's beyond. And then you go into J.D. Unwin and him talking about the loss of correlating the loss of sexual morality with the fallen nations too. So
it's ripple, it repeats.
Yeah.
I mean, we are living in the human utopia experiment.
There is no utopia. There never will be.
The meat department is a metaphor for life.
Yeah, it's a utopia in the sense that you can get everything you need. In a sense,
no,
nobody. No, I mean, physically, nobody in America is going to starve to death.
I mean, I was making a comparison to the mouse utopia.
Yeah, I know.
That's exactly.
Okay. That's the exact parallel. Nobody's gonna. They all had all the food and water they needed, but everything else.
Medican, you're back. What's going on?
Sure. The incel soup is ready. Anyway, I noticed a comment from Kevin something. What was he?
This guy here?
Kevin Reynolds. Okay, can you bring up this meme right here? Hold on.
Yeah, I just brought it up. The one that says, "Want to see my fit? What it look like?"
I got a better one. Just a second. It's from my very good one. Also for the other viewers. Put this one up.
Oh, here we go. Let me open link.
And then I'm gonna tell you a story about that Cassidy, or what's his name? You know, that tall guy doing those pranks, right? Okay, before you put the meme, remember he once was impersonating a faggot, trying to get gross numbers, right? Nearly all the girls were friendly to him, gave him his number, and then he put on a durag, did a ghetto accent, and suddenly all the girls have to go somewhere. Suddenly they are rushing somewhere. Suddenly they don't have time. Suddenly they are busy.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You know why they gave him the number in the first place? The girls were thinking, because he's bent.
Yeah.
Some unicorn radiator's gonna hit on him, and he might hook her up with that unicorn, good-looking Ricky Martin motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
by proxy. Yeah, to get more attractive faggot by proxy, by befriending this first faggot. Yeah. Anyway, bring up the meme.
Even gay chat can't lose. What the fuck?
The meme is up.
Okay, is up. Okay, so basically, game doesn't mean shit if you are sub 8. Okay, look, when it comes to dating girls, your looks is your resume, and your personality is the interview. But let me tell you, if the girl don't like your resume, she ain't gonna let you to attend the interview, right?
Yep.
That's it. This is it. That's a perfect analogy.
That's all it comes down to. It's true to some extent. It's right. At the end of the day, if you can't get past the looks test, then you can't get to the personality test. It doesn't matter. So
it's like,
oh boy.
I mean, if game meant anything, then you would think that it would be universal, just across the board. You wouldn't have all these like outliers and exceptions.
It kind of meant something previous century, but not now. It's all about the looks. All about the bones.
I would say the red pill is basically motherfuckers teaching interview skills for people who can't pass the drug test. Like it's the point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone said free Tupac. Why?
From where? The afterlife, Nick?
Here you go. Here's Tupac for you guys. Here you go. There he is.
So let me tell you. Let me ask you something. You know the difference between creepy and good personality?
Bones.
Looks.
It's never creepy if you are attractive enough.
It's bones.
Shit, if you attractive enough, being creepy does turn to attractive. Fucking Twilight showed you that.
That's why you see a lot of complaints in workplace. It's just the weird sexual configuration that's resulting in that form of complaints. Because women are actually, they feel scared. That people don't realize it. These girls are complaining because they all really feel scared with these guys, and it's natural. A male will be dominant and he will appear fearful in front of a female, and these female don't realize that this is the equality that they're getting, and they can't like turn off or on their instinct, primal instincts and all those things, the human instinct, the basic animalistic instinct, right? And when they are actually scared of people in the office, they are stupid because they have no reason to be scared, but still they know that this man could be physically harmful to me, and I'm not attracted to that person. And this reality no one can understand, and still they want a co-working space where you have pussy smelling around old dicks throughout the world 24/7, and they want productivity in the workplace, right? All the corporates, they are just going to be brothels and whorehouses very soon. That's all they're going to be. And in the end you will realize, oh, these corporations used to produce some software and stuff, now they just like sell escorts and escort service and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think Aaron Clary said the future was probably just independent contracting. Like men were going to be contractors, and these corporations will like have women, but send it out to contractors to do the actual work.
Do women fear ugly men because they are afraid of being raped? No, actually, it's more of a matter of they're afraid of ugly men because it makes them not feel as high value as they think they are. It's part of the reason. Like, oh, if there's an ugly guy approaching me, that means that I'm not really as attractive as I think I am. Oh my god, get away from me, ill.
Well, that wouldn't explain the fear, though. That would explain the disgust.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to say this goes back to oversaturation of the offerings and unlimited dating options for women. First was talking about this on live stream, and basically they just have way too many options, way too many simps, way too many orbiters. So of course there is the cone of vision. You see, it's exactly like First said. All they see on the social media are the top of the top, and they are thinking that's the new average. So if you are actually average in real life, then they hate you because they think you are.
I've talked to some women who literally think that like being like 6'1" is like the average, and I told them like 5'10" is the average in America, and they get really surprised. Like what? How's it possible? I'm like, what do you mean? How
American women think that shit.
Yeah, I'm like, how could you think that being 6'1" is the average? It can't be the average. No way.
This dude's shorter than me, right? And he got this chick, I assume only because he's in the meat department and he's making like $16 an hour.
You know what? Height really I have not seen in my anecdotal examples. There was a very, very hot, you can say 9.5 out of 10 chick. And she was banging some dude in the office car, and a whole office saw this. I would not reveal the names and all, but everyone was more perplexed on the fact that how come this dude was banging this chick, That was the center of discussion. Not it was bad or wrong, because they were both adults, right? And everyone had their fun for 5 seconds till they drove off. So thing is, height, I mean, it's not necessary anywhere. Not one phenomena is compulsory and necessary or impacting all the guys evenly. It's like cocktail of lot of things depending on where you are from.
Yeah. Not only that, but also ugly tall fakes and handsome manlets can both coexist in Incelosphere. That's a fact.
Well, here we come to the impact of the internet. When you come to that like commodification, even as few socialist types say this, but when it comes to that commodification of the human interaction experience, you can't interact with the girl online with your personality. Like nobody reads your profile, or nobody gives a shit either. They just see like, okay, does he qualify for these limited criteria, and then filter out from there.
The thing is, if you're busy enough with your life, you'll actually not be on dating profiles. That's a thing that I realized long after wasting my time,
absolutely.
my youth.
Yes.
The internet
dating apps are like pathetic simples. That's all they are.
The internet makes real life interaction harder. I feel like it's not as important to them. They don't care.
And you want to still do cold approaching? Well, why? what year are we in?
I try to, but I just don't have the balls.
It doesn't work if you're
cold
sub 8.
Approaching is dead. Yeah, maybe if you're sub 8, yeah, but cold approaching even in general, I don't think
Dude,
even women even want to be.
Maybe a cold turkey is worth something. A cold dinner is worth something. But a cold piece of condom lying somewhere is worth nothing. So what cold approaching? Your approach is worthless, right? You make it cold or warm. No one cares for the approach, right?
It's more like, hey, let me go back to my fucking job. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
It's like flipping a coin or something. You're just,
Here's the golden rule for cold approaching. It's okay to cold approach as long as you're above a 10 out of 10. If you're sub 11, don't try.
Very good observation. That brings me to anecdotal evidence. We've got anecdotal evidence pointing on the fact that even when Chad is doing cold approach, sometimes it doesn't work because there is the lack of pre-validation. Girls need to be sure you have also wealth, good social circle, good job, on top of everything. So they don't know if you are not a creeper behind good looks.
Don't approach your coworkers.
Yeah, they also have unlimited dating options, so they can always go on Instagram, for example.
I'm telling you, workplaces are just whorehouses. I'm telling you, it will be in articles very soon.
No, of course not, man. Everything's gonna shift to OnlyFans. Yeah. Everything's gonna shift to OnlyFans.
I don't know what doesn't qualify as a whorehouse. Like, you got nurses, airline stewardesses. Like, where are they not hoes anymore?
That's true.
So you know Beryl Gunninson, our friend and guest. He is predicting the complete end of legal prostitution because everything is shifting to OnlyFans.
Hey, Mystery, you need to get Tim the Cyborg on here one day.
There's a province in USA that has recently legalized prostitution, if I'm not wrong. Someone can Google that.
Who's going to practice it when everyone wants to OnlyFans?
Some state with M, Michigan, or I don't know. I just remember the news.
Nevada's always kind of had it, but
someone passed recently in one of the US state, prostitution is going to be 100% legal.
Hey, Mystery, can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, get Tim the Cyborg on here. That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, if would he talk to me? I don't know.
That dude's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll see if he wants to come. I don't know how to contact him, but I'll see if he has contact.
He's on my server. I can introduce you.
Okay, that'd be kind of cool.
Wait, hold on. We need to go back to the prostitution thing. Somebody was saying prostitution would end because of OnlyFans.
Yes, absolutely.
I vehemently disagree. Look, females are going to keep on going to OnlyFans. But there's only going to be so many males that are going to put up with being sexless. Right? OnlyFans has a cap. Right? Even the Sims are going to be tired, as far as I observe.
So real prostitution might not end, but the price will triple because of the scarcity of it. I can see that in my own city. I sometimes just experimentally research this escort catalogs, and I'm looking at the prices. 1 hour, €200. 1 hour, €200? You kidding me? What the fuck is your pussy made out of? Like diamonds or what the fuck, man?
I'm tired of women, honestly, guys.
Made out of simp validation. That's why they're expensive.
They're all fucking like stuck up assholes, in my opinion. Women, that's how women behave.
I think there's a secret surgery kind of a thing going on in masses where these girls are just doing their surgery thing on their pussies. That's what I feel.
They're all nuts, dude.
They are creating virginity again in labs. It's weird.
Oh, you talking about the hymen reconstruction? Yes, that's old news.
5.56 or 7.62, boyos.
5.56 is more controllable. 7.62 puts them down in close range. So it depends on your preference.
7.62 only.
I mean, look, yeah. Like nowadays, people talk about 6.5 and shit. So
I hate how they act like we give a shit. Like we honestly really don't give a shit that much.
About what?
They like act like we care about them, and I don't give a fuck about no bitch. Honestly, it's like more of a joke to me. That's how I view women.
See, if you're buying something, right, and if you have a shitty deal, the person selling you the thing will do anything in their condition and possibilities to convince you, right? In a way, they're trying to convince you. So what women don't realize is most of the boys are also average earthly men, right? So you can't expect everyone to be 6.5 playing basketball, having a $1 billion empire, running a multimedia company, and owning a social media site, right? You can't have this. So what this leads to is over dissatisfaction of the product, that is male attention. See, men everywhere, men knows that most of the time we fake it, or we just want to be left alone, do our own thing, and you just be things like that. And these girls simply don't understand this. This is why commitment and marrying a girl was such a big deal for a girl, right? Because for us guys, it's nothing. Okay, we are doing our own thing anyways. If I can afford, I can pick some chicks, right? So now these things people don't realize, and this demand and supply is going haywire, and they are realizing, oh, what is happening.
Because like us men, like we're naturally drawn to being alone. Like we don't give a single fuck about other males. We don't give a single fuck about the society. We'd rather be off in the woods chilling. Really.
True. I mean, if yeah.
I don't know about that. Like I would say we're more accustomed to it simply because it's inbuilt into our nature to know, like intrinsically we're not like biologically worth anything. But we still, it's not like we actually like this shit.
I don't think it's normal to care about strangers, honestly, in my opinion. Like, you shouldn't care.
I would say it's not. Like, I keep on saying shit I said before. A lot of this is based on the assumption that you're going to be included in that group. Like, everybody defends women, so nobody has to stay with their woman. My guess is everybody defends women because as a group, nobody has to stick with their individual woman all the fucking time. But that comes with the assumption that you're eventually going to have one to possess. Like nowadays, if nobody thinks they're eventually going to be a husband, not even a boyfriend anymore, then there's no point in even giving a fuck.
I mean, that's what kept the whole system going, is the illusion of the possibility of eventually getting it. Yeah, and that illusion is slowly getting, like, the realization is like, oh wait, I'm working harder and harder, and I have to run twice as fast just to stay in the same place.
It's like things have become almost inverted in a way.
Dude, society is a casino where nobody has to be winning anymore. Now everybody wonders why nobody's playing.
There's a great point that I just want to add here. So apparently, I have heard, I might be wrong, I have seen somewhere, I was reading on the web, browsing through. So Biden is proposing to draft women. So all the best feminists out there, if this thing is really going to be reality, all the best to you.
Hey, it's finally happening.
Yep. So happy drafting.
Wait, what's going to happen?
So apparently Biden is trying to propose a equality kind of a bill where even the feminist and the women will be drafted in war.
Oh, shit.
Yep. So yeah, for people who are not eligible to be drafted. They can be patriotic, still be in states. But for the boys, you are anyways going to be drafted. You can just smile at the fact that these feminists, they will be drafted as well.
Yeah, we don't know that yet. One, women are kind of shit at war, with the exception of special circumstances. And two, we don't. There's certainly drones will most likely happen way before women do.
It's not mandatory, and the first places be gonna be taken by the real dykes. Real dykes gonna voluntarily go there. We have anecdotal evidence proving this. For example, we went on Omegle and Tiny Chat, and we interviewed this this American dyke in a German NATO base, and she was a real dyke. I'm telling you, muscles like Giga Chat, voice like Chad Light. It was disgusting, and these girls are voluntarily joining the army.
Yeah, but they're still physiologically, they're not built for the shit. Like, it's already been studies on that.
I mean, women can fight. There has been historical examples of it. But thing is, are they meant to it? Meant for it? I mean, if someone is invading your house, you will expect your wife to shoot that invader, right? But is she meant to it? If you are there, would you not like be the first one to attack? That's the whole point of it.
All right, there's 2 points. One, that physiologically, handling all that weight and running that long and that fast, it doesn't add up. The Army already tested this. So women have way higher rates of actual injury just in fucking training.
That's fine, but would you not love like 3 battalions only feminist like invading some weird shit place?
And there's also number 2. They already did the studies, and when you integrate females into male units and all that, the males concentrate on defending the females, which is one reason I say simping is biological. They will literally like compromise the mission just to subconsciously they had an urge to defend a woman. Now, if we're talking about separate male and female units, that might work, but then you still have the physiological aspect. But mixed units, it don't work.
Yeah, correct. It has to be isolated node. That's what it is.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just giving a hypothetical satire kind of a part of it. Just imagine 3-4 battalions of feminists attacking some place and getting their whips beaten out. Even though they have AK-47s, they are getting beaten by people with swords and arrows. Just imagine the whole scenario, how funny and crazy it would be.
That's going to be the only people fighting in the army. Incels ain't going to do that shit.
I think that's going to be on CNN Live. Women fighting and dying, just like, and some chick throwing tantrums in between that I don't want to fight with this color gun. I don't want to fight with this color jacket.
I mean, you think the problem's bad now? Just wait till like something happens, women get drafted, and then they start dying off. Like, you think male to female ratios are bad now?
Yeah, plus the media with how they like the media.
Just wait 200 years till Slavs are gone, and you will see the real troubles and real problems in the world. There will be nobody to save Europe again.
Dude, I don't even think there might be people 200 years from now. I'm dead ass serious.
You know what the biggest lie of this century is? That civilizations and nations need population to sustain. That's the biggest lie. I mean, historically, it has never been kind of a thing that only the civilization who influxed or who had growing population, they only survived. That's never have been the point. Many civilizations who declined, they control their borders, they control their values, and they survived, be it any population. One good example can be Japan. And lot of other places in the history, if you see, the population was declining, still the empires were standing. Why? Because there was no feminist nonsense.
You don't have a population, though. You don't have a civilization in the future, though.
That's fine, but you cannot wipe out any civilization technically. There will be a minority of that civilization remaining. Even there's a famine, there's a war, there's decline, and the population decline in itself is a very lengthy process. So it never like vanishes the whole population or the civilization like that. There are many factors involved with it. only population decline on itself cannot wipe out a civilization. That's what I'm trying to say.
Jack
Even the
Nickelback.
Mayans,
Jack
the
Nickelback,
Mayans
sorry.
survive till now.
Yeah.
Even the Mayans are alive till now. People don't realize it. Even the Aztecs are surviving right now. People don't realize it. They
Yeah,
are
but the
practicing
Mayan
Aztecs.
civilization itself is long gone. Like I wouldn't say like just because there's a few Mayan descendants. Like,
Yeah.
is there still a Mayan civilization?
Yeah,
I
like,
wouldn't
are we
say
talking
so.
about the genome or the idea that people held of themselves?
The overall thing, I mean, you call it a civilization. Thing is, in this world, it's not related to population directly. That's, I'll give one more example. Maybe that will put my thought process clearly. So, not all the nations in this world have equal power and equal population. Do you understand? This point is clear.
That's like a priori obvious, yeah.
So population, that's what I'm trying to say. My points might not be very critically intuitive. The thing is, population is not directly linked with civilizational kind of a stance. Yeah, you can say if there's a drastic reduction in population, there can be drastic loss of territory. But this is also not constant.
I'll say for these, it might be because right now the issue is fertility. And if that keeps going on, and historically the children take the fertility rate of their parents, so if they grew up in a 2-kid household, they'll have like 2 or 1 kids. We're entering problems that historically don't really have a solution. Oh, Black Ronin, go ahead. Sorry.
Yo, Jack Nickelback. Back to the whole thing about female soldiers, they could be used for getting information espionage, because the Viet Cong had what they would do. They would have during the Vietnam War, they'd have Vietnamese women be prostitutes, right? And they would catch an American soldier off guard, and then she'll pull a gun out of her handbag while he's taking off his pants and blow his brains out.
Well, that's
So
all right. Female spies are extremely old. That's different. That's way different from a female soldier.
In the Indian subcontinent, they were used to called poison, kind of a poison woman. You can translate it loosely.
Yeah,
So
best
traditionally-
example is Mata Hari. You probably everybody know about her, right?
I don't know. I'm not aware. Are you asking me something?
Mata Hari, that's how they are using these leeches, baits, very exotic, hot girls, usually entertainers. They put them in some kind of espionage type of scenario, and they are leeching info for the other side.
So only Sims
Yeah,
could be. Sims are the one who fall for most of this female trap. All the leaders, most of the leaders historically who have fallen for this of any nation, they have been Sims. You can observe from their behavior and their speeches and everything. These people who fall for spies and all, they fuck the spies and then they're fucked. These are all Sims.
Yeah, Jack Nickelback. Imagine it's 1968 and like a Vietnamese girl like in the village seems interested in you, and you're in your little green fatigues, you got your little M16. You leave your guns behind, take off your put on your pants. Next thing you know, there's a freaking knife in the back of your neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that probably happened multiple times.
Like Jesus.
Imagine you are a guy with gun and everything. You are like killing bunch of people left and right, and then you have a chick fucking you up from behind.
Dude, like what?
Yeah, best.
I think about it, the first country to come up with sex box would just be able to bribe soldiers with that shit. To be honest, you could overturn a fucking entire country just by having a few robots in the right places. That's how deep this shit goes.
I think it will burn to the ground. The whole this clown world, it will burn to the ground. There's no way fixing this thing.
Nothing's gonna burn. The world is too big to collapse at the same time. It's always gonna be in pockets.
Dude, the internet is instant and universal now, though. Everybody's falling at the same time. That's the crazy shit.
I mean, it might be a slow burn instead of instantaneous.
Yeah.
Well,
also,
oftentimes
Nickelback. Also, what I was gonna say, in feudal Japan, they have female samurai. But can I talk back to what Jack Nickelback was saying about women aren't physically capable? The female samurai couldn't actually hold. They actually weren't really good at hand-to-hand combat and sword combat. They'll lose like 9 times out of 10.
Like I don't know. It's not that they can't fight. It's just more like suboptimal physically compared to males. Like I think that's the better way to say it.
There's one thing that Western people maybe ignore, or there's not a lot of things discussed on this point. In Eastern part of the world, in China or India or even Japan and Thailand, women were given a lot of traditional training what men were given. There was a kind of a thing I'd like, but they were never like first one to fight ever. It's never happened. I mean, you can learn to you can, if you're prosperous, you can learn how to use a sword. But if you're a swordsman, if you're a woman, you'll be probably the last one to go in the field.
Yeah, they end up as reservists always and only.
Yeah, you'd send out the women when you literally already lost. That's the only situation. Right, okay.
To piggyback off what we said. So what I was gonna say, who do you think's gonna win in a sword fight? A 5'8" Asian samurai, right, with a katana, about 145 pounds, or a 5'2" Asian girl with a katana who's about 110 pounds? Who's winning that fight?
Agility will win.
Huh? All right, if this is anime, definitely the woman, but this isn't.
Nah, dude will win.
No, in feudal era Japan during the Edo period, like they both have katanas. They're both, because like it takes strength to swing a sword at somebody and to actually cut bone, to actually parry an attack.
Not really. I will tell you one small thing. In the sword swinging, it's not exactly about the impact. It's more about, see, people have to realize this thing. This close combat kind of a warfare, which was very popular, and still most of places you see this kind of aggression where you have one-on-one contact you are in aggression with. Thing is, agility is involved. These are art forms. These are sports forms.
Exactly the case when being tall is disadvantage.
If you play soccer, you know you are dribbling. You are the lead striker. You're dribbling. Or if you're a great goalkeeper, you can feel the defenders are nowhere. You can feel that the striker is coming. You can jump on top of it. This awareness, so the sword fighting, it's not just plain like smashing sword on someone. It's very maneuver kind of thing. If you have played badminton, you know there's no winning involved in smashing it very hard. It's all tricks, techniques, and moving on the pitch very fast.
Hold up. The context of a sword, the context of weapons in duels is way different than when we talk about armies. If you're on the battlefield against one other man,
katana and ninja thing and katana stuff that was being discussed. Not about, I guess the thing was not about modern day army. It was about swords and all stuff.
No, even back then, like if we're talking about then, it's even worse because we're talking about mass on mass. If we're talking about frontline troops.
Yeah, that war is different thing. One-on-one. I'm saying combat, as in there's an option that was being discussed here was that one chick with a sword or one dude with a sword. It was
okay,
not
fair enough.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. It depends. And even in big war, how do you think small armies conquer big kind of armies? Because one person was able to knock down 10 people with the sword, because that army of people who had 1 to 10 ratio in their favor, they were just wiping their sword left and right, thinking they are in the strength and number, without realizing that it's a contact sport. That's all. Even archery, why do you have archery as a sport? Earlier it was a killing thing. This simple thing is if you see sword fight, that is also a sport. People don't realize the end aim is being alive and killing the person. That's how you win. And I'm using this sports analogy because a lot of aspects of it will be very clear using this analogy. And if I use the Eastern terminology, things will be very complicated for audience to understand. So you literally glide. If you see the master in India or in anywhere, I don't know about the Western, there might be great masters of swordsmanship in West also, because I'm aware I'm giving. So if you have a technique which is called eternal combat techniques in a local term, if you translate it to, people are taught how can you visualize the attack coming. You can be chilled out. You just have to move 2 inches away and the sword attack is nullified. So there's one specific example. And if you make it into a lot of continued event, you can imagine the fight. So not going into anime world, those glides and those moves in the anime, some of it, maybe 1% part of it is very much real. and it is very much attached to the eastern part as a whole, because a lot of our ancient forms of fighting are actually interrelated. So as someone was mentioning, it's actually why I feel that the dude will win even with a stick against a ninja girl, is the agility part of it, the aggression part of it. You need innate testosterone aggression to win a fight. That girl will be beaten with a stick by a average dude, even though she is a ninja.
Yeah, you are right about that, because that's what I was saying with the feudal Japan thing. Even the armor that samurai wore, because the thing is, samurai wore armor when they went to big battles, and the armor itself from historical documents would weigh the woman down.
Yeah.
That you have to march all the
said?
way to those battles, which will fuck women up alone.
Yeah, and you have to carry your naginata, you got to carry your katana, you got to carry, and plus samurai didn't use shield, and plus it was hot outside, and you bring your plate armor. So yeah.
And one more thing people miss out is all nations and every civilization, they do have good quantity of fighting masculine population, which is always there in any time span, even right now. So that aggression is being tried to be diluted by politics, because see, you have to understand, as I tried to establish a thing here, that politicians and all these, but these are fighting kind of units. They are fighting in modern terminologies. So things have not changed. You just have different kind of bloodbath. It's not that politics and the power is bloodless today. We have democratic systems so called everywhere in the world. That has not reduced bloodbath. That has diverted the methodology of killing the people. That's all it has done, very sophisticatedly. And people like celebrate because they are not able to see death in front of their eyes. They feel there's no death happening.
No, go back. I have a question to ask you. So, with the whole close quarter combat thing, if a 110-pound samurai girl was to swing her sword at like a 5'9", 140-pound male samurai, you know what would happen to that little samurai girl if that dude blocks her shit and parries that shit? What do you think's gonna happen? She going flying.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So this whole idea that men and women are equal physiology, it's not. It's historical documents prove that's not true.
You don't need to go to history. You need to watch that Australian football match where 15-year-old boys school team beat the national Australian women's team, and Australian women's team was the fifth best in the world, and that was beaten by a homegrown 15-year-old boys team. And one more video came where very young chicks, their soccer team was defeated by 65-year-old dudes. So you have both the extremes defending prime women in prime of their physical fitness.
Yeah, I remember when someone did an interview with Serena Williams, and she talked about how, like, oh, could you beat like the lowest level tennis player, a male tennis player? And even she herself admitted no, but the newscaster was so surprised she said no. She's like, what do you mean no? It's like, what's that imply? Like, because like there was this huge debate about how like, oh yeah, she's so good she could beat a male tennis player, any male tennis player. And it's like, okay, well, could you beat the lowest level one? And she came out and admitted it was no. And like, but like the newscaster was so like blue pilled. He was like, he looked at her like, what do you mean no? It was so weird.
Of course, she lied. She lied to save her skin. I mean,
sense. Medican, last Mr. School. That go back. Remember in school where we used to play dodgeball, right? You ever been in a situation where it was the boys versus the girls? Who won that 9 times out of 10?
Like you want me to be 100% honest. The one time that happened, and we actually lost because I was on the team. I'm just gonna admit it right there.
My high school was
not a pure competition, right? That could have been just a fun way out. You were not playing seriously, right?
But then again, I was like 14. I was a scrawny. I'm still scrawny.
Oh yeah, Ron, and check the back chat. There's a video for you.
What happened?
So check the private chat. There's a video for you. You know, I should post it in the public, but whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. I mean, we even have like trans players outperforming female players.
Imagine
destroying, man. Like it is.
No, go back.
It looks like that dude's playing with kids. Go ahead. Sorry.
Imagine if Brock Lesnar woke up one day and he's like, you know what? I'm trans now, and he goes into women's MMA. What will happen when he goes to the octagon with a woman?
You
Same
have
thing
an
as
example,
Colin
right?
Fox, that's what.
You have an example. If someone remembers the fight where a transgendered woman,
changed her skull in.
yep,
Twice.
Yeah, twice. Like, I don't know why we pretend. I don't know why society's pretending like this stuff isn't like already hardstone fact. Like, it makes zero sense, other than just virtue signaling. It doesn't make zero sense to like have women and men competing together. It makes zero sense. Even trans women, man, it makes zero sense.
I mean, even in female basketball, they have a series like because of the way their legs are structured, they end up like even like in their early 30s, they end up like with severely bad leg problems. So it's like, what do you like? Anyway.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, this is.
Yeah,
I don't know why we
just a small shout out to FBI and every agency out there. We love you, so don't stress us out.
Yeah, they're just gonna end up on this stream anyway. Yeah, subscribers like fuck.
I'm waiting for the day. I'm waiting for the day when somebody comes on the stream is like, yeah, I used to work for the FBI.
Oh, okay.
But no, go back. So what I was gonna say is, even in skateboarding, well, girls can't take the same amount of slams and shit that boys can take. If you watch Street League or watch the X Games, in the women's division versus the men's division, girls can't take all those slams, falling down stairs, hitting their face on ledges the way boys can. Because boys, we can take.
Dude, they're built to have an entire fucking person in their bodies. You don't do that without compromise. It's like a fucking Huey helicopter. It's never gonna be as good as a Apache just because it has to do extra shit.
Yeah,
it's like watching.
I've seen girls at the skate park fall and bust their ass like one time, and that's it. Then they just sit on the bench all day. Meanwhile, me, I once hit my face on the side of the ledge, and I was just leaking, but I got back up and kept trying.
Yes, absolutely.
Dude, you can be out in the streets and survive. How many women you see on the streets that can survive that? Huh? That's the difference between men and women. We can literally survive somewhere just with some shed.
Yeah.
It's like men are naturally meant to be more just, I don't even know what you would call it. Well, durable and also take like more risks and chances, like to not really care about themselves.
Well, no, you're built to be disposable.
Yeah.
I mean, no one will care about you. That's the reality. You don't want to be cared about. If you had a social system where women were doing the responsibility of men, which right-minded men will not be a sit-at-home dude? Tell me, simply as that. If the roles were actually flip-sided, I don't think there's a logical, rational debate where men should have argument and protest about being fed at home.
Yeah, it's like I said to another dude, ain't nobody trying to be the chick that can carry in the bed. So
yeah, I have a question, Jai. No, go back. I have a question to ask you. Who do you think will win? A squad of it's a game of airsoft. A squad of 5 former female soldiers from the U.S. Marine Corps, right? Or 5 12-year-old white kids, 12-year-old kids with airsoft guns in the airsoft war. Who do you think's gonna win?
Just a physical fight?
No, I'm talking about in a game of airsoft. 5 former female soldiers versus 5 13-year-old kids, boys. Who's gonna win that one?
I don't know.
I'll be honest. I'll have to go with. I mean, I'll have to go with.
I'll put. Yeah, I'm with last, but because I have no idea.
I'm not sure about the game though, but if the ultimate
airsoft, it's like BB guns.
Yeah, I was gonna say airsoft. I'm gonna have to go with
fight. It's not non-fight kind of a thing. You just like point gun and.
Yeah, it's just
fighting. Airsoft. Yeah.
Oh, so it's like paintball.
Yeah, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, the laser tag thing. Okay, so that can be on training. The chicks might win because they know how to shoot and stuff. But if it's all about knocking each other down, I still go with the 12-year-old bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
Dude, have you ever felt the punch of a guy? Have you ever felt it on your face? You'll know the difference.
Yes, I've been punched in the face before. Yes, but when a girl hits me, I don't really feel shit, and I'm skinny as fuck too. Like I'm like last. I don't feel it that much.
That's what. And then don't know even how to swing. Just watch them swing something at you without any object in their hand.
The thing is, even the trained women who've been doing like athletic shit all their lives don't really stack up next to average dudes. Like at best, they be equal. That's the thing.
There was another example where this transgender athlete, no offense to them, and they can't do anything.
All the offense to them.
Yeah.
What do you mean? No
Yeah.
offense?
So, see, I also tend to be sarcastic sometimes. It's not Indians can't be sarcastic, right? So, there was a track event also apart from that boxing game where some transgendered woman is beating left and right the national US record holders and all, and they are crying like girls, yeah, because they're girls. So transgender woman is beating real American girls, and they're crying that there's patriarchy. Apparently, I don't know how. That
this is what they asked for, though. This is like the logical conclusion of feminism. If there are no differences between men and women, okay, well then why is it not okay to have men and women compete?
And plus, here's the beauty about transgenders: you're not gonna out victim a transgender person.
Yeah, you literally can't. The victimization levels are like too unequal. When it comes to the stack, the progressive stack, they're higher on the list than women.
Like a fucking ethnic transgender person is like a fucking Super Saiyan god of fucking culture. Like, it's over, dog.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Jack Nickelback, Mr. School, if what's the homie's name? If Colin McGregor or let's say Jake Paul. So, imagine if Jake Paul woke up one day and said, "You know what? I'm trans and I'm gonna get into women's boxing." What happens when he gets into the ring with the average female boxer?
I feel Black Ronin is asking too much question. Are you from the FBI, dude? Are you trying to book us under some kind of a hate?
Yeah,
right. I'm just asking.
Bro, this is the natural. Hold on, I'll explain. Is this the natural black thing with all your fucking friends ask you silly ass questions all the time?
Yeah, these questions are so hypothetical.
Hear me out.
I don't know. You asked that, my internet just cuts out.
Yeah, hear me out, bro. Hear me out. I'm not trying to sound dumb, but if Jake Paul woke up one day and said, "You know what? I'm trans now," and got into women's boxing, what do you think will happen to the average female boxer he gets into the ring with?
Like we know the answer. Yeah, you're asking a hypothetical question that we all know the answer to. So like, why bother asking the question? Like you know the answer to the whole question.
Yeah, there's a.
My question to liberals: if the liberals know this shit too, why do they push this shit that why women are equal to men in that aspect? Why do they push that shit?
I've asked that question to myself in the past before, and like I have no.
Because it fits their
whole
political,
ideology depends on it, even though it's not real.
It's reality is not real. You know what?
It's like the ultimate fight. Feminism can nurture only works to such a point, and then nature takes over, and it's this wall of nature that they can't get past.
No, dude. Taxation will collapse feminism. You wait and watch. No one focuses on this. Taxation will collapse feminism really fast. When it comes down to money, the world is brutal as anything. Just wait and watch. This feminism is collapsing due to money thing.
Okay, that can only happen if we tax 95%.
No, they will be taxing directly and indirectly, because most of the feminists will be body bags in their old ages, and they will be fed by the state, and state will need taxes to feed them or kill them. No one will kill them. They will tax you. So indirectly, all the feminist movement in the world will be taxing the general population very soon when they are old.
I mean, here's the problem with that. You can't tax a bachelor.
You can't tax a what?
You can't tax a bachelor. You can't tax some fucking neat cell that's taken from the state too, or some dude who's independent but just has a fucking 1-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, I often think that maybe sometimes, like, even we always bring up the fact that you can't draft an incel, but you can draft a blue pill incel pretty easily.
Yeah, but that's
the whole thing.
But that's the overwhelming. But keep in mind, that's still the overwhelming majority of incels, blue pill.
So what will happen to the feminists when there's no tax money? Also, as you said, just imagine
they fucking go extinct because there's nobody to support them.
I mean, the biggest thing that affects that would be not so much the incel problem, would be the demographic problem. Would be like if you don't have a tax base big enough to actually fund these programs, then you wouldn't even have the ability to actually fund these programs, so they wouldn't be able to eat. They'd be fucked over the long run. So.
Plus, like low key, I think a lot of people are like have a grain of the black pill. Like if you really tried to draft people, like even beyond the sexual thing, people don't really have a motivation to love this country anyway.
In today's scenario, it's very hard and tough for drafting people to be found in red numbers.
There's not enough of a social bond anymore for people to care about other people enough to die for them. Like it's. I would barely call 911 for a motherfucker.
When you have Republicans and Democrats and whatnot, and then you have different kind of racial thing attached to it, USA is like perfect cocktail of chaos. I mean, I don't know what people are doing here.
I can tell you what unites us is that we pay taxes.
That's the eternal truth. I mean, a lot of our economical traditional books have said that tax is a reality.
I mean, that's the only social bond we have. That's it. We fucking pay taxes.
Yep.
Other than that, I don't give a fuck about everybody else.
I mean, you'll be happy to migrate to any nation that gives you equal opportunity or money.
You don't think that like some will go for great of all American culture? You think that's just like a non-existent thing?
Not enough to sacrifice for your fellow man anymore. Like nobody gets anything enough out of the collective to give a fuck about it.
With very heavy hearts, I have to say, do you really understand that for the world, USA is not pretty much different from the Europe? It's very hard to digest this pill. I know it's a very big country, very good people, all those things, and I appreciate all those people and all. Thing is, you have similar names, similar structure. It's strikingly similar for a non-Western guy to have any distinguish between kind of a American thing and a European thing, and there's a lot of nuisance and there's difference. I know it's all involved, but thing is, Americans do have to realize they need to build and inculcate the culture it, or whatever you say it, the abstract thing of it. It is needed to bind any society. 200 250 years 300 years in a whole is not that great a timeline to see whether certain entity is a civilization yet. USA, with all due respect, many people feel it to be a great civilization, but technically you have not even crossed the timeline of being a civilization. European parts, yes, they are very old civilization, you can agree, but this new cocktail that everyone is trying to figure out, there's a imminent need to stop lying to each other, be it in any form, be it feminism or anything, and trying to really think about to solve the issues. And unfortunately, no one is doing this, and no one will care close enough to us random people here. That's the reality of it.
Man, look, needless to say, if you destroy the family structure, everything built upon it falls apart. So,
but it's already destroyed, don't you see? America,
so everything else is falling with it, including nationalism. Nationalism is, in the end, based on all those small structures beneath it.
And you know how to control any pocket of minority or any people. You separate the women from them, they're destroyed.
Look at the black community. Look how divided we are, the men and the women. Like in a nutshell, like.
And when this payment started to the women, I guess all the women would have been happy that, oh wow, we are getting paid. State will pay us, and it hampered their family.
Exactly.
And there's a simple, clear thing people don't understand, and they try to fight about going back to Africa. This is nonsense. Why will you go to Africa? You have equal ownership here in USA. Why do you want to? I mean, there have been Indians throughout the world. They maintain their individual identities where they were go. Thing is, it's all haywire. I'm no one's representative here. I don't represent any extremist or any point of view. I'm not even related to the thing. I'm just trying to give an example. It's so easy, yet so complex because of simping all around. Political simping, to be exact. I mean, it will be quicker to understand in terms of simp. That's why I'm using that phrase.
What's up, Drolix?
What's up, buddy boyos?
Hey.
Today's stream's pretty early. I just woke up like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, tell us about
it. Hey, we have Drolix in the house. Hey, welcome.
Yeah, because someone said it was going to start at 1, and then he decided to start at 3 hours early.
Yeah, like might as well do something.
Yeah. Usually Saturdays I sleep in, so.
Must have slept pretty late then. Oh, if you're on the West Coast, though, so it doesn't matter.
Yo, Drolux, I drove for a second time, dude. It felt so good, dude. I'm getting better with this shit. I'm low-key getting better with this shit.
Are you driving stick shift or automatic?
Automatic. I'm getting better.
Bro, I dead ass crashed the second day I was there by myself driving.
Have you gone on the freeway yet?
No, I just drive around my neighborhood. That's it.
What the freeway's the easiest part.
Are you driving by yourself?
Yeah, I got my permit shit, yeah.
Yeah, man. I just say be careful while driving. You'll always get cop attention.
Here's a crazy
Yeah.
idea I just wanted to add with the politic fiasco going on here. Anyone thinks why the liberals are not welcoming white oppressed people because of the historical context from South Africa or any other places in the world? You understand this? This is because when the white population will come here, that will not align with the liberals. They will not align with the cuckoo liberals or any of these people. They will most probably align with the nation they are migrating to. So
I
this
mean, if you,
all is just a
Oh.
big politics nonsense being played on face of Americans.
Yeah, I wanted to add some discussion from earlier. So I got several topics that I wanted to talk. If
All right, Drolic,
y'all
there you go, buddy. You got all got a list of topics, my dude. I love you.
So, in recent news, China has been arresting and jailing feminism, or feminists, I should say.
Nice.
And then-
Space
Good
China.
job. Applause.
Job,
Applause.
China. Yeah,
then,
everyone clap for China.
Yeah, in the equivalent of Chinese Twitter, the two feminist major groups were completely wiped off the platform, which is
Yeah,
a pretty big deal.
China had the ability to do that type of shit.
Oh yeah, they got internet censorship like god level.
yeah, they're still dead though.
So and then I think in the light of China has their own national census bureau, and I think also they do the every 10-year census, I should say. And so then I think the officials are panicking because marriage and divorce also in China is divorce is an all-time high. Marriage is like in the toilet. And they got 30, 40-year-old women refusing to marry and have kids. So they're realizing this is like a societal collapse
It's
just
already over.
happening. And so they're like finally taking steps, I should say.
Yeah, but then China, like a couple years ago, tried to make it law to where women can marry two men at once, or can have multiple husbands. And the feminist women just outright they basically rioted.
You know what might be coming soon from China? Forced insemination. Like, why wouldn't they try it?
I think that's very real. If you didn't already know, China the government itself has a database on all, healthy young female in the reproductive age, like in a national database. Just think about that for a second.
Speaking of China, here's their.
Yeah, bring it up.
I was gonna bring up the pyramid. I like this website.
In 10 years, they're gonna climax, and that's it. They're gonna go the same
Oh
way.
shit, dreidel demographics, like I said.
Big ejaculation coming in 10 years then.
Well, this is important. Yep, look at that. 2030, top of it. You see?
Beautiful.
Yep. And then going down. The government is fully aware of this, absolutely.
Yeah, and this is all assuming there's no giant war or famine. So this is like best case scenario sort of shit.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
China.
And then you bring up war.
The heck is this thing? That's fucked. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Yeah, so Jack, you bring up war. This is just another thought I had. Like if you really think about it, in the last 25 years, I would say. Let's just take US for example. Like we always had a war, right? Think about it. It's like World War II, like Vietnam, Korean War, the Gulf War. And I hate to say it, like war does bring out nationalism. It unifies the country. Like it brings out culture.
Yeah.
So we haven't had a war in like say last 10, 15 years. And the war in Afghanistan is bullshit. Like that's just
Speaking of Afghanistan, look at this pyramid.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I love it.
It's very healthy. Very healthy.
Yeah.
You know why Afghanistan shows this?
Man,
Because
I told you, Jack,
patriarchy
I told you.
Because they still have meritocracy.
Say Islam is what?
Islam keeps women in line. I told you that.
Dude, I
Yes,
keep
that's
look,
right.
motherfucker. So is Christian. Let me tell you where you are. You're looking at somebody in the rearview mirror who's driving on the same hill you are, and the hill is downward. You're both going to the same fucking valley. You're just further ahead.
Yeah, so then, going back at the thing, like I think invasion of Iraq was the end essentially because they went in without a plan. It wasn't like a conventional war, so to speak. And then, the whole mess in the Middle East was from essentially post 9/11. And then people are just over it. It's not like a conventional or a war where we go, we defeated it, yay, victory. It's still ongoing. They're still talking about, you know, removing troops out of Iraq. No one gives a fuck anymore.
The thing about war, go ahead, Saffron.
There's a difference. I mean, Jack, sorry to cut you. There's a difference between, I mean, if you see the experience of people around the world, US actually has been at war since its inception, apart from few peaceful, few half a decade or something like that. So US unfortunately has been at war in some capacity throughout its existence till now, and everyone knows there is a very kind of a, it will collapse maybe in the future something. You cannot control the world like this. Even the Britishers collapsed, and you can say that this is not Britishers kind of a invasion mechanics and all these things, but for the people it's like irritation. I mean, why you are here? Simple as that. Because you want to maintain certain route. Why? Because that great packed bacon can come here from some weird country that no one wants to know about, but they want bacon from there, so they want a proper route to be maintained. So all these things, the blind consumerism, blind, I'm saying blind, I'm not saying don't consume, don't wear Rolex and don't drive Ferrari. I'm all up for it, please do. Only thing is, what I'm trying to say is, there's a way where USA can maintain its own reputation and be a great nation, but it has to kind of contract a little bit in terms of just don't be everywhere, don't be everywhere. It's irritating for the world, just simple as that. And war is going on, useless wars. You think China will invade US? Then don't think like that. It's foolish evaluation of the geopolitics.
Yeah.
If USA was scared of North Korea, what do you think China will come and just attack USA?
Nah, they both buy and sell from each other. It's not that. It's more like China is trying to become like the new Asian white person. They're trying to become the new world axis, from what I can see.
See, one thing that you have to realize is China, along with India, controlled 60% plus of world GDP, going by the Western OECD group of nation reports strictly. So, and India was around 30 to 35%. China was historically always about 20-25%. So you have ancient superpowers also dormantly waiting there. You cannot discount that fact. And I don't think why rationally you think that all around the world people are just very nice kittens sitting there for nothing. They don't have anything. They just want to come to America and just earn money and be happy here. It's not how people work. That's not how Indians work. That's not how Chinese works. That's not how everyone works around the world. There's pride related to everything. And people have made this into a very, okay, you're saying pride, that means it's a white pride boys, so you must be supporting whites. Pitch, shut up, I'm brown. How can I support white supremacy? But you are trying to take away my pride because pride is apparently some kind of a white supremacist term. I don't care about that. And this is a reality which no one will tell you. People in West are so much delusional of their, I don't know, they're good people, as I always say, just to make them understand that world is not very bad. The only thing is, lot of people are very cute out here in the West. They think that it's all good thing. They see an immigrant, they feel that, oh, it's a poor immigrant, he will listen to us. And on top of that, English, every time it's thing on learn English, you're in USA, then don't call yourself a multicultural society. Call yourself a country which has open policies, which allows people to come in. That's all. I mean, it's hypocritical in USA, where half of the territory is Mexican, when most of the population naturally was Mexican. You try to make it a one nation, then very certainly you realize that there are two languages very prominent here. So include that language also. So you have a bilingual society right now, where you have a lot of Spanish being spoken in the South. You have a lot of English. So you have bilingual notice board. You have bilingual kind of things stuck to buses. You have in trains notice board in two languages, but you need to learn English, right? Why? If you have two languages, why do I need to learn English? I can learn Spanish, right? So this is a kind of a perplexing, hypocritical dichotomy that USA is experiencing. I know it might be very bad for a patriotic American, but come on, this is the reality. You have to wake up. You are good, you are great. You can be a great teammate. If you want to be called, I will call you a great baseball player. But please don't try to be the inventor of baseball. It's just an analogy.
You are right about that. You are right about that. Saffron Pilled. All America is a homeless person with a Gucci belt. In a nutshell.
And I don't want to hate on this. I'm very optimistically. I'm a at core. I'm optimistic person, but I know optimism needs reality. So
Yeah, you
don't you
bring up
feel
a
sad?
good
I mean,
point
it is a great country in many ways. It can be greater, but thing is, I don't see anything happening here. People are just burning their heads, and the worst part of it, these liberal Democrats, these nonsense idiots of West in USA specifically, they are trying to correct the whole world. I mean, are you nuts? Are you stupid? Are you gone out of your mind? These are the same liberal idiots that they cry about religious freedom, and they go to India and they heavily fund conversion in India. Then what are you talking about? I mean, do you see how hollow, how useless this whole concept of, be it liberalism, be it capitalism, be it Marxism, be it Leninism, all these things are very, very good ideas and stuff, but at the end you're just playing yourself. You need to like realize there's always new ideas that need to come out for a age, right? Where's the new age American ideology? Where's the new age African American thing? Where's new age things to oppose the victimhood that many civilization feel to have? There is none. And all you have is big mouths uttering nonsense that they're not aware
Okay.
about, who they are not.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I get
Yeah,
into.
you're getting real long-winded, my buddy. Okay, you got to let people talk.
Yeah, I have this speech thing. I'm.
Yeah, you're on a roll, buddy. You're on a roll. Cut it back. Cut your time back about like 5 minutes. You'll be good to go. Anyway, Drolix, yes, stuff to say.
I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
Yeah, no, he gave me a good idea. I wanted to ask now too, but I gotta say, yeah, that's you bring up good points. The one that I wanted to finish off about war is that in the sense of conventional war, it does unite a culture, a country, and so forth. So the very fact that now the world has been relatively at peace, so there's no focus on some external threat that unifies people in a sense.
What for America?
Can I say something about that? Just
one second. So just to finish off, the lack of this external enemy or force to project our attention to is part of the whole reason, I think, with the decline as well. Because there's no how to say it, like a geopolitical power or influence that
no reason for
takes
everybody
away.
to focus on national
Exactly.
unity.
There you go, the Jack Nickelback.
I'll tell you an example. I'm sorry. I know I'm taking a lot of time. Just one quick example because Drolix mentioned very critical point. See how image working works. I mean, thing is in USA, people who are liberal or who are conservative, both are delusional to a certain extent. That I want to say, and I'm saying this not because of hatred, because I want to help people if they want to be helped by any new revolution or thought. Thing is, if you why I say a lot of times the Indian perspective, the Eastern perspective, thing is USA is delusional a lot. People don't want your democratic freedom throughout the world. Please understand this. People don't want your multiculturalism throughout the world. We already are multicultural. Please understand there are nations in this world who are already multicultural. Multiculturalism is not shouting about telling people you are different. It's about inclusion. Where do you have inclusion in USA? You have none. You have liberals, they make you feel foreign. You have I think conservatives sometimes make me or anyone feel more at home than these liberals. That's why I hate these liberals so much. And that's why I need to finish my thought, because thing is people need to be woken up, and I know this might not have been a platform, but this area is very much needed for people of West to be red pilled in a actual geopolitical sense. People are very much blue pilled in that context in the West, I'm sorry to say.
Saffron, if America wants to keep its power, it needs to keep the world and especially the world economy as it is. So It's not about liking or hating Indians or anybody else. It's about keeping their geopolitical strength. No, so to that, even your culture is just means to an end.
That's agreeable. But what makes you think that Indians will not rise against this and will tell you in the future that stop naming our things? You cannot name Indian Ocean as Indo-Pacific. That's a moronic stuff to do. As you cannot accept any Indian coming to USA and naming Washington DC as Gugu land. Similarly, you have no rights. Do you understand this very brutal question? You have no right to call Indian Ocean Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, and they do. Yeah, they do. I can tell you what their right is. They're more powerful.
That's what you are assuming you are. You think you're.
Wait. What do you mean assuming, dog? Assuming.
Let me clear
this. Global hegemon of the world.
Wait.
Okay, you've been explaining for a long time, buddy. Okay,
no, just give me one last thing because
slow down. You're on my stream. Okay, let's not get too crazy here.
It will be taken very badly. I'm finishing something. That's what I'm trying to say. Let me finish it. I know what I am, and I'll
let you finish when you respect the stream, okay? God dang, you've been talking for like nonstop, okay? Now you can talk now, but Jesus Christ, let people talk.
That's fine. If you are like emotional about anything, you're free to say.
It's not about being emotional. It's about being objective here. America is the global hegemon of the world. The West is the global hegemon of the world. Of course, we're going to. Of course, we're going to insist ourselves upon the world. It's what we do. It's what every empire has ever done in the history of mankind.
I mean, you can say
that's
what Rome did. That's what the Han Chinese did. That's what the Japanese did.
Okay, so if US is Great Britain did. Why can't you fix your feminism problem? And then why are you having discussion on this? Tell me. If US is so perfect, and if you
because what the people of America want and what the politicians want are two different things.
You are not open to discussion right now. I'm trying to explain a very crucial point that nowhere in the history you will read, nowhere in the
say America was perfect.
No, you see, here's the point. I'm trying to tell that I like America. I love America. You want it. I don't know. I don't understand why you are not letting me complete this point. You have been a great host till now, Mystery. I'm just trying to point something which is very inconvenient to you, but you seem like it's
inconvenient. It's not inconvenient at all. I'm just explaining to you that
I'm not denying the fact that I'm not saying US is nothing. I'm trying to put forward a point that is very rational and
I'm just saying any empire in our position would do the exact same thing.
Dude, you're not an empire. Please don't overestimate yourself.
America isn't an empire.
I'm trying to put a point forward which you're not realizing it. Okay. Then why not China is an empire?
Because they're not as strong.
At the end of the day, that's the truth. They're not as strong. India's not as strong. You don't have a
big military. Won World War II and they won the Cold War. We're the only superpower left. There's no one else.
Who controls the
ship? You're gonna be on top soon, maybe, but not yet.
So if everything is so good in America, then why there is so much of problem in America? Tell me simple as that. You are great civilization, you are great superpower. Why is your home not fixed? Why is your home not fixed? Why is everything wrong in your home?
Because it's a declining empire, but it's still an empire. It's still on top and it's still falling. I have
not finished the thought. Maybe if you would have let me finish the thought, you would have realized that I was praising America. But now, because you put me in the way, you have to...
I have to. I'm sorry.
Okay. Everyone, just calm down. Give Saffron 1 minute to finish his point.
Okay, he can finish his thought. There we go. Now go ahead and finish your thought.
See, I'm very open. I have told several times. I'm not here to like put my point forward. If no one is ready to listen, I can drop out anytime. Number one. Number two, what I was trying to put forward is, if you want to be red pill aware, you have to listen to criticism and critiques of people who are different from you. That's the whole point.
For the last like 20 minutes.
So if my point of explanation is big, you can say that this is not the format that we discuss long thing. You can shorten it down. I would have shortened it down. I'm not here giving free lectures and sermons, right? I'm not converting you guys. I'm not reconverting you to any trade, right? I'm not gaining anything from you being anonymous here. So if there's a point that I was trying to conclude is, and you interjected that USA is the power. You are the power, but in terms of what? You think you have Navy bases all around the world that will save you? That will save your democracy? That will save you falling down? You think USA cannot have powerful... One second. USA doesn't have power enough to negotiate and crumble North Korea, and you seriously want people around the world to take you seriously? If you are so powerful, why can't you make your politicians be hard on North Korea or be China or anything? Why are you arguing and telling me that I'm wrong?
It's an intricate balance of power you have to maintain when it comes to ruling the world.
That's what I agree with you. And that integrity, you have to realize that it's not military power 100%. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
That's
it's cultural power as well. Yeah, it's
so when
cultural, economic, and military.
When my and your point is the same thing, what's the point of disagreement here? I don't understand. And even if it is a disagreement, you can just tell me that no, I don't agree with you. Simple as that. I'll be happy. I'm not saying you to praise
no, I disagree. It would be an
no, but
explanation.
you want to act that India never existed, or China never existed, or any civilization never existed, or USA cannot down.
I never said that. When did you get that from
don't
that?
Be so sentimental and so touchy, right? That's the point of being pilled aware. If you're so touchy, and then we cannot discuss anything.
Touchy. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. No one's being touchy here. Okay,
calm down, Saffron. We're here. What you're saying? It's just
this is the whole point. I'm not angry. It's the tone. You don't get the tone of it. If a Russian guy talks in a certain tone, you don't tell him that don't talk in this tone.
What are you talking about?
I'm simply telling you, I was trying to explain the reality of geopolitics of USA. The thing is, you will never know the end of it because I don't want to force.
I'm going to post this comment in here because this is exactly how it feels right now. Saffron is talking as if mystery school officially represents the United States. He's an ambassador. I'm not. I'm just telling you, at the end of the day, it comes down to this. The American hegemon, and we are in the West in general, is the hegemon of the world. We dictate what happens anywhere in the world. We dictate militarily, we dictate culturally, and we dictate economically what happens anywhere in the world.
I mean, Saffron, like, at the end of the day, you say you like America, right? You probably like America more than anybody on this panel. We're fucking incels. We hate this place.
Yeah, my 10-year plan is to getting ready to get out of here.
Yeah.
Then if that was the point, there was no need of such a thing, right? I mean, who am I? Am I anonymous voice? I can never meet you again. That's the end of it, right? Don't be so much of touchy, man. It's an open idea discussion. I thought I can join and add some value. This is the perfect reason why people don't speak. And this is the reason why USA and West is suffering. Because this delusional sense of complexity and supremacy in great American exceptionalism, this will lead you nowhere. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but you're acting as if that belief system represents all, like me, Mystery, and Jack, and like everyone on here.
I admit America is not the best country in the world. We admit to that. We're not the best country in the world, but we are the top dog in the global scale. We're the top dog.
What was that?
It's a phone ringing from Jack. I don't know who it is.
Like,
Mystery, you get what I'm saying about that, right?
What'd you say? I'm sorry. I was listening to the phone ringing.
I would even say that.
We even though we're not the best country in the world, we're still the top dog. We still run shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Like, I don't know what the disagreement here really is, but like at the end of the day, in any empire in our position, in fact, other empires might even be worse than we are. Like, we don't even make other countries pay tribute. Like, you don't have to pay for other than NATO. Maybe even NATO, they don't even contribute their fair share to NATO. Like, at the end of the day, like we America has done so much for the world, and we get almost.
Give me some example, please. Give me some example. What you have done for
the Marshall Plan? We rebuilt Europe.
Give me some example for all the world.
The Marshall Plan. We rebuilt Europe.
Hold on, Saffron. Like, let me just add to this. So it is true, like, because I've traveled out of the world too, and wherever you go, like when you encounter quote unquote Americans, there's a arrogance of the out there, like, oh, we're better than you. We're bringing our money and business to your country by visiting you, whatever it may be. So we do get a bad rap overseas, but you got to realize it's not everybody, man. It's just you might also add that to the cultural media bullshit that pushes down on the American out abroad. So you do have a point there. So that's one issue. And then the one that I wanted to bring earlier when you were talking about this geopolitical stuff. So here's a bitter pill to swallow, right? And I'm a rice cell, so I'll never understand the white man's perspective. Most of us here are, black cells, curry cells. So you can all understand. Like, here's a bitter pill to swallow. Wherever the white man goes, the world has become better. Simple as that.
That's bullshit.
No.
That's
The
bullshit.
I'm going back to the British Empire.
That's more than more bullshit. If you were content
The
with
British
American Empire,
Empire
it
has
would have
spread
been good.
so much good across the globe.
That's bullshit.
I know. You need to
before you
swallow
keep
that
saying
pill.
bullshit, let Drolix talk. We let you talk. Let Drolix talk.
So just even recently, look at in Africa, Zimbabwe or South Africa, they're kicking out all the whites because of their newfound progressive like black power liberal bullshit. And what's happening? Like they kicked out all the whites in the Zimbabwe, all the farmers left, and then now they have food crisis because they can't grow food. The farmers employed hundreds of locals. It had a good economy, everything was stable. Now they're like in starvation mode, like because they can't grow food right, and they're begging the whites to come back. It's all about balance, so to speak. The British Empire spread its rule and culture across the globe, making English the de facto language across the globe, whether you like it or not. It's a bitter pill to swallow. Wherever the white man has gone, things have become better for the local populace to a degree. I'm not saying it made it like, oh, where it's heaven on earth, but I'm saying it spread technology, it spread ideas. So then here's the hard part. It's not about, yeah, and you're right. I don't necessarily think it's about military power, even though we do have a, or U.S. I should say has a military presence everywhere. So the part that what people are not, it's just flying over their head is that what's the companies like like Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, Netflix, all the major tech companies are based in the U.S. Why do you think government, or at least U.S. government, pushes tech so hard? All those companies exert influence across the globe. By definition, the tech companies in the US are exerting influence across the globe. Like Facebook has billions of users, but it's still a US company. Millions of people watch Amazon or
Netflix or something.
Netflix is spreading its woke bullshit across the globe. I mean,
you're right about that.
Yeah.
Velux,
So
I have an example.
the
They're showing
current
kids
Hold on, Black
everywhere.
Ronin, let Drolix finish this point.
Yeah, so to finish it off, the real power is in the US tech industry and how it's able to exert its influence across the globe.
So if that is the point, when I was trying to establish a thing that military presence solely cannot save America, that was the hypothesis I was trying to explain.
Yes, and I was agreeing with you. So this is exactly why I was going to say it's not really about the military power. As a baseline, yes. But then, what really is the real power is the US tech industry being able to exert power across the globe.
Especially across the base technological landscape of the internet. Like Facebook can just create scenarios, not just respond to them.
What really happened here is, just
hold on. Let me add this.
No, only the messenger was shot. That's all. I mean, there was a great point. It was thought.
Yeah, and in some countries, I think it was either not Nepal. It was like in Burma or it's a Southeast Asian country. They literally don't have internet, but they do have Facebook provided through their phone and Wi-Fi. So for some, I'm just gonna say poorly educated Southeast poverty-stricken people, like their idea of internet is Facebook, and the narrative is controlled through what Facebook allows you to post and not post. So literally, it is a testing ground of how they can influence entire society simply by limiting their knowledge ability to post purely on a single platform. It is like a pretty good case study to see. And yeah,
the British control the oceans and the Americans control the internet. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's like not knowing geopolitics. I mean, if tomorrow India wants, it can cut 60% of US supply. Do you know that?
Say that again. I missed it.
60% of US trade is controlled by Indian Ocean. Do you know India can cut that? I know it will be a disastrous thing for the world and India also, but there's power everywhere. You cannot discount this reality. That's what
Yeah.
I said. I
And
can be a great teammate with USA, but if this arrogance will come that you have to be chosen as captain every time, you have to be chosen as everything every time, and you tell me about what you have given. This is what you gave. Let me give you an example. I was not anti-US anyway, but I have to go little wacky because they see. I told you. You can cut me off, mystery, if I am exceeding your platform type or anything. The only point what I'm trying to say is I am a foreign thing here, right? I'm a foreigner. I'm trying to explain what's wrong with stuff going around here. And if you cannot see, I was trying to convey a message. I was a messenger. I was not trying to cook up shit. So if you felt bad or anything or something like my supremacist thing or in USA supremacist and these Southeast people don't know anything, and we objectively, just because we have this many tanks flying here and we have Navy there, we are objectively, there's not reality, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, Enrique, you can go and go.
And that's why the problem are coming in USA. You need to collapse into your own society, fix your own society. I'll be ending, and this was not the point that everyone perceived. If I was not anonymous, I would have been very blunt.
You said let me let Enrique talk.
I think I understand where Saffron's coming from. I also understand y'all's point of views, because I'm like, I come from again, my family's from third world country, and I think I know what kind of egotistical thing that some Americans have. And then I get how he's saying that, America isn't all that or whatever. But I think, and this is my only perspective on it, I can only say that when people talk about America in a good view and in its bad views, I agree that America is probably almost one of the best countries, not in the whole world, but it has a lot of privileges that third world countries don't have. And it's almost like a luxury that even the poor class of people could, enjoy in America versus, again, other third world countries. With that being said, though, I just find it ironic because I have family that comes over here looking for work and thinking that, okay, I'm going to come over here, I'm going to make my money and I'm going to be happy. But that's not exactly how it plays out, because we have people here in America that want to leave the United States because they're not content or they feel like a cog in the machine or whatever. So the culture of America, I guess, only benefits, I don't know who exactly it benefits, maybe people that were born with less, but it's not and I get he's talking about military power or whatever, but it's not all that great that's cracked up to be coming from people that have lived here and feel like it's some sort of rat race. And people that are leaving here to go to third world countries, at the end, I know that my family members that come here, they're going to end up leaving anyways. They're going to end up leaving because they already have input and intel from family members that live here. Yeah, it's nothing but just working over here. So, when we get a little older, we're going to save up money, then go back. Because America, the lifestyle is great, but it's not a long term if you're going to try to retire, enjoy life. America's not one of those places unless you make a lot of money. And as far as military power goes, I'm not really educated in that, but that's my 2 cents.
And then Black Runner, you had a point you wanted to make.
Like I said it before and I said it again. All America is, bro, is a homeless guy with a Gucci belt. That's all it is. Luke's.
That's true.
It's a crackhead with a pair of Jordans. That's all America is. It's a homeless crackhead with a pair of Jordans.
With a gun.
Yeah, that's all America is.
Yeah, no, I think Enrique, you're right. Just to add a little bit, I'm not even first generation American. I came to America when I was young. So It wasn't like I was born here and raised as a American. I was like I assimilated essentially. If I ever do have kids, which is probably never, they would be first generation Americanized. So I think I do bring a perspective, and I do understand what Saffron Pill is saying. Like if you're not from America, it's hard to not understand how we get viewed across the globe, and there is a complete arrogance about it. But then, yeah, like Mystery said, we are the dominant power. We do get to exert our influence.
I'm just saying that like any empire in our position would act the exact same way.
Right. And
like people act like, oh, we're the exception to imperialism. No, we're the rule. It's the rule. Rome acted the exact same way. People complain about the Romans when they went on trips to Egypt. People complain about the Romans when they went on trips to the east and the west. Like,
yeah, that's
not new.
I mean, it's like it's not like we're giving it a sanction or he's saying it's good, but at the same time you can't just set aside all this political espionage and like the military power is probably like the last stage of American power. There's so much ahead of it.
And if you want to get quote unquote tactical, like in terms of we all know there's DARPA and there's secret military tech development, but we're so fucking behind. I think the Russians have like hypersonic missiles. I think China's and Russia have already like kind of improved and perfected drone warfare. Like the next war, conventional war speaking, is going to be with drones and much more advanced like missiles. Dude, we don't have jack shit. We haven't invested in any of that stuff. We still think our Hellfire, what do you call it? The drone strikes is the key to winning. It's like outdated now.
Anyway. I mean, it's not just. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it's not just like the military force. I mean, just look at all these other countries. Who do they want to emulate? Who do they want to be like? They want to be like the West. They want to be like Anglo-Saxon British Americans.
Okay, I just have one question. Based on what survey or based on what thing? What's the backing of this statement?
Of what?
That everyone around the world wants to be like USA.
I mean, look at Japan.
Now just tell me what makes you believe this.
I don't think that's what we're saying. More like,
you know how I know that? What he's saying is true. You have code up.
Go ahead. Hello.
Can I talk? The fact that Medican Black Pill, the fact that Medican, right? So the fact that Medican Black Pill knows more about hip hop, American rap music than I do proves that people want to be like the West.
That's case in point. We don't really have like a study for that.
So by that sense, I can say because yoga is popular and turmeric milk is getting popular in India, so in USA, so US people want to be like Indians. Should I include that?
What did you say? Did you say Indian music is popular here in America? What did you just say?
No. I'm not giving a music. You gave a music argument. I am giving a different argument. I am saying because yoga is so popular in USA now, shall we assume that USA is trying to copy Indians?
No.
Why? When your logic of rap music or copying anything is valid, why not my example is valid?
Because
it's not as popular. Yeah.
Dude, yoga is everywhere. You have plagiarized the whole USA has plagiarized so many things from East without naming or even giving credits to it. And because you assume that it's very easy, the technologies of the East, it's very culturally appropriative for the West, especially USA. And whatever they give outside, they put a very good trademark or register mark on it that this from USA. These are cruel issues, man. These are cruel issues that you must think about.
I get where he's coming from. At least with, I don't think we're copying any culture from other places. What I think we do is we, and forgive me when I say this, but I think we whitewash things. Like, so if I could give my opinion here, in Guatemala right now, there's like two things going on. There's a lot of like white tourists going over there to live there. And then there's like some, I'm not sure if they're cults or religions, but they're kind of like on the trend over there. But when you go over there and you see, you know, them talking about the land and talking about like, oh yeah, you know, spiritualism with the freaking Mayan god or whatever. And then you look at them, you're like, yo, you're not from that country and you're not Guatemalan per se. Like you have Guatemalan workers for you and, you know, some shamans maybe, but you're not you yourself that's promoting this religion or a cult. It's like you're intertwining the culture of Guatemala just because you're wearing our clothes, because you're near our temples, and then you're whitewashing it with your shit and just saying like, oh hey, like join this religion, this is cool, this is a place of Israel, whatever. Like that's just one of the things happening. And that's what I think he may be referring to, but it's almost like a cultural assimilation, like Dralik said earlier. Like you become assimilated, there's a mixture. Like even in the United States, there's certain parts of the US where it's like Chinatown or just completely a bunch of Indians everywhere, just all populated in one area, and all you're gonna see is those kind of stores and those kind of gift shops or whatever, and in their language too. Like I go to H Mart and there's a bunch of freaking like foods that I can't even read in English or Spanish. So I'm just like, oh crap, like yo, but they got good prices. So I mean, you know,
yo, damn straight.
What kind of soup?
No, one more point I want to add to this is many people think USA is very free. I work in journalistic line. I have seen more stories getting suppressed these days in USA. Even we are able to publish stories and get things out of China more easily than USA. What will you call them? You will just tell them that I am a delusional guy. No, I am speaking something that you don't know about. Please do a research on it. And
does anybody here believe America is like a completely free country?
I don't believe that at all. It's super.
Be kind to yourself if you believe that.
America is just fucking gentle China. That's, bruh.
Yeah.
You bring up a good point.
I'm telling you guys, social credit is here. Social credit is here. That's why I'm trying to wake you up. It's no, I don't want to be a great IQ guy here.
Hold on, yeah, Saffron. I don't think any of us don't know that the mainstream U.S. media lies to us. Like it's already been proven. The last 10 years, they've been lying through their teeth on pretty much all the mainstream news. It's like now they just publish or produce what they want us to believe rather than actually reporting news objectively. So I mean, only the clueless blue pill liberals only believe what CNN or whatever tells them.
But you have to realize that CNN is part of America, right?
Yeah.
You cannot separate the bad part of it. You cannot say, okay, those are CNN crazy guys or Fox News crazy guys doing this.
We don't believe.
Never separated them. Everything's a part of the state in the end.
Yeah, everything's a part. If it's part of if America produces what America produces, so it's garbage in, garbage out. It's good in, good out. So if you get garbage new stuff, then it's going to be garbage new stuff out of America. It is what it is.
Dude, like all of our culture that we export is just as weaponized, if not more weaponized than our fucking actual military.
I would say America is best at exporting degeneracy across the globe.
Yeah, that's weaponized.
Only base people like us in this chat know that the media is lying through their teeth, and only a blue pill fool would believe any of that garbage.
Yeah, and the reason why it's bullshit is because like you don't see the elite families engaging in that activity. You don't see an elite family having a single motherhood everywhere. Like you don't see that shit at all.
They patriarchal as hell.
They patriarchal as hell. They have extended families, not just nuclear family. They have extended families. So it's like they have all the stuff in spades.
And someone was mentioning about the technical edge of USA. I'm a realist. Please understand this. I did not mention that China or India is currently a superpower of the world or is leading more behind. Thing is, USA can be accepted. Everything is okay. But this will not change the reality that's going on here. The clown world that is happening in USA, most of the other parts of the world, it's happening here, right here. So if 0.0 is this place, we have to mention it directly. And I know it's a very wound kind of a thing. You have a band-aid on your wound. It feels. and it should feel.
We don't feel anything for this place.
Then that's
I hate this place. I don't really like. I mean, I like living here, but I don't respect.
I hate this place too, man. It's a fucking shithole, dude.
Like Saffron, you're talking to the rejects of America. We don't even count. We just pay taxes, man.
That is what I'm trying to give the example
Facts,
here.
bro. We don't.
We had two kind of people. We had Last, who had the more of a communistic or Marxist point of view. We had Mystery, who came a lot of capitalistic point of view. But this is what I want to show the America. When it came to America, these both people were trying to say that I'm wrong in a certain way. This is the unity that you people need to find. I don't know why politicians are not working, and me, Anonymous Voice, is working on this.
Because it doesn't benefit them, man.
Exactly. So do you understand what I was trying to push? Your military means nothing.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The real
like it may not mean anything to us, but to say that, you were trying to imply that America isn't this great dominating force in the world when it clearly is.
No, exactly not. What I am trying to say is, historically, there have been a lot of superpowers which are not superpower right now. So USA must humble down and must understand, if it wants to become superpower and maintain it throughout, most of the history possible, whatever is humanly possible, 500,000 or whatever years, then it needs to act like civilization which does not, which has not collapsed on its own burden. And when
you won't get that because the culture is so messed up at this point.
Exactly. So my exact last point where I will end this part of whatever I was trying to say is, US needs culture. So all the point where everyone was like haywire and the discussion went very different point of view, it was all concluding to this point that US needs culture, and only culture will save it. And if you want to import culture, it is very good, but people who are coming from outside will just see a mere copy of different places. Where's the original thing? That's what I wanted to focus on, and that was the end of. See, I told you I tend to stretch things because I need to make it clear. This is the exact core point that I was trying to put forward, that without culture you will be nothing.
Well, I think the problem with America is that it prided itself on being like this like cultural mixed bag. That
pot, yeah,
that to such a point that it doesn't have an identity of its own. At least not anymore.
Yeah, it's a bunch of different people living together trying to form a unified country when it doesn't. It can't do that. Yeah,
it's like tribalism.
Yeah,
with a bunch of tribes from different tribes living together, and they just don't mix anymore.
I'll give you one small example. You can go into the details, but USSR, when it collapsed, it was the superpower. Please accept it. US was 19 and it was 20. It's a reference term used, like someone is a little bit superior. That's why you say 19 and 20. So USSR, in no doubt, was superior in terms of military strategy, espionage, kind of invading power in another nation, allies, everything. But one fine week and one fine day, it ceased to exist. So there's no weird math here, right? Please do the maths.
I think Last would have a good thing about. Don't you know about the collapse of the Soviet Union? I don't know.
Oh, is that what? Oh, okay. So I guess we're moving on to that.
That's what he brought up.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, it's like I mentioned. It's like I mentioned last week. I mean, it's like, could you really make the comparison between what the USSR was like back in the 40s and 50s to what it was in the 80s and like 91 and 92 when it was dissolved? It's like it's almost like two different countries at that point.
No, but it was USSR. You don't get the point. It was USSR. Whether it changed internally or not, for exterior parties, it's not a point. USA is a thing. If it changes internally and collapses tomorrow, the thing will be same, right? It collapsed. There can be reason or rationalization why it changed. It was not the same country. Values change. But that's what we are discussing, right? Why things go to shitter, right?
USSR collapsed because of internal politics.
So just telling the thing that USSR collapsed because it was a different country, it makes no point, right? The thing decreased.
Yeah. Oh man, what would that even look like? Bunch of waifus, sex bots.
Okay, so if we're gonna choose a culture here for America, we already know what kind of culture it has. A little bit of a mix, but it's mostly buying shit and living to your pleasures, I guess. And half people don't even do that. They're kind of super depressed anyways. So
consumerist culture, yeah. It's all about consumerism in this country.
Well, what kind of culture, if anybody, Saffron included, has an answer that you think people could abide by here that would be remotely happy? Like, even if you were remotely happy. I mean, I have no answers to that, and I surely know one thing. I don't think a Christian nation's gonna make anybody happy here, so we could throw that out the window.
Well, it's like Plato's idea of like the noble lie. Like, even if it isn't true, like if you can still unify a country behind it, it's still useful.
We need aliens for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need a Independence Day movie.
No. Relux, I disagree with you. What needs to happen? Remember that mission for Modern Warfare 2 where Russia invaded America? I thought that's what's needed to happen for us to unify.
Hell no, girl.
Well, it's. I wanted to bring up this point like
back why?
An hour and a half ago with Alex.
Why? I was at Ron
not, bro. You have no idea how many people just don't give a fuck anymore. Like I think maybe like for a day, but like for real, like I would just let people die. Like, you know, maybe there's a Russian bitch out there for me. I don't know.
But
so if we were in like a Red Dawn situation, where like China and Russia and North Korea teamed up and said, you know what, we're trying to fuck up America and fuck over Western Europe too. You wouldn't want to fight back if you saw Russian like troops like annexing your neighborhood or some shit.
The problem is
I have a different worry because I might be perceived as the enemy, so I'll be laying low, my friend.
I mean,
nigga, you Asian, bro. You Asian.
I'm a rice cell, son.
I mean, we saw this back in 2002.
China invades. You'll be good if China invades. So like, no, I'm not with them.
No, we saw this back in like 2002, 2003 with the invasion of Iraq. Like, war does not unify people the way it did. Like back during the World War I and World War II. Like,
yeah, that's
people
what I said.
like there are people who have very anti-war. Yeah.
I mean, what you're gonna go overseas and defend your family, Black Ronin, your wife and kids? You're gonna fight for them?
I'm not getting them. The fuck.
And just to be clear, because things when it comes out, it clears a lot of doubts, and even if it is wrong, 100% makes you think. Someone mentioned that English is like de facto language, and that was a great thing. Thing is, that's actually factually very wrong. Most of the superpowers or good countries in the world, they have their own native language. That's why they are successful. See India, why India is still struggling, because it still carries out British imposed English, which is removed in a lot of parts. But in China, you have all the Chinese and local languages. It's prospering. You have Russia. It is still a power in the world. No one wants to mess with it on a one fine day. Why? Because it's a Russian to the core of it. French, they have their own language. Japanese, they have their own language.
Yeah, but
so these are international instances. These are very detailed thing.
How many people in America?
I don't want to like offend you guys personally, because I'm not that person. That's why I want to clarify. Things are very big, bigger than what we generally perceive to be. There's a logic and there's reason to lot of
most people in the world are bilingual and their second language is English. Most Americans are not bilingual at all.
So that's the problem with Americans, right? If someone is more knowledgeable on the knowledge point of view, who is stupid?
What?
Wait, hold on. What?
If you are saying if someone is learning multiple language, and first of all, what's your backing for this data?
I don't equate with learning languages to be a marker of intelligence.
I think you are very less informed on evolution of language. You must research it. Not a lot of people in this world speak English. That's a very big misconception, sir.
I didn't say that.
No, you exactly meant the same thing. You said that English is the most language in the world, popular language. This is not true, right? It's not true.
No. I think you're getting a misconception. So
you're speaking language and you're from India.
Yep.
And you're speaking English. So what does that tell you? You homogenize to our society.
That just tells me that हम अपने भाषा में बात कर सकते हैं. तुम गधों को पता नहीं चलेगा कभी भी. This is what I want to say, right? I can speak in multiple languages, and you do not speak. Why? Because your culture has diverted you into nonsense things.
Because I don't actually care about learning Indian. Sorry, I don't.
Dude,
I don't have an
Americans
interest in it.
We don't have to.
Yeah, that's the nature of being
Yeah,
powerful.
one second. So, as you said, you don't have to. So, there are many people throughout the world that they don't have to do English, right?
Yeah, they don't have to.
You have a English-speaking Indian guy here. You cannot use this as an example that I have to and you don't have to. It's a very logical fallacy kind of escape
if you
here.
don't want to if you
the
don't want to
point
do,
was here. Point
if
being,
you don't want to do
was
business with America, then you don't have to learn
the
English.
proposition was that English is the most spoken language throughout the world. Someone made a point. You can rewind and watch. My only point was, please give me the data of it. Now the rebuttal to this, the rebuttal was, you speak English. You are from India. I am from US. I don't speak your language. This not answer, right?
That doesn't make any sense, man.
You're getting this wrong. So the fact that the world speaks English is because of the British Empire from long ago.
That is what I'm trying to say. World does not speak English. That's what I'm trying to say. You have to quantify the terminology.
No. Yeah. So to be accurate, if you want to do business globally, it would behoove you to speak English. So if you're some poor, call it a rice cell working in the paddy rice, what business do you have trying to speak English to do international trade or something? You don't have to. So yes, you are correct that the majority of the world does, or the majority of the population of the world does not speak English. But the whole point is, the English is the de facto language if you want to do business across the globe.
No, and that is the exact fallacy that I'm trying to expose here. That's a misconception.
Well, how so?
Okay, so in a world with hundreds of languages, hold on.
Data. My question was asked why it is a fallacy. Simple thing is, you are very simply equating it to the rice worker in some paddy field. No, that's wrong. Amount of work being done in non-English language in tech is far ahead than English.
Nobody said that.
We were talking about business.
If nobody said that, then your point last is invalid.
All right, so in a world with hundreds of languages, and take this for what it is, because I just Googled it, but English right now has 1.7 billion speakers in a world with hundreds of other languages.
How many native English
How
many native English speakers are there?
At the end of the day, as human race, if we need to communicate, we need a language that everyone understands. And right now, it's just English.
Are you see? This point I don't understand. Please go to the Chinese internet and go to the Russian internet. Go to their deep.
Nobody is denying that they don't have their own languages, but we are saying that they learn English as their second language, whereas the majority of Americans don't even bother with it. That's just a material fact, man.
NATO rules the world. There's no.
And second material fact is, vast proportion of work in tech and in academics is not done in English. Why don't you understand this? Why is the truth so hard to be swallowed?
We're not denying what you're saying.
Then why this emphasis that English is de facto godly thing? This is the problem. This is the problem. Why
de facto what thing?
On, because there's this useless pride attached to everything. I could have been wrong on the. I accepted the last point where I was muted for a second because that might have been confusing for a lot of people. But just tell me, why is there pride with being right every time and each and every time?
Can I ask a question, Rolex? Do you know how to speak? I don't know what Asian country you're from, but can you speak the native language it is?
Yeah, by the time I was 10 years old, I speak 3 languages fluently. Right now I speak 2. I probably speak like 10 languages if you include computer programming languages.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, we have we have two people here that are not native to English-speaking country.
Is he native? I don't remember. Are you native or no?
But
no, he said he moved in when he was
okay.
Again, you did a very big blunder here.
Well, guys, my mother is from the Caribbean, and I understand patois, which is basically like Caribbean slang, but it's basically English.
So one more, because anecdotal example was given. Few months or few years back, there was a case where a very old Indian guy, a grandfather, was beaten by the American police because he was not speaking in English. He was a very rich, ultra rich Gujarati guy from India, and he did not know how to speak English. So he was jumped to the ground. He was physically taken into grip as legally is done. So
doesn't that just prove our point though?
No, it's not proving, because you are using subset. You are trying to see what the logical fallacy. I'll just explain because you will understand this here. What is happening is
what logical fallacy am I
committing? That is what I'm trying to explain to you. If you just listen to what I'm trying to say.
Man, please. I'm going to be honest. I haven't listened to you talk on and on and on, and you do not get to the point.
So one second, Mr. Black. So last, because you want concrete answers, so you must reply in concrete questions. You cannot do a fallacy reply and accept that I will not reply to it, right? You are generalizing. If you go by data, you speak a lot of thing about data in the PILT community. This data, that data. When it comes to this point, why can't you accept the thing that you are mistakenly in quoting the thing? You are wrong in this fact that English is by de facto the primary and most widely used language in the world. How can you say that? Because you have to quantify in terms of revenue either, or in terms of work done, or in terms of paper written, or in terms of video watched, or in terms of words spoken. In either of those categories,
my internet cut out for like hold on. My internet cut out for like 10 seconds there, so I didn't. The last thing I heard was logical fallacy.
Yeah, so I was just trying to put a point forward. You are baselining it incorrectly, right? There's the point you need to realize, and I'm trying to.
So in a world full of, what is it, 8 billion? What's the population? Countries that speak, there's hundreds of languages in the world, but out of all those people, there's one, according to the quick Google search I just did, there's 1.7 billion people in the world who can speak English. Now, that doesn't mean it's the majority language by any means, because there's still hundreds of other languages. But when you take this pie chart into account, English will be the largest language people know.
And Saffron, before you reply, I'm just gonna back up like last year, because again, like I was born in America, but Spanish was my.
I'm sorry, I'm giving his answer. The most widely spoken language is Chinese, not English. Please do some research.
Okay.
Look. Hold up, Enrique. I want to ask Saffron a question. Saffron.
Yeah, and so how many of those Chinese people can speak English? How many Americans don't know Chinese?
How many Americans learn Chinese to work? Is there absence of even one American not going to these worlds and earning their living there? Are you so oblivious that you feel that no American goes and grinds in India and makes some money in India?
I know somebody who's going to school to take Chinese economics. So just drop the presumption about me, man.
There are actual Americans working in India and China also to make their living. Their America was not enough to give them their dreams, right? So we don't quantify and tell that so many Americans are coming to YouTube or vlog in India or put this industry in India. But somehow in America, people are very conscious of telling you that you are somewhat inferior. And that's why I come back to the same thing. Last, you are not actually Marxist. You can never be a Marxist.
Okay, look. I get what you're saying with the inferiority part, with like, they're saying, oh yeah, your country's a shithole, and that could be offensive to some people. But again, you know, like if you look at it objectively and just look at and it's really a sense of perspective too. Like again, I know the country where my parents are from is, you know, it's not the best. They don't got air conditioning and they're literally on the equator, so it's always freaking hot. And a volcano is like active over there right now, and they get hit by hurricanes. So yeah, not the best ideal situation. I'd rather be over here where I'm at now, but they're happy there. They're not thinking it's a shithole entirely. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're more content than most people are here in America. So I get what you're saying when you're offended. And then the second point I want to make about the language topic is a lot of people that are literally right next to the United States, or you could even think about like the UK or whatever, but a lot of countries are located right next to those places are going to have to speak English or some form of English. Hell, like, I mean, if you're trading products next to the country and their main language, or the people that do business there, their main language is English, you're going to learn it too. And vice versa. If they're going to do business with people in Mexico, they're going to have to learn a little bit of Spanish. It's just what it is. Like, okay.
Saffron-pilled. I want to ask you, hold up, Saffron-pilled. I want to ask you a quick question. Back to when you told me about that the Indian guy who was assaulted by the police for speaking Indian. Remember you said that earlier?
Yep.
Was that Indian man a dark-skinned Indian or a white passing Indian?
Could you repeat? There was an echo. Could you repeat that?
So when you brought up that talking point about the
wait, Enrique, could you mute your mic? Your echo is coming here. Black voice, I can hear it twice.
All right. Can I ask a question again?
Wait, Enrique's mic is echoing. Please continue.
Saffron-pilled, when you talked about the Indian guy who was arrested and beat up by the cops for speaking Indian, was the Indian man dark skinned?
He was brown skinned. He is brown. Every Indian is a brown. Yeah.
Did he have a hat on?
No, he was a simple old age guy. You can see and look at him, and he's an old guy just walking.
Because there have been instances. It wasn't because I feel like in that story, what you told me, I find it hard to believe that they assaulted him because he was speaking Indian. Okay, because there've been times where Indian men have been pulled over by police officers. People will confuse them for black people. I've heard stories of that happening. So yeah, I think they did it because they thought he was black.
Number one, Indians are the least people in any prison throughout the world. So basically, Hindus from India, they are the least people in any criminal. Indians by far the least criminal population throughout the world. Now this is a fact and a data. You can
but by appearance, by his appearance.
So that tells you that skin color. 1 second. So that tells you this place is more fucked up than that, right? You are saying this is a paradise. Someone was proposing this, not exactly paradise, but meaning.
No one said it was a paradise. Where did you get that from? No one here said that America was a paradise.
That's exactly what I'm saying, that no one said it was a paradise, but something like that. It's a very good place or an empire or big thing. I'm exactly saying what you said or did not say. This how people speak, right? You need to give examples and use words which are not contextual, clearing that it is not in context to this. So I'm not mixing things. Please listen closely. So the thing is, if that Indian was beaten because of being confused as black, that's again more shitty thing to USA, right? That does not solve the problem. So if a black can be just...
If everybody's saying the US is shit on the panel, what are we arguing about, just to be clear?
No, I did not say. I started with saying it's a good place. I like it, but kind of things are going wrong. But then I had to agree with a lot of things that are from other guys' perspective. I just brought it.
Okay.
I'm just going to say the police were correct. That guy should have learned English and told them not to beat him in English.
God.
Dude,
but Nickelback,
you speak American, to be honest, but...
And let me tell you one perspective that I wanted to throw here. It's okay, empire is great, but please understand this. If it was not America, it was a country of United Nations of Ting Ting 2, people would have migrated to that country also because of prosperity or possibility and anything.
Nobody's saying that it's not true. We're just saying this is how empires act. Like you're making points that nobody's even arguing against.
You're just no offense, Saffron Pill. I feel like you're just talking to yourself talk. I'm being all the way hundo with you.
No, I see. I simply said whatever you have to say. Exactly say I am very exact. Whatever I'm saying right now. You can openly say what you don't agree with.
But we're not disagreeing with you at all. We're literally saying like empires act in a certain way. This is historically accurate. This is how empires behave, and like this is how they're going to behave. Like
big states are assholes just because of the requirements of being a big state controlling other little states. It's not even whether country is good or bad exactly if they're in a superpower position. It's
that's
just
a moral statement you can't really make. But like, yeah, like you say empires do stuff, and these are things empires will do, good or bad.
But empires learn good traits to survive longer too. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but they eventually decline. Like I already shared that link to Fate of Empires. Everybody goes through the same process.
And by the states of it, it's looking very bad. I mean,
yeah, so it's a natural state of things. Like this decline happened to the Romans. It happened to, all the other empires. Like you let women have the power, like it's just going down the toilet. And right now, it's just happening everywhere in the world. So props to China for arresting feminists and putting them to jail and, censoring them. It's censorship I can get behind.
Yeah, that's kind of like
same here, man.
Bro, that's kind of like killing the murderer after you already been stabbed in the heart, though. It's over for China, dude.
Yeah, the damage is already done.
Yeah.
At this point, it's just a revenge strike, like fucking Call of Duty with that grenade. Like that, you already did.
Yeah, they already had a crisis of like masculinity within their own country. Actually, they're talking about they have to masculinize the men because the men are so soy, and it's like, well, yeah, what do you expect to happen?
It's like we can make suggestions and like, oh, we should do this and do that, but at the end of the day, it's the one point I guess we can all get behind is that it's over.
Yeah, no, I think going forward, this is a good, interesting, like legit case study because China probably is the only country that could enforce such a thing, right? I mean, America's way too soy to do anything.
Yeah,
it's just way too decentralized, and then they have the ability to definitely tell companies what to do. Like we have companies right now, like literally just going carte blanche and passing around disinformation, and no one seems to care because the government doesn't have the power to which to. It can break them up via antitrust laws, but no one has the balls to use them.
Luke, are you Chinese?
Broken up, so.
Chinese?
That is negative.
You're not?
Not Chinese.
I can tell you, thank you. You're mad smart. Fuck feminism. Damn, bro. Give me my thank you back.
And then yeah. So now that we're back on track, let me add to the discussion here.
Go ahead, buddy.
So I think we probably touched it on it earlier if I remember, but the real problem is part of the demographics, but it's the tax base. So looking at like if you look up who are the most vulnerable populace in any society, it's actually single women between the ages of like 40 to 80.
Yep.
Like they're the most poverty-stricken demographic in the world, across the world too, not just the US.
Yeah.
So this whole feminism bullshit is, pushing women away from marriages, no family. So we're gonna end up with a lot of single moms, not single moms, but single moms too.
Yeah,
and
everything. Single moms and spinsters. That's all that's gonna be left.
Well, it's like I said a few streams before, like feminism sows the seeds of its own destruction.
It's gonna be single moms, spinsters, and Chad's harem with the interconnections between the three. Other than that, nothing.
Yeah. So as men, we know no one's coming to save us. So it's in our best interest to, prop ourselves to be in an advantageous situation when we do get old or take the rope. However,
or go wrong way.
Yeah, and to add to this, I have a few friends that work in the, what do you call it? The nursing home care industry or whatever. And so it's actually now seeping in because of the feminism took hold in the last 10, 20 years. Like the results are actually now manifesting and showing, like, because this is relatively a short phenomena. Like I would say it only happened in the last 20 years. So, I need to find that study again. So the number one regret of the people at the nursing care, the people that are about to rope, or not rope, but croak. Guess what their number one regret in life is?
Not having kids.
Yes, literally. So and this is for women. Like men are like, oh, I should have spent more time with family, or I wish I shouldn't have been working so hard, or that kind of shit.
Well,
But
it's like, yeah, it's like that article Mystery brought up at the beginning of the stream about the woman who had her eggs frozen when she was, what, 30? And then at 46, when she realized, oh, wait, I guess I'm just going to become a single mom now without a husband. And they unfroze her eggs, and every single one of them was just useless.
Yeah, so now women in droves are starting to say their biggest regret in life was never having a family or kids.
With Chad,
as they're about to die.
They never had a family with Chad. That's their.
Well, yeah, that's true. But then there's plenty of single moms that have kids. It's just that they're just not rational about it.
Yeah, because they couldn't get Chad to stay. It's all set around Chad. It's just unspoken.
Well,
so I think that's just a telling sign of straight up from the horse's mouth. Like they regret not having kids. They regret not having families. They regret actually working in their careers too hard, because at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily bring you, quote unquote, the proverbial, life fulfillment. And I think I talked about this in the last stream. Like my mom strictly said, she was really sorry for the women that got robbed of their purpose in life, which is to have kids, because they had like medical issues with their uterus or cancer and that kind of stuff. So they, even if they wanted to have kids, they couldn't have it. So yeah, straight from my mom, it's like the happiest in a woman's life per se, according to her, is to have kids and to have family.
Well, it's like that. That's the kind of mentality that the culture like tries to engender into people. It's like you need to career focus. You need to be focused on your career. You need to focus on traveling. You need to focus on all these other things. But basic human biology that has been with us since the first proteins came out of the primordial soup has been to reproduce and there's like nothing wrong with that. People will act as if this is just like a bad, horrible thing. Like, oh, humans are a cancer on the planet. Well, it's like cancer or not, we're still sentient creatures. We still have wants and needs. And it's like all this stuff, like in heavy industrialization, that's only been with us for like 200 years. Like that doesn't negate 100,000, 200,000 years of human evolution.
Definitely.
It's I'll be honest, man, it's sickening what's being done to this culture, to this planet, to this world. And there's no.
That's the problem. I mean, the problem is we need to be aware. Please continue last. I just have one quick point I wanted to add. This is very interesting point you are giving.
No, I was finishing. I was just gonna say there's no solution to it. It's like even if they're like in game, even if we had like a few hundred more years, that's it. Like we're done.
Yeah, I personally don't think the human race would last another 500 years. Like I don't see it happening.
Well, it depends on if we can invent the genetically modified cat girl soon enough. Save the human genome.
Yeah. Drulux, how tall? Sorry, Drulux, how tall do you think people are going to be by the year 2050 or 2100? How tall? I'm saying 8 feet.
I would say 7 feet. It doesn't because there's some good data. So I think back in either 1400s or 1600s, average height for a man was like 5'4", and 5'5". People were barely 5 foot. And then now it's like if you go to Chad, Australia area in Germany, like I guess the Anglo-Saxon white man on average is 6 feet plus.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with like caloric intake and nutrition. Like this is a thing. Like genetics. Like yeah, genetics are very important when determining like how you're gonna look and like physically. But a lot of it also has to do with the environment you're growing up in.
Yeah, definitely. So the human height is actually growing, but it's not growing at a rate where you would think people will be at 8 feet, 9 feet. It's probably like in 100 years, probably you'll start to see more 7 foot tall people. But then there's also an actual study too. Um, there are people that are like rare medical conditions that they had, HGH, and they just continue to grow tall. So the people that grew tall, like 8 feet, actually have physical limitations, like the leg bone, the femur bone, and the joints can't support the weight past like if you get up to that tall.
Yeah, what's it called? It's actually a mechanism within evolution that doesn't allow certain species to get like certain heights or certain weights.
Yeah, so if you're thinking like, oh, all humans will be like 8 feet, I don't know, maybe it's possible with probably evolution and adaptation over time, but there is a physical limit. Like you can't just grow 9 feet and be, godlike. It's like
Well, why
you're
not?
going
If
to.
everything's being augmented by like next generation medical medical procedures, like,
Yeah,
in nature, yeah, you could have a limit, but
maybe
now we can
maybe in a
augment that
world
shit.
like Deus Ex, the video game,
Yeah, that's another point.
augmentation.
Okay.
I have a
The
question.
future is the fucking 10-foot
sorry.
Chad with a cybernetic heart, else he dies. Like that's the.
Hear me out, but the reason why I asked that question, if the average height for the average white male is 6 foot plus, why do I see so many 5'9", 5'10", 5'8" white guys walking around?
Okay, hold on. What do you mean? They're just
6 foot is actually
existing?
rare. Like if
America,
you look
in
at
America.
I mean,
yeah,
I'm
it is still
5'5",
rare.
so
Like only I think 15%. No. I think yeah, 15% of male population in U.S. is above 6 foot.
Yeah, I'm elite. I should be out there slaying. I should though.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and if
I'm
it's like 6'3", it's like 0.8%.
you
So
also
like
have to look
within
at.
an inch, it drops like significantly.
You know what will happen simply? The more masculine
Yeah, Drunks, have you ever... Sorry.
more masculine culture will just repel and crumble the feminine and the simp culture. That's all that will happen.
There's a massive problem with that, though.
There's no romantic solution to this. You can watch. If you become feminine, your culture will collapse. That's all. Someone else will capture. I don't think it will be a global phenomena where the whole world is going to oblivion, because not whole world is stupid enough to buy this feminism crap.
Look, we used to be all that masculine shit before, and we fell under pressure. So the whole world is going under all this pressure from the internet. It is a perfectly logical. It is perfectly possible for that shit to happen. It's not absolute, but it's on the table.
No, but you have to assume that everyone will be impacted, and the same impression, same information will have same impact on everyone. And you are also presuming that the state will have same schooling pattern everywhere and same control on the minds of people everywhere.
Shit,
Yeah,
women are the same everywhere.
I agree with Saffron here. Like, I don't think feminism will infect the world like 100%. It's kind of over for the West for sure, but I don't see it happening in Africa. Like, I lived in Africa too. The patriarchy is very strong there.
It was strong here.
Yeah, but it's only because of the even in the school, even in the the general culture, it's promoted. Like in Africa, that shit ain't happening to the extent of what's happening to the West.
You guys really need red pill on politics, dude. Seriously.
I mean, I would say that the reason why it happened here is because it was a matter of hubris. We thought we were like too good for it, and there was a balance, a demographic balance. There's actually more women than there was men, not by a lot, but that was still there. So if you have that demographic, you're like, you know what? Let women in the workforce, let them have political power, because we have an abundance of women. We don't need to worry about anything. And then allowing feminism to take hold, and like birth control and Planned Parenthood and all of those policies, what happens? Oh, women don't want to have children anymore. They want a career focus. They want to be single moms, and they want to do all this stuff. And now you get, oh well.
But Luke, so I have a question to ask you, man. Do you get hype mobbed by women?
What?
No. I have 5'10". I hardly do.
I'll say
I get hype mobbed by women, man. I get hype mobbed. It's brutal by women. It's
there's a chick at my work who's like 6 feet tall.
Wow.
And I'm like, motherfuck, man. I go there and I'm like, why am I even here?
Yeah, I get hype mobbed by this one white bitch at my job. It's fucking Sue Fuel. Like I'm like a 5'9.5", 5'10". I hype fraud as 5'10", but I'm actually 5'9". I get away with saying I'm 5'10". Little secret by me.
I'll give Mr. Black and give anecdotal example on this. I don't think height exactly matters. If a girl does not likes you, height might be a secondary factor. I don't think if you are like, if a girl is attracted to you, height will matter that much to her.
Height does matter. Go on Tinder. Hold up, bro. Go on Tinder right now, bro. They'll say stuff like, "Oh, no men under 6 feet tall, no men under 6 foot don't swipe." They'll say shit like that. So height doesn't matter before you get your foot.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
But at the same time, like Ron, it's like Grotesque even made this point last night in the stream. Like he could go on these on these apps and websites, and he'll put his height on, and he'll still get nothing.
But how tall is Grotesque? How tall is Todd?
He's like 6'4".
What the fuck?
Yeah, he even told the story last night about when he went on a date with he went on a date.
About the face, the attraction.
I mean,
height is only a multiplier, and it might get you in the door because of the the 5 or 6'4". Like you won't be filtered out by the algorithm, right? Because you already meet. Like if they say, "Oh, I want to find men above 6 feet," he definitely clears the algorithmic filter, but then ultimately it's his face, so it's only a multiplier.
I'll tell you why. There was this guy on some internet Fresh and Fit or some random podcast or something, Kevin Samuel. I don't remember exactly, but what that guy said, he used to fake his height in the bio.
You see, I thought about that, but it's like, how much can I really get out of 5'5"? I would put like 5'6". And hope they wouldn't ask like if that was my real height.
The interesting thing is when girls met him in public, they were not. I mean, they felt something was wrong, but they were not very demotivated by his height in reality. It's a myth that they're trying to peddle. It's a kind of a niche that you can pick and choose from. So if girls are given options, they will keep on choosing for everything.
I don't know, because I have an anecdotal story of my own. So back in my old job, I actually knew someone. He was a legit Chad, and he was like 6'2", 6'3". And I would talk to him about this every once in a while, and he showed me his Tinder profile. It only had his age and his height and a few pictures, and that's it. He was getting messages left and right.
I'm sorry, but I did not figure out you were talking about. I mean, dating profiles and apps are dead. I mean, it's useless.
Here, let me interject with something too. My cousin, he's like shorter than me. He's like 5'8", 5'7". I'm 5'11", and I went out at a bar with my coworkers last week, and one of their girlfriends was kind of flirting with me or whatever. She was cute or whatever, but that's not the point. What the point is like, okay, he's 5'8", 5'7". I'm 5'11". But the difference on why he gets a lot more chicks than I do, and this is something I noticed, is on his profile, or his Snapchat or Instagram, whatever, he posts like art and like all this trendy shit, right? And on his snaps, he shows himself doing like, I'm not gonna say degenerate shit, but like basic people shit, like, oh yo, I got liquor shots. He speaks in a mannerism that makes him sound stupid on purpose, and he's just like, oh yeah, I got liquor, I got shots, I got weed, where y'all at? And I look at his messages, and I'm like, in my opinion, you know, I'm not like, I guess he can pass the looks threshold. Like obviously he does, because he's pulling so many women, no matter what his height is. But that's what I noticed, because you know, even with the chicks that we both message, the difference is, and I hate to sound just a little bit slight, they're kind of going for these not bad boy types, but what they think is fun and shit, like doing drugs is fun. But your average or smart man or whatever, like me, like I'm not. Whenever I create a profile like on a dating app or something, I don't really put like, oh, I like weed or I love drinking or anything. I'm just like, yo, I fucking like anime and I like reading books. That's it, you know. And even the reason I mentioned that is because this dude's girl that was flirting with my coworker's girl, she was actually fine, like big titties, like white girl, blue eyes. She was like 6 something, so she was like my height, but she was just flirting with me, and then did some gestures like suggesting, oh hey, like go back to the crib and like smash, and I'm like, yo, you're my coworker's girl. But if I could do that in real life or whatever, and the only difference is that my cousin is around the same looks as me, he's shorter than me, but his personality is way different versus you know, degeneracy almost. Degeneracy.
Yeah, Enrique.
I don't get it.
Yeah, the thing is, because anecdotally from the personal example, I can say if I can fuck almost a 6-footer white chick in USA, it's not a rule, right? Exception to the rule. If I have experienced it, I personally know. Maybe for the world to prove it, it's very wrong. But height is not the factor. I'm telling you, that simply is. Height is just what they. One more thing: if you are on Tinder and if you are trying to bang chicks on Tinder, good luck. It's a waste of time. They have too many sims there.
How many of us can
wait, hold on. We got to slow down. You said height doesn't matter at all. So
no. I'm just trying to establish a thing that height matter is a secondary thing. It's like they choose. Girls will choose best whatever they feel like, right? So if you have everything, you have a billionaire, 2 billionaires, and if someone is little bit higher in height, and if the girl likes guy with height, she will go with it. But if there's a broke high dude, it's very unlikely that she will marry him.
We can agree. Hold on, we can all agree. Height is a multiplier. That's all there is to it.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's not a prima facie thing that chicks pick on.
So I have a question to ask you. Would you rather be a 5'4" dude with a really good-looking face, like Chad Tier face, or a 6'3" dude with a shitty face, with a horrible face?
Why do you have so many hypotheticals? I mean, it's good, but
5'4" with a good-looking face. I could fake it till I make it. Like I believe that'll work because face is everything.
I don't know. I've been short my whole life. I want to see what's like being tall. I already have the messed up face. So
yeah.
How many of us here are true cells? How many of us here are true cells? Like legitimately ugly. Like I'm just wondering here because I don't think I am. I'm like, I'm pretty sure like.
Enrique, I'll give you one example. I have repeated this example a couple of times. In one of the co-working places, I have witnessed, many of us has witnessed, there was a short guy. He was not good, attractive looking at first glance. You can say he was a very shorty guy, shortest of the shorty. You can say he was good for nothing in like sexual marketplace value, whatever you can say. But he was banging the hottest girl in the office. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, his face.
Yeah, probably his face. Like.
No, he was not attractive on any features. When I say he's a shorty, he was short.
How short? Because 5'9" is considered short, but it's not short.
5'1" or something like that. 5'1".
5'1".
Yeah, and he was banging a chick who was like 5'8" or something like that. 5'9".
She has issues.
That's what. So there are a lot of girls with issues and guys who are maybe I mean, it hardly matters. You don't know who has issues and who not. It's all about fucking count, right? You're fucking the girl. That's all.
I guess. I guess.
I mean, if you have a hot chick, if she's really good and great, and if she has issue, you will not really care. I mean, I don't think anyone will care for one shot if that's their planning is.
Yeah,
Bro,
I
I
think the
get
reason why it gets such a rap like for height, it's only because of the, you know, once Tinder and all that shit got popular, it just became much more prevalent, and that's what women filter out men based on height. So
Which is something I wanted to like at some point talk about. Like hypothetically, just suppose Tinder and Match and all that stuff wasn't around. Would this problem like still exist for us?
Yes.
Not enough to notice it.
yeah, that it always existed. Like, so what people don't get is the preference of women always existed. Like even 20, 30 years ago, women would prefer taller men because they feel, you know, safer or whatever. But it's only because of the internet and this modern dating app, what do you call it, brought height to the forefront, essentially. So
Yeah.
this whole bullshit about like, oh, if you're under 6 feet, you know, get lost, became so prevalent only because of the apps.
Yeah, they're still using the same caveman standards from like 100,000 years ago, and now they have the internet to tell them where the nearest caveman is. Like, oh, okay, the most local Mogger is 2 cities away. Let's go
Before
ahead and take
Tinder,
this
they were
30-minute
fucking
Uber.
in the town. That's all. Before Tinder, they were fucking in 5 miles radius. Now it's like throughout the world. That's all the difference is. Earlier, if you were a sim, your girl might bang someone nearby in your village or city, the area you live in. Now your girl can find someone in Canada and bang him there and come back in a week.
It's not lambs, it's clams. Caveman looks, antisocial, money status.
Caveman looks.
So I have a question for you last from a manlet to another manlet. How do you cope with being
Man,
how do you cope with being
how
short?
tall did you say you were? 5'9"?
Yeah.
I'm 4 inches shorter than you, man. You don't get to use our word.
Yeah, stop offending these people, bro.
Damn.
But
bro,
here's my question: Why are you so focused on dating via online dating apps? They are sure thing to lose.
Well,
that's how you meet the women, bro. You don't have a choice. That's how you meet women.
You do have a choice. No, you
Let me
have
finish.
a choice. That's what.
Oh my god, women aren't going to bars like that the way they used to. This is 1983. This is 2021. They're not going to bars and meetup areas no more. It's strictly online.
Wait, hold on. Saffron, how old are you?
I don't want to disclose that.
Okay, well, just like 30s, 40s, what? That sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what I can say. So I'm in my early 30s, I say.
Okay.
I mean, I'm 31. I'll just say it.
I'm 21, bro.
And I'm 28. And the young people have a vastly different world than any we grew up in. Like everything's connected to the internet now. Like your virtual interactions basically are your real life interactions at this point.
That's fine. I'm not negating that. I'm just trying to help here. If you will ignore the Tinder and all those things, your life will improve drastically. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not ignoring the fact, and I'm not ancient. I know all the things. Thing is, dating apps, they might be a reality, but it's a loss for you. If you as a man are going through this dating kind of a route, you are surely losing your time, your calm, your peace.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just a dating app issue anymore. It's like a societal issue. It's like there was a point where I didn't like before I didn't start using a dating app until I was 28, and in all that time leading up to that, like I got nothing, absolutely nothing.
So I'll add to it. If Instagram is not your dating app, then you're far behind in the game. That's all. At worst, Instagram should be your dating app and nothing more. And if you can't pick
I don't
chicks
do
off
anything to have an Instagram.
you're on the wrong dating service.
I think Bert said it best though. Like in 2021 and beyond, like you need a social media profile like or presence 5 years
Especially
ago.
if you're young. If you're
Yeah.
like old like I am, it's like you don't really give a fuck because like people we were like adopters of that shit, so we don't really have the expectation that everybody has. Like everybody's like on Instagram like that. Like everybody I talk to at my age is like, oh yeah, I'm not really on Instagram like hardcore, but if you talk to somebody younger, oh my god, they're all over that shit.
What's your range, Mystery? How
I'm
old
29.
29. He's not a Zoomer. He's a millennial. I am the only Zoomer on this panel right now. I'm the only Zoomer here.
How old is
So-
Enrique? If
Say
he
what?
wants to say that.
20.
How old is he? Okay.
27. And I agree with Mystery here. Like, you know, if it's really the young people that are just using like Facebook and all that, like you eventually quit it when you realize there's no benefit to it.
Yeah, like I have Facebook, but it's literally like a phone book or address of like people or acquaintances.
Yeah, me too. My Facebook's basically just to keep up with people, and I have all the other
I
social
deleted
media,
my
but I never use
Facebook.
them. I never use the rest of the social media stuff. Like I have it, but I just don't use it. It's just kind of there.
I mean, I had a. Go ahead.
I had that shit for school, and that was it. Like I have never seen that shit in like school and Ninja Saga. That's literally the only thing I use Facebook for. And I don't play Ninja Saga, so
yeah. And I think it was in season 2 of first stream again. Yeah, I think you might have been there, Mystery. But yeah, he showed that you know, the more social media you use, the more unhappier people are.
Because dopamine hook, it's a drug. It's directly a drug, right? Dopamine hook, you're hooking your brain to a drug that you want, right? Now,
Yeah, it's dopamine fix.
Wait, how are you getting dopamine if you're not getting anything positive though? Like as a dude.
No, like I remember specifically because I was a late adopter. Like I never gave a shit about social media apps and all that. So I got forced into it because a couple of coworkers were like, "Yo, you know, this and that," and okay, I signed up. As soon as I signed up, it's like I got friend requests from people that I used to know like years ago, and you know, and then you kind of like discover quote unquote social media, then you start sending out friend requests, you know, connecting with some people that you used to know, this and that. It is like addictive in that sense. And then, you know, you post some bullshit, people are liking and commenting on your shit, and you know, I experienced it. I was like, oh, like this is kind of nice. And the more you use it, you kind of get addicted to it. But then, you know, I was smart enough to realize, like, yeah, this is all bullshit, anyways, in the end. So
in a way that becomes a new way we interact with each other. We just post a picture, you get a like or a comment, and then it's not fulfilling enough when you're trying to have a full conversation. So even when you post, like when I would post some meaningful long paragraph on my post, nothing. Like 1 or 2 likes. Nobody asks if I'm okay. Nobody's there to like interject and like go on off of my thoughts.
yeah, so the realization was that the more I use it, the less connected I feel, which is kind of ironic.
I might go on my social media like once a week, if even that.
It's like the only. Go ahead.
I use Instagram just to post skate clips and memes and just like me hanging out. I don't like I'm not narcissistic, you know. So I just post like what I'm doing. I don't post every day. I post like once every 2 months.
Yeah,
Like,
so
that's
I feel
literally
like in this generation, the most recent generation, this is their only way of you know, literally
Interacting with
socializing.
humans.
Yeah, like they can't hold a conversation with an actual person face to face. You know, they can't read emotion, they can't read tone. It's like, oh, all caps, he must be angry. Like,
Or
you
body
know,
language.
yeah, exactly. So the art of conversation is lost. Like I can't even think of people, only a handful of people I can talk to, you know, face to face and like actually have a real human conversation. Like text and, you know, instant messaging and all that, it's like you can't really communicate truly in the sense. It's just more like a temporary, like, oh, I'll be late 5 minutes. Cool, thanks for letting me know. You know, it's like that level of communication, not like a deep intellectual human conversation. And I don't think the younger generation even knows how to, you know, do that.
They will be wiped out genetically. That's all that will happen. These stupid people, those who are not realizing the real life, they will just vanish out in couple of generations. That's all. That's all will happen to feminists. That's all that will happen to anyone who diverts his mind too much into the created illusions.
I mean, yeah, but the more time goes on and the younger the generation, the more and more people acclimated to feminism there are. Like, after a certain point, there's no one left to like take over the reins.
But why do you feel that people will not revolt?
No, oh, here's the argument. I think Richard Cooper brought this too.
Wait, Cooper or Coper?
Coper.
Yeah, Coper.
No, not the actual grifter, but the guy.
Yeah,
that
Richard
joins-
Coper. Yeah, the guy that comes in
joins
here
on the stream. Yeah. So I'm in my 30s, and I think if you're 30s or 40s, you definitely experienced the pre-internet era. So give it another 10 years, give it another 20 years, there will be no generation left that remembers what it used to be like pre-internet. So the people being born today have no fucking idea what it used to be like. And so the norm is going to be in a world growing up in this bullshit feminized culture. And so
I disagree with you,
escape?
Drillux. Hear me out. Sorry.
I was just gonna finish it off, but how do you escape something that you're born into that you have no idea of what something used to be like?
You don't know what the alternative is.
Yeah.
This is your only frame of reference, yeah.
And
you could try to emulate.
Yeah, and fuck, this brought me, or I just had another light bulb moment. So I don't know, like this is the scary part. It's fuck, I was watching it yesterday. You guys watch the channel Abba and Preach?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So they had a live stream.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, check it out. They're pretty good on talking about modern, cultural stuff that's going on today. Anyhow, I think they had a live stream where actual female viewers called in and they were talking about from the female perspective, they're giving up on modern relationships because they can't find Chad, and they're trying to become single moms willingly.
Oh yeah, I watched the clip from that.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of like I think Abba brings up good points because it's like they have no fucking frame of reference of what it's like
to be in a two-parent household.
Yeah, like growing up in a single mother household is the norm to them, and the male disposability, the lack of a male figure in the house, the lack of fathers. It's like, why would you subject your kid purposefully, bring them into this world without a father?
Because kids are a fucking luxury, and in a welfare system like this, they're also a method of opportunity for wealth.
And it's also kind of like I wouldn't even go so far as to say like a mental block. Like they know that they want this, but they don't exactly know like how can I explain this?
This girl who was telling the benefits of having multiple kids from multiple dudes. She was telling in USA exactly. She was from USA, so she was saying that why should I have children with one guy when I can have child with 3 dudes and collect all their child support and be rich doing nothing?
Right, like that is so that's one extreme, but then in terms of like the actual like mental headspace, like they have zero frame of reference of what it's like to actually the importance of the male figure, the father figure in the home. So the very fact that they just don't know it, they have no frame of reference, is what's frightening, is what he was trying to say.
Imagine raising up from the point of view of a naive woman who is alone and all her struggles in life was her being pretty, and now she is not. And how is she raising the boys or the girls? I mean, her point of reference, as you said, it's nothing. I mean, he never knows how the fight goes down. If someone fights, his boys fight, someone like attacks his girl, she will never know how to defend or retaliate.
10-minute warning phone, kicking you guys off. All right, Enrique, last words.
Peace.
All right, there you go. Good one. Drolix, last words.
No pussy, no peace.
There you go. All right, that's a new one. Black Ronin, you got any last words?
Bitches ain't
Nope.
shit. We don't love them hoes.
There you go, boy. Saffron Pill, like last words.
Yep. Awesome show. Great host as usual. And wake up, guys, and stay away from those hosts.
All right, sounds good. All right. Last words. Always you.
It is over, buddy boyos. Go eat
Okay. There you go. Exit the revolution, right?
Yeah.
There you go, buddy boyo. All right, Jack, the last words.
Yeah, I'm eager for that overnight stream we're inevitably going to have next week at this rate.
Oh my God, you overnight stream. It's 6 hours and 28 minutes today, but I started so early. But
you going on them BGS hours, dude?
I'm not trying to. Hey, do what I got to do.
He didn't try to either, but it ended up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to keep it. Oh, tomorrow's stream should be at a regular time, like the usual 6 to 7 o'clock. So we're gonna have the stream again. So, yeah. All right, then. Sure. See you next time, buddy. All right, guys. Don't forget to subscribe to Medic and Black Pill's channel. There's the link in the chat. Subscribe to Medic and Black Pill. He has a stream happening in I think 17 hours, I believe. So go see Medic and Black Pill stream at some point. Yeah, boy. Hell yeah! See y'all tomorrow. I literally woke. Hit the like. This should go worldwide. ER and Jeremy Meeks, Mac 11, Incel. Okay. What were you guys talking? While you guys were talking, I hear you, dude. It can get pretty crazy in here. Yeah. What the fuck? I got like 10 minutes, so I gotta leave officially. So, peace, buddy boyos. Don't forget to catch Medic and Black Pill. Medic and Black Pill, there you go. Don't forget to go to Medic and Black Pill stream at some point. It's over for that. I can't coom. Already subscribe. Good stuff. Peace. See you later, buddy boyos. Let's see. Hit the likes. Yeah, peace out. Grim, what the fuck is Grim at? Where's Grim? I saw you in Inclematics. Yeah, I was on there for like a few minutes, for a few seconds. Same little thing. Over Berserk titles. Now the top 2% of IQ men will speak a different language from NPCs and new anyway. NPCism is a language and a whole way of life on its own. Where the fuck is Grim at? Remember he's in here screaming out Incel. Where the fuck is Grim? He's gone. Probably got tired of the bullshit. He's like, well, I'm out of here. This channel is a sanctuary for us. Thanks, Mystery. Yeah, hopefully it is. Grim's just gone. All right, buddy boys, I'm out of here.